I'm manifesting through the pain. I reach for you like a fading ghost, like a vapor of smoke. You look back but didn't see me. One day you'll notice something missing, and you'll turn to look for me, and I'll be gone. Just a memory, a fleeting memory, forever chasing me like a haunted cemetery. Forever you'll be missing me. I'm manifesting through the pain, like a whisper lost in the rain. In the night I'd fading like a ghost train. You have only yourself to blame. An empty carriage, a carnival of pain, with ghosts standing in the rain. My memory, your pain. Just a memory, a fleeting memory, forever chasing me like a haunted cemetery. Forever you'll be missing me. I'm manifesting through the pain. In darkness you'll scream my name, but no one will hear. It's just you and your fear. I'll never be near. You'll imagine me, my hands touching
nervousness born from the earth, my madness came by storm. I heard heaven and hell, but how can I be mad? Across the table, I'll tell you the tale. I wanted for nothing from the old man, not even gold. I'll tell no lie, it was the old man's eye, a veiled pale blue eye. Peering into it, my blood ran cold. And my heart is where I hold a secret plan for this old man. A descent into madness, it cannot be, it was the old man, not me. A pounding, a beating, the heart kept screaming. You may think me mad, but how for madness knows nothing. I sit here, my mind clear, this tale I tell. Are these the sounds from hell? 7 days I crept planning, but never did the eye reveal itself till that night. A slip, a sound, awakened did he, but I could not flee. I felt his fear that we tried to comfort and steer his dread, for he lay back in his bed. In flash I jumped on him, dragging him down. Now no more sound, he lie there, dead on the ground. A descent into madness, it cannot be, it was the old man, not me. A pounding, a beating, the heart kept screaming. Both fear and glee swept over me. No one would ever find the body. Sometime now they came, sat chatting, but I could hear it, the heart beating. It grew louder and louder, I could no longer contain myself as I slid the chair. They still stayed there, not leaving, my anxiety rising. Could they not hear the beating heart coming from beyond the dark? No longer could I stand, it came, my admittance. Here it is, the beating of his hideous heart. A descent into madness, it cannot be, it was the old man, not me. A pounding, a beating, the heart kept screaming. Pen to paper, a lost friend's letter. In darkness I travel, my eyes upon a house disheveled. Walking the halls, all the pain I see, paranoia and anxiety. Usher was telling me, paranoia rising,
Welcome to the real reality. All right, guys, this is how we do it, man. That's what's happening here. I'm just going to sit here the rest of the show. See you. I'm just going to sit here for like an hour and then look up and go, y'all still here? What are you doing? I'm tricking
Just sit
you.
there looking at your phone the whole time.
I'm tricking you. It's trick or treat. I've always been more of the trick. The trick.
Hey, Twig.
I'm that trick. I've always been more of the trickster instead of the treat. The kids knock on the door and they're like, trick or treat, spray them with like, you know, whatever toxic thing I can find in the house. Like, get away. Got the gas mask on. Really, truly, it's on accident. It's just that 1 year because I was spraying for roaches. They were everywhere. You know, I was up in Oklahoma. I was helping this guy out. You know, at that time, I didn't realize what I was dealing with.
Of course.
Brought it home with you.
Yeah. So some of them hitched a ride back, like Joe's apartment, you know. Oh, dude, I mean, I'm telling you right now, dude, I had actually had fun interviewing some of these people. It was actually, we had a good time. I'm not going to lie. There was, I got to tell you something funny. We're getting people in here right now. So I got permission to say this too. Okay. So I'm not talking bad about this person, but okay. So here's something weird. This is, and I can't even say this is the first time that's ever happened. This is the probably third or fourth time this has happened. So I had a phone number that was given to me on Messenger, and they were like, hey, you know, get in touch with me. I have a really incredibly scary, dark story. It's kind of dark, whatever, blah, blah, blah. And so let me go to my notes here.
Amy Krill, $25 super chat. Thank you, Amy. She says child repellent fund.
So, guys, if you guys in the chat will donate a little more, I'll tell you what, we'll double the prize giveaway tonight.
Yep.
Just help us out a little bit, you know, help us out because there's people that probably need it, you know. But we're not going to give it to them. We're going to give it to people who are just there going first. We don't care. Shout out to Chris from Bamboo Bistro. If you're really hungry for Asian food, authentic good Asian food, down in South Austin, my man Chris, been knowing him for almost 20 years. Oh, no, not almost 20 years. It's been 20 years. It's been 2006.
Yeah.
It's been about almost 20 years that I've known Chris. Great guy. He's got two. Well, he has just the one here in Austin. He's another one in another town, but he's got Bamboo Bistro down in South Austin. And I think the other one is in Pflugerville. So he had another one up there by me. And what a great guy he is. He's an authentic Asian person, right? And he makes really good Chinese food. But he's not Chinese. He's Taiwanese. So.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, he's a great guy. And you're one of your ex-girlfriends used to work for him for about a year. One second, folks. I got to do something really quickly. Thank you, Slim Jimmy, for that. Paula King, thank you for
Oh, we were going to dress up. That's why I didn't.
Okay, you're talking. All right. Tony's over here.
Where's your patch?
Because I'm not 100% sure on what you guys got, but let's say hello to you guys. Say hello here. I'm not 100%
Happy Halloween, everyone.
Happy
Y'all
Halloween.
got some stuff planned too that I'm not 100% on. I just know my part.
Yeah.
That's it. Everybody's got Maddie. I guess we can say you're the mastermind behind the
Yeah, she's wearing her costume right now.
hideous
Spooky
goblin. Hideous
vision.
goblin.
Yeah.
The camera's
She's a
over there,
duende.
so y'all might need to turn to look that way a little bit because Anthony doesn't know how to make camera angles happen. He's trying to make fetch happen. You still on there?
It's all messed up now. I had it perfect.
No, you didn't.
She wasn't looking at the camera. She was looking at you. Look here. Look. This is how it's supposed to look. Like this.
This guy's
There we go.
He's got the retardation.
There we go. It looks better.
The retardation.
They don't want to see the white wall. It looks crappy.
This man,
They want to see this with the colors.
I could not concentrate on what this old woman was saying.
Yeah,
Thank you,
Daddy.
Randy. Thank you so much. I appreciate that so much.
So what we decided before the show, I was like, you know what? Let's get crazy with this. We're going to give away $1,000 tonight. $1,000. We busted our ass all Halloween season to come up with the money and scratching out a little bit of money here, and we're going to give it away.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm a big believer, though, when you help people out, God helps you out. I'm going to tell you a true story. You think I'm joking? This is not a fake. This is true. Everything we talk about here is true, but I'm going to tell you. When I announced that we were going to give away the $500, I was like, I had debated about it, and we're not doing like super great financially. But like I said, when you give away at Christmas, you give away anytime you do things, you give away turkeys at Thanksgiving, whatever. We didn't last year. I'm not going to lie. We didn't do any of that last year. We didn't have the money. We had the funds, but we're doing better this year, and it's going to happen. But it always comes back to you. God always blesses us. And I'm going to tell you something crazy. So I traded in a vehicle, right? And I got my warranty on there. I'm still waiting for that. And so I decided that it was for the business, it was a work vehicle. And I didn't need it, so I traded it in. Well, I didn't trade it in. It was I thrown in extra on a trade. And so it made the vehicle that we got way cheaper. Like I traded in like 3 vehicles. And all but one of them was considered work vehicle, whatever. And so I got the money back for the warranty on one of them because we went out there and we talked to them. And shout out to Chase. He's a great guy. And he likes the show. And so he got with the finance guy. And that guy gave us some really spooky, creepy stuff on some videos, trying to get him to get his wife to come on here. But what ends up happening, they like expedited our check quickly. Like it's usually 4 to 6 weeks when you get your refund back on the warranty. We got it in a week from being out there. Huh. So shout out to the guys out there at Covert, really good guys. And I got to say, this other vehicle that we traded in, I was waiting, and then I come home, I checked the mail. This really happened, right? And I had just announced that we were going to give away $500. We ended up with an $1,100 check for gap insurance. I didn't even know I had on the vehicle. Mm-hmm. And I'm like looking at it, and I'm like, what? Gap insurance? Well, hey, I'm not looking at gift horse in the mouth. So what I decided to do, because to me, it's like God gives you things, right?
The sign. Yeah.
And if you're giving away $500 and you're over there going like, I don't know if we should do this or not, because on the way home, Anthony's like, you think that's a good idea? Give away $500. And I was like, yeah, I think it's a good idea. And he kind of made a joke. He's like, well, why not 1,000? Let's just get nuts. Okay, Costanza, let's get nuts. I said, that's a good idea. Let's get nuts. I got a loan. Let's just give away 14 grand. And then we just kind of laughed about it and went and did our jobs, right? Well, we ended up back at the house, and I told him, I said, not going to believe this. I just got $1,100 check in the mail from the gap insurance on one of the vehicles we traded in that I didn't even know we had. So I'm going to give it to you. I'm going to take that money. I haven't deposited it yet, but I'm going to take that $1,000. We're going to give it away tonight. So tonight, we're not giving away merchandise. We thought about it. We're going to give away merchandise, but then people are going to be like, well, I want the cash. You're here for the cash, right? So stick around, okay? Because we're going to give away $50 20 times today. And we thought about it. We all debated it. We said, should we give away like 5 $100 people, But then the people that don't get the $100 are going to feel kind of like they're slight. It's human nature to feel that way, right? And so I didn't want to do that. So what we're going to do, the $500 giveaway is now a $1,000 giveaway. So stick around, and if you're quick, you'll be quick. You'll get that $50, and it's going to be instantaneous, okay? By the end of the show, we'll be giving away everybody the money. Show me the money, right? We're going to do it. And so you have to have either, Cash App, Venmo.
Or PayPal.
Mm-hmm. We're not doing Zelle.
Yeah, we can do Zelle too.
Okay, Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, or Zelle, right? We're going to put our money where our big mouths are, right? Yes. We're going to put it there. We're going to give it to you. We're going to give it to you.
Mar. He bribes his viewers. It's a cult.
Well, you're damn right, dude. That's why everybody's here, right?
Opposite of a cult.
If he didn't give them all that money, they wouldn't all be there. Yet every episode, they're all there. I don't know why.
Paul the King. I'm here for the hand.
They're giving him money. I just can't stand it. It's really awful. Somebody needs to alert the feds, the CIA, the NSA, and the other A's. Let them all know.
CIA,
NSA,
NASA.
Everybody. So, and then later on in the show, this is going to be a long show. Right? We're going to be here at least 3 hours. It's going to be a long show, but toward the end of the show, we're going to have some guests come on. They're going to come on, and they're going to talk with us. And they have actually literally driven from a long ways to come here. Mm-hmm. I never thought this day would come, but they are actually going to come here, and they are going to talk to us. And I am as shocked as you are that these people are willing to do this. I could not believe it. When I got the call, and they're like, okay, we'll come. these are not necessarily our friends. These are people who don't like us, but let's give them some props. They are agreeing to come to the studio, and we're going to talk it out right here in the studio. We're going to actually let them take over the show and say whatever they got to say about us, because I don't give a shit. I'm one of those people. Hey, don't worry about me. I'm good, right? What me worry, right? Don't worry about me. So thank you for everybody who donated, because that's just going to be the money that helps offset whatever to pay. Because as Anthony, he's always the party pooper. He's always the one that tries to keep me and Tony from spending money. We found this really cool crossbow the other day, remember? And at Academy, and he was like, "No, we can't buy that."
I still stand by that. When are we ever going to use a crossbow?
Dude, there's vampires out there. You
Zombie apocalypse. I mean, come on,
exactly.
dude.
So what? We're gonna like what? Are you gonna use like wooden arrow? Like
Tony had
what
a
are we
plan.
gonna do?
We were going to make a
with the
dummy
bolt?
guy, right, in the
Yep.
backyard. Yeah,
And
You
then
were going
do
to
what?
stand behind the dummy guy.
Obviously.
to
Holding him
hold
up.
it, to hold it. Yeah,
Keep a structure.
Why can't we just bolt it into the ground? Why do we gotta be holding it?
Can you
Well, 'cause
listen
do
to
you
this
see-
guy?
Tony had a good point. If you let
Do
him
y'all
speak,
see why I'm against
gonna
getting a
move
crossbow
around
No,
now?
here, hold on.
You see
How
the
are we
ideas
supposed
they
to
have?
know what parts of the body we hit?
okay, look, Law Morgan, my man, Law Morgan. Look what he said. He just bought a 7-foot tall African spear. I'm assuming
Oh
it's a
my God.
Maasai spear. What? I mean, he can buy a
Spears are
Maasai
awesome,
spear, but
dude.
I can't buy that. I hate this place.
Can't do nothing.
A
Ruin everything
spear
right
doesn't
there.
involve me getting projectiles shot at me. That's what.
Okay, well then that was only a suggestion. We were not going to do that. That was like Tony just said, "Hey, what if we shot it and we did tricks to like shoot apples off your head?" But that was only going to be like once we got more good at it, right? Like once we.
No, I was going to shoot it at him.
See, you see, exactly.
You were supposed to say that.
Once again, I'm
No,
vindicated.
because I remember something you said in your dream one time where you were like, I can catch a crossbow bolt.
I think
so-
that was your dream, dude.
No, I was there.
No,
when he dreams and you're in the dream, you're the one invading his dream, dude.
You said it.
Clearly, you're just an agitator.
This is why you're the Benson of the group, Anthony.
You guys cannot have a crossbow.
Everybody needs a Benson, though.
I
Benson
think that
serves a
okay,
purpose.
if the vampires come,
We know who to blame.
the sticks that I have carved into
No, that's what we have this for.
projectiles.
That's why we keep
That's a
this.
family heirloom.
That's why we
dude.
keep this thing on us right here. See, the vampire comes. They're gonna get this to the heart. We don't need a crossbow. We have like they use,
How are you going to drive into the heart?
Okay.
With your fist?
you know what? The Lost Boys
Who are
didn't
you?
use a crossbow. They used this. And
Kinshiro.
that's like the coolest vampire movie ever. So there you go. I win.
I don't believe in this.
You
I-
can't,
Crossbow,
I-
b-
I
crossbow
can't
would
argue
still
with my
come in
logic.
handy.
I think once we learned how to use the crossbow, because I've never shot one, and I thought once we learned how to use, I've pulled a bow once, but I've never shot a crossbow. I thought once I learned how to shoot this crossbow, because I'm good at everything I do, everybody knows that. I can teach the rest of y'all, and then when the vampires come, we could shoot little stakes into their hearts,
okay, how about a
and
compromise?
they explode.
How about a compromise? How about we use silver bullets instead of a crossbow?
Dude, we
The
have silver
tumbling
bullets,
doesn't work as well with silver
and the
bullets.
tumbling doesn't work
If
because
you're-
you have to be up close to do that.
Yeah, if they're in our house or at the door, then we're going to be up close. See, common sense.
No, I just think
Benson.
Anthony wants it.
Wedge until he's Wedge. Why are you helping this man? This man is a heretic. He is a apostate. He is not of the kingdom of God. What he's doing, Pastor Jack is like, oh, Halloween is an abomination. I will not go to the house of ill repute on Halloween
This
because
is
it is evil. That particular day is a day where you should not go to the massage parlor or the gambling house because it is a slap in the face to the holy, mighty heavens. And all the things of the Old Testament, everything in the Old Testament. Vengeance, anger, aggression, murder, death, kill. These are the things that will come from the God that I serve as Pastor Jack. So I do not go and do those things on Halloween. And neither should you, congregation. You should be at home, barricaded in your house, protecting yourself from the evils of this world. And the last thing you want to do is listen to that heretical, rambling man, Josh Turner.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. Thank you, Pastor Jack. Thank you so much for introducing me. I did not introduce you. I denounced you. Sharpen your spears. Take him out. Get your tiki torches. Go to his house. Burn the trick-or-treaters. Don't let their hair on fire. All of them. Don't let them escape.
Get a rock. Get a rock. Pick up the nearest rock.
I'll be honest, man. I'm not a big Halloween. Like, I'm a Christmas guy, honestly.
Yeah, Christmas rules.
But I like Halloween though too, because I on our street leaving, it took us like half an hour to get out of there. There were just kids everywhere, and there was just tons and tons of little parties going on. One of them had like some kind of science lab. What was it? Like the mad scientist lab. We heard this. I walk out. My wife's like, "What is that? What's going on?" I was like, "I don't know." I walk outside. There's just people everywhere.
Yeah.
Little parties going on.
Big old fog machine.
Yeah, everybody's sitting outside their house. We're that one house that didn't give away candy. We didn't,
Well, we all had to be here.
No. I just opened the door and threw change at them because I had a lot of it. I was like, I got some change here in this Diet Duo bottle. This bottle doesn't even exist anymore. Do you remember that supplement?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was made with
chitosan
from shellfish.
Mm-hmm.
And it'll take the fat and the carb. There was a white kidney bean, so it blocked carbs and fat. So it makes you fat because you overeat thinking that it's going to save you. And then you become really fat, and you're like, well, this isn't working. I'm on the toilet a lot, and I'm still fat.
It's a magic pill.
So I had a bottle of that. I think that was my brother's bottle from way back. And anyways, it's full of change. So I was just like, you know what? Just open the door and throw change, and they'll be trying to pick it up, and then
Oh, that's nicer than me.
they won't stare at you because because I hate when they stare at you through them demonic masks.
Here you go, guys.
No.
You can pin up stuff on your wall. Here's a bunch of tacks.
You never know when you need one.
There you go.
So you can move over a little bit, Maddie, because you're kind of like, you and Tony look like you're a two-headed monster there. All right. So because I can't see your face over my camera and the thing here. And Tony, you stay on that because I can't. If you go too far over, I won't be able to see you. So because that light is right in my face. All right, guys. So here's what we got here. We have to do these encounters, man. I mean, we got some good ones. And let me see where I put my notes. There it is. Man, okay, so I collected, and we do this every year, and y'all know this, okay? Well, I don't know about you, Maddie. I don't know if you know, but y'all two know. Every year we go through and we start probably in middle of the spring, we start preparing already. We're like, hey, we got to get the spooky,
the best ones for all
the best ones we could think of, right? So I'm going to let you guys pick. You're the audience. You're here. You're with us on Halloween. We're having a good time, right? Well, y'all are. I'm not. I hate this. But I just want you to know that I'm not going to show that I'm hating this, okay? Because, I'm a grifting fraud.
We're good
the
at
cosplayer from the LBL, he said it right before he pooped in a cup. He said, before I have this witch poop in this cup, he's a grifting fraud and you need to get away from him, and he's crazy. Poop right into the cup. You got to trust a man who can get his witch to poop in a cup. When you have a witch on call and you're like, look, get in there and poop on a cup. She's like, I'm sorry. Don't be sorry, ho. Be careful. Get in and be careful. Carefully poop in that cup for me. It's a PRT cup.
Don't you miss now.
Don't be missing.
That's a man who follows no one. That is a man in charge.
He is the alpha male.
Mm-hmm.
And he even made a post saying, he's not even going to pray for me. He don't care what God says. He says he's not going to pray for me, and he will face the judgment. I will face the judgment, eternal hell fires at the end of time. I hate Josh Turner. When a man of his stature, who has been the star of multiple hit shows in his own mind, you got to stand up and be noticed. You got to take notice. And when he says that I am the most horriblest apostate heretic, whatever, well, you got to believe it. And you got to run over to the show like you have and pay attention to what I'm saying. right? And here you go. When somebody has that kind of endorsement, you got to know it's real. It's legit. So here we have Reptilian. There's a Reptilian. We have a story from Oklahoma City from Michelle that was sent to us. We have, everybody's going to want this one. Vampire bites a woman in New Orleans. This is from Elizabeth. Some people saw a Dogman in Bastrop after a Halloween party, and it got kind of crazy. That comes from Byron, Beverly, and Terry. And then, okay, not real sure how to pronounce his name because this was, and I hate this because I got her story way back in March. Her name is Geisha. Geisha? I want to say Geisha. Anyway, I'm sorry. I remember talking to you, but I can't remember exactly how to pronounce your name, and I apologize for that. I'm going to say Geisha. This one was sent. She saw a figure that looked like it's just, I don't even want to give it away.
Mm-hmm.
It was creepy. You know what it was.
Yeah.
This happened in Phoenix at toward the end of a Halloween party. Let's put it that way. And security guard Edward saw a flying thing on Halloween night while he was working several years ago at a treatment plant in Houston. And this thing tried to attack him. So what do you guys want to start with? So we got the flying creature from Houston. We got Geisha's story from Phoenix. The guys from close to here, only about 30, 40 miles away from here, the Dogman. Then we have a vampire, we have a reptilian, and we have a ghost story. And we're going to have people come on the show, right? So buckle in because we're going to be here till at least midnight, maybe longer, and we're going to be giving away money. You can't beat that, right? You can't beat that. The only thing that could beat that is if we were just sitting here smoking pot, through a corncob pipe. Mm-hmm. And then drinking some, malt liquor.
Colt 45 and Steel Reserve.
But we're not going to do that. No, we're not going to do that. So, and also, if your name's not in green, get your name in green, folks. Get your name in green so you can join the members only. It's a good thing. Don't forget to join the Patreon. Patreon's doing gangbusters. Next month, it will be every other week, and then it'll be every other week, the opposite week for the because it's we did that for Halloween. We busted out and we did an episode every day. At least one, like 2 days we weren't on the air. We made up for it. Okay, so get your name in green so that you can get the members only. It'll be every other Thursday from this point on. It might change again in a couple months. We're going to see how it goes. We're testing the waters, and then the Patreon. Of course, you get the wonderful swag bags. Everybody's loving those. We had some more people post those. We just mailed off some more. I'm gonna say Monday. Maddie, you did it. Was it Monday or Tuesday?
I think it was Monday.
Monday?
One of those days.
One of the days that ended with Y.
Yes. Yeah. One of those.
That nails it down.
Matthew Wilcoxon says, my name is not green, but I'm a $28 Patreon member, so you get to see the Patreon show. But if you get your name in green, which is $5 for an entire month, you get extra episodes on the
members only.
So do that, but you don't get any swag or anything like that. But it's only $4.99, so I mean, it's not like it's a lot of money. But Werner Mueller says, security guy's story. Having worked in security myself, I learned you see a lot of weird crap. Yes, you do, if you do it long enough. Yeah. And so what do we have? We have here. I'm too broke to even afford to join. Unfortunately, I've had that's Vulcan Death Grip. But you might win some money tonight because some of the nice people in the chat have been generous enough to throw some money out there. So we're giving away $1,000 tonight, folks. $1,000. Vulcan says definitely, or Tony Mendez says Vulcan, definitely werewolf stories are the best. Night Watcher says vampire. What do you guys think? We got a bunch of, I don't see anybody overwhelmingly saying what they want to start with here.
Yeah, it's kind of all across.
Dogman or ghost. Orm says it's not easy being green. No, it's not. But it's a lot of fun. Vampire, Houston, which is the flying creature.
Looks like a tie between Dogman and Vampire.
Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of vampire.
Security guard, Houston. I see a lot of Houston. Oh, Orem, look at that. That's
Aw.
awesome. See, that's what we need. We need guys like Orem up there that are gifting people memberships, helping people out, doing the most good. Right?
Doing the goodest.
The goodest. Brian says dogma. We're not talking about dogma today. No, that's not. Oh, Brian, come on. Brian's like, what? I didn't put the N on there. I don't know what you're trying to do. Are you trying to say dogmatic? Are you trying to say dogma?
He's talking about that movie.
Dogmacon? What are you trying to say? Dogmagon? I don't know what you're saying. Kind of just some kind of weird, you know. It's like that guy that worked for. He wanted to work for us, and he went to the UCLA.
Ukla.
He went to some kind of school. He was like, I was an engineer at UCLA. I went to UCLA. I'm like, UCLA? What is this? And I chided him too. I said, why didn't you go to Stephen F. Austin? No, why didn't you go to Pepperdine? That's a school. Why did you go to this UCLA, whatever this silly? What is this? He said, that's the University of California, LA. I said, exactly. UCLA. He's like, sir, you're not saying it. I'm saying it the way I say it. You can leave my office.
Can't you read?
You were overqualified, sir. Overqualified. You know I'm a heretic, right? I just came, look, I had the hood and everything. I just came from the
For the cult meeting.
look like
My
like,
leader.
what's his name from Young Frankenstein?
Igor.
Abby Normal. An abnormal brain.
Actually, it's Igor.
He's like with his all frizzed out hair. What did you do? I asked you to get a brain. You know, I could feel his frustration. Gene Wilder connected with me on that because I have a lot of Igors that just don't, you know, working in security. And they come up to you and they do that. They're like, Master, you're not going to believe this. I burned down the complex. Yeah. And you're like, what?
I was there for a fire watch, so I made
Why?
sure there was fire to watch.
Did you do this? You just gave my joke away. But that's exactly what they did. Here it is, right here. Well, I thought that you were having some stress, and you said these fire watches were a real pain. And I thought that I could help it along. Not only did you say the building was ugly, aesthetically not pleasing, and I care about you, so I got rid of the ugliness for you. And as Tony said, I was watching the fire watch. And you're like, oh my gosh, Bernard, you know what you've done. I'm ruined.
I found a raise.
Then he's like, but the nice folks in Oklahoma said that you're grifting on YouTube. You could just do that and make a living. And I'm like, oh, do you know how little money YouTube allows us to make, Bernard? Do you know? Now I will have to work in a massage parlor. Hopefully management, but I can't do this. Now, get my composure. Let's get started. Let's start in Houston. How about that? Houston, we have a problem. So I get this guy who messaged me. This was way back in. I don't have his date on there. I want to say it was wintertime. I want to say it was like February or March because I remember we were moving a bunch of stuff out of storages at that time. That's how I remember. And I kept having to stop to talk to this guy. So Edward reaches out to me, and Edward is not a young, sprightly guy. He was 56 years old when this happened, and this was like 7 years ago, okay? Do the math, okay? So it was like 100 years ago, right? Long time. For Zoomers, they were like, oh my gosh, that was like when I was 2. They don't do math very well either. But this guy, like literally, it was like 2018, and it was in the summertime, and he was working at a water treatment plant in Houston. And he said that there had been some vandalism that had happened. You know, they have these Falcon storage boxes, so they were doing an expansion on that. So they needed an extra guard. He needed extra shifts, needed money. He says, you know what? Why not? So they had 3 guards there. But the 2 guards that he was with, unfortunately, and we know how this goes, like to sleep. So he was like, they had a detox. They had to do, and because they had gotten in trouble. So he gets over there to work and he's like, wow, we've already been in trouble so much over here that now we got to use a freaking detox to do the patrol. So that's not fun. If you're a guard and you've ever worked security, that sucks. That really sucks. And so I was talking to a off-duty police officer the other day who's got a security gig, and he was complaining about the detox. He was asking if I had any work. I don't have anything that could pay him what he's making over there. But he was complaining about the detox. I was at Firehouse, and I was like, dude, the detox sucks. He goes, yeah, it sucks, man, especially when you got to walk around. He's got to go around 2 acres. And they give him a golf cart, but when the golf cart's broken down every other day, it sucks. You have no idea the struggles when you're having to do private security. And everybody knows the struggle if you've worked it. So detox really sucks because you have to go and you have to beep, or you have to scan it, or whatever it entails. Now we have our phones we use for the little code or whatever. And then half the time the shit don't work. And then they say, well, you weren't over there at that time, and we were looking at the cameras. No, you weren't, because you'd see me. But anyways, Edward's over there and he's doing his job. And the first thing they tell him, his sergeant tells him, he says, yeah, this is a 3-man post. It's a very big place. There's a regular guard that's going to work at the old part of the plant. And then the other 2 are going to be watching the construction area. And so they technically, the people that were watching the construction area were working for the construction company. So, but they were with the same company, because the water treatment people said, well, if you're going to do the material needs to be protected, you have to hire a couple guards. So they hired them from this company. And so that's how Edward, so one of the guards ended up having to go and work at the front. And those guards were armed. Edward wasn't. Edward's position there at the water treatment plant was not an armed position, because that boosts the pay, and he's not, they're not going to pay you. So I know how it goes. I know exactly what he's talking about. He was just like, it sucked. It was hot and it stunk. He goes, it stunk, because it is a water treatment plant, like sewage. And so he says, dude, I would go home after, sometimes he would be there for 16 hours because they couldn't find somebody to relieve him. And his uniform would smell, and he would go and wash it, and he's like, try having a girlfriend. Like, he had a girlfriend. I couldn't even go out with her or do anything, and we've been together for several years, but we weren't living together. He's like, and so thank goodness, I didn't come home smelling like poop, from this place. And so it wasn't a desirable position by any means. But he had 2 guards there with him. It was a really big place though, but they weren't really close to him. One was at the front gate and the other one at the back gate where the construction materials and equipment was. He had to work in the old part of the building. So the guy that used to do that, he goes up to him, and his name is Pallur. And that's not his first name. Everybody in the security, they go by their last name. And he was working with another guy named Thompson. And so Pallur tells him, look, I will show you the ropes. I'll show you how to do this. And so he gives him the rundown, whatever. They're walking by one of these big metal, the way he described it was like this big tube, right? And it's just, I don't even want to get into what goes in and out of there. But he said there were these weird scratch marks on it, dude. And he stops and he goes, what is that? And he goes, that's been here as long as I've been here. And he goes, but the lady that trained me said that, those scratch marks came from a giant bird. And so Ed was kind of taken aback by that. He was just like, whoa, that's weird. Now, this guy's not unfamiliar with the paranormal. He lived in a house, or not a house. He lived in an apartment that used to be a motel, right? And it was a rundown place, and him living in an apartment that used to be a motel. It obviously, there was some stuff there. Mm-hmm. He had some issues and he had ghosts and stuff, but I can't get into these people's full encounters tonight. We're just doing the different stories, and we could get into it one day. I will tell Eddie's encounters that happened to him there. He believes that somebody was murdered in his apartment, and that's where he was living when this happened too. So there's a whole bunch of weird stuff there to unwrap. So what ends up happening, he sees these claw marks, but he did say there were 6 of them, but there were 3 and 3. They weren't all together. But they weren't like just spread out either. Like, he said it looked like somebody took 3 fingers on one and 3 fingers on the other, and they dug into this big metal cylinder looking thing. And he says, dude, I don't know what that was. He's like, but I did notice that there was a lot of bird poop, on those walkways. He goes, there's these walkways where you can walk and you go over the top, and there's these huge not canisters, I forgot what he called them, like where they
barrels?
treat they're not barrels, that's where they treat the water. I forgot what he called them. It's been a while since I interviewed
Tanks.
Tanks, but it's the treatment tanks. I mean, he said, and it can be kind of dangerous because there is an area where they have the untreated and treated water where those are open at times, and if you were to fall in there, I mean, you might not make it back out. But he's like, as far as he knows, nobody had ever been that stupid and clumsy. But he did say that it was kind of unnerving because it was run down, it was old, it was in a bad part of the city, and get this, the lighting was crappy. So yeah,
Of
yay. But he did say it was $2 more per hour than the car dealership he was working at before that, doing security there, which he had to go and check and lock every single car. And I told him, I feel for you, because I did that. I actually did that. I used to do that. And it sucked. And I was the only guard that would actually do it. And so they requested me at the Buick dealership, and they were like, we want him because he actually does his job. I'm like, I'm being punished for doing my job. And then they're like, they give you a place to sit. Yeah, it's the little service, little square, like rectangle box that the service people sit, and they get out and say, can I help you? That's where I was sitting. I was like, oh, this is wonderful, sitting on a stool all night for 12 hours a night and locking up cars all night. Yeah. But there's some fun things to it too. You have access to the keys, and so you can actually drive around the parking lot in some pretty cool cars. So I did. That's what I did. The parking garage, though, here's a weird thing about that. The parking garage, though, above that place had 3 vicious dogs, and I nicknamed them Cerberus. And the people that ran the place, they were just like, hey, those dogs are running around up there in the garage. It was a ramp, but there was a parking garage, and there were 3 vicious dogs. They were running around up there. And they said, we leave them up there, every night. And so this is a true story. I'm not even joking. It was 1993 or 4, something like that. And they said, just don't go. You don't have to go and check the parking garage. Just those dogs will take care of anything that's up there. Don't worry about it. And they were like, just don't get too close to the fence. So the first night I was working there, I walked by, and one of them was like laying there, and I look, and it looked like a pile of clothes. So I shone my light on it, and this thing lifted its head. It was a Doberman, and he just like ran to the fence and was like biting the fence. I was like, oh, what the freaking. So over the course of like 3 months, I was determined to like become friends with these dogs. So I started bringing them food, and then they started hanging around toward the bottom of the thing. And I got to where I could reach my hand through and pet them. They were all cool. Yeah. One was like a Roddy mix. The other one, I don't know what he was, pit mix or something. I don't know. I don't think he was a pit. I don't know what he was. And then that one was a full-blood Doberman look-like. But they were all really friendly with me. And I gave them food. And then, when I told the management, I said, yeah, it didn't take long to become friends with them. All you can do is feed them. And then they're going to, and they're like, well, that's why we got you there. You're the first line of defense. Well, okay. But true story, yeah. So I always managed to make friends with animals, but these dogs were really cool. And then by the time I left there, I was really good friends with them. I felt bad for them. They had a horrible life. They just sat there in the concrete, dude.
Yeah,
and then they kenneled them during the day, and then they let them roam around at night. And they had the sores on their,
Aw.
Yeah, I didn't like that. But anyway, that's beside the point. So I told this guy, I said, I know he was working at a dealership there in Houston, a car dealership, and there was a lot of problems, man. And it was a bad area, not a bad area, but not a great area. So he was like, this was an improvement. That's the point. It was like, he was going to put up with it. $2 more per hour. You got to do as many rounds. But you still had to do the D-Techs, and, but he's like, it's better than the car dealership. So here's what happened. He is on his first night by himself, and he decides he's going to walk around, do his patrol, whatever. He's talking on the phone to his girlfriend. And by his own admission, he's like, man, I'm not in the best of health. He's like, I'm not unfit, but I was having some health issues. He didn't realize it at the time, but one of his organs was having a lot of problems, and he ended up in the hospital about a year later for about 6 weeks. But he's now doing much better, and he lifts weights and he's all good. But this incident definitely left an impression on him. You know, it definitely left its scars on him. And so people don't realize like how the paranormal can really affect you. You know, and it made an indelible impression on him. And so I feel for the guy. But talking to him, he's a pretty cool guy. He's an Army vet, everything. So we were talking, and he says the first time I did the round by myself, you know, we had these radios, and it was not radio, the people up front. I'm like, I'm going to do my first patrol. All good, cool. It's still daylight. It's hot as hell. It's 6 in the evening. You know, he does his patrol. There's still some workers there. Next patrol, all good. Same thing, 8 o'clock. And 8 o'clock, they're like, bye, we're leaving. The workers leave. Then he goes, then it gets kind of creepy. By 8:39, it's dark. I remember it's summertime. He's like, and then he goes, I hear this flapping noise that's coming from the back of the property, and I hear it multiple times. He goes, I will do my round. He goes, by midnight, I was like, what is that? And he said it sounded like a bird, but you know how, and he said, I don't know if you can do this, but I don't even know if I can, but like, can you tell the difference between feathers and like bat wings?
I would think that you can.
Yeah.
I mean,
I don't think so. He says he can. He grew up out in the sticks. He said, you know, before that he had lived outside of San Antonio. But I don't know if I can distinguish between the two. I know how the small bats sound because you hear that chirping noise that they use with the sonar. We have a bunch of them. We have a colony here in Austin. They're gone now. They leave third week of October, and they go. But they're Mexican free-tailed bats. We have the largest colony in the world of Mexican free-tailed bats. Yeah, they're illegal aliens coming here, flying over here,
taking our jobs.
Yeah.
I'm gonna build
They're
a
taking
sky
jobs from-
wall.
The bats are coming here and taking jobs from
frogs.
from the frogs, from hardworking American doves and sparrows and little, I call them little chichi birds. I don't know what they're called, and grackles and crows and ravens. Okay, they're taking our jobs,
And
and
these
we got to
Mexican
stop it.
free-tailed bats have been doing this for decades.
We have
It's
no
a
choice.
tragedy.
We need to build a net, a giant,
A giant net.
around this country to keep out the Mexican
Mexican
free-tailed
free-tailed
bats.
bats. Not only that, but you know, I've also mentioned on the show that they're bats with cats.
Yes,
They're a gang. Yeah, they're a gang. You'll see them because
unregistered cats.
they'll fly up next to you and they'll be like, "What are you looking at?" That's it. Don't you know I'm sonar? And you're like, "Oh, okay, sorry."
Meanwhile, we have homeless pigeons on the streets
Yeah,
that they can't find work because
That's
of these Mexican
because of
bats.
these Mexicans, bats. Yeah, whatever.
We're gonna put a stop to it. We're gonna build
It's gotta
a
stop.
big beautiful net.
It's got to stop. A big beautiful net will be the to solve the problem. So Ed decides, he's like, you know, I guess everything's cool, but in the back of the property, I keep hearing this flapping noise. He's like, and in a million years, I never would have thought that I would have seen what I saw. He's like, and the cameras were crappy, and there was no camera back there in that back side. He goes, it was just, oh, there was, but it was no light. It was just darkness. And so he's like, I am forced to walk around this thing. He says, by 1 a.m., he's like, I thought I heard a voice. Or more like actually somebody, like they were trying to speak, but like they couldn't, like they hadn't mastered speech. He's like, it was weird. It was really weird.
Hmm.
And he said, I freaked out. He goes, so I messaged the guys up front and I said, hey, man, you know, I told Pallur, the guy that trained me, I told Pallur, I said, hey, what is this? I'm hearing this weird noise. And he says, you know, I hear that all the time. Just ignore it, man. And then he said his 2 o'clock round comes and, you know, he runs into Thompson. That's the guy that was in the front. He's an older guy. He's like 70-year-old man, but he's in relatively good shape for a 70-year-old. Former Marine, guy's a stout dude. And he's like there to use the restroom. And he tells him, he says, hey, man, he's like, if you see anything weird on these walkways, because there's these metal, I'll explain it to what he described it to me. This metal grates with little octagonal shapes, and they're like they're hollow. You know, like there's just like it's like a grid. You're walking on a metal grid, and it's seen better days. He said at one point where you get it kind of sways a little bit, and he's like, we need to do something about this. And so Thompson tells me, he says, if you see anything weird, like just walk away. He's like, I told him I was hearing things, not seeing anything, but hearing things. He said, if you see anything, just walk away. Is what I do. He said, have you seen anything? He goes, And he walked off. Well, he figured out later on the reason that the guy just kind of shrugged his shoulders is because they easily, one of them could have done that. But they didn't want to do that job. They wanted to be able to just sit in their vehicle and eat Whataburger, and stare at a fence and make sure nobody comes into their perimeter, whatever. They give him the job where he's got to do the detects and hot-footed around and get sweaty and smell like poop and pee and deal with, well, whatever it is that's there, right? Because they know it's there. And they just told him, oh, don't worry about it. It's all whatever. He says, well, he said, it's kind of weird because, we were walking and I saw the marks there. And you said that the lady that trained you said it was a bird, This was on his break. He took a little break, and Thompson watched it for him, and he went over there and was at the front talking to Pallure, the guy that trained him. I don't know his first name, but this guy Pallure tells him, he says, oh yeah, well, that lady's kind of crazy. She's kind of nutty. He goes, well, the weird thing, he goes, why did you not want to work over there? Was it just because, just the detects and all that, and he got the feeling the guy was lying. So about 3 a.m. comes, he goes to do his round, and he figures out why. He gets around that dark corner where he has had the weird flapping noises before, and he looks up, and over one of these waste bins, they have this giant like metal waste bin where they throw a bunch of stuff in. There's something that just flies over it really quickly. And by the light of the moon, he could just kind of see that it's grayish looking in color. And he doesn't know what it is. And he's just like, what the heck? And his flashlight, he goes, I wasn't quick enough. He's like, and I heard what sounded like a slight hissing noise. And there again, it was like something trying to make words. And he goes, and I'm not going to lie. He goes, I was terrified. I was scared. He's like, I did my detects very quick, and I went right back to my vehicle, and I locked the doors, and I was looking around. I was scared. He goes, and I'm over there. I'm calling these guys. Thompson's not answering. Pallure finally answers, and he sounds like he's been asleep, for the last half hour since I talked to him. And he's like, what's going on? He goes, I saw something. He says, yeah, man. He goes, the lighting and, the lack of it, whatever, it plays tricks with you. Just ignore whatever, just downplaying it. And he's just like, this isn't going to help anything. So he debates about calling what they call their field training officers. We call them field captains. He's like going to call them and tell them, hey, we have an issue over here. And he says, I didn't want to sound like a wuss, we're all ex-military guys, our field training officer, he's a former police officer, in Houston, who'd been, in a gunfight one time. Like, he's a tough guy. He's not going to be like, oh, okay, well, let's go over there and deal with it because you're seeing giant bats. He's not that kind of guy. He's like Sam Elliott. He's not going to,
Yeah.
and Eddie even told me, he's kind of looks like him too. I'm not going to bother this man. He's going to come over here, think I'm full of crap, and then maybe pull me and send me back to the dealership. I don't want that. Less money too. And then he goes, and if you stay there for 3 months, they give you another $1. He goes, that's like $3 more per hour and built-in overtime. He's like, I'm not going to give that up. So he goes, I was a little late on my 4th hour. I did it, but I did it. I didn't see anything, didn't hear anything. 5, 6 o'clock comes, I'm out of there. He said, next day, he goes, next day I go in with a good attitude. I said my prayers. He goes, I'm a Christian, He's like, I decided to take my rosary with me because I'm not Catholic. My aunt is, so is my grandmother, and they gave it to me, and so I said, okay. I had just gotten one at Easter, and he says, so I was walking around, I was holding it the whole time, and my grandmother had told me what to say. She was deceased at this point, but she had, used to teach him about, the Catholicism. He goes, and my aunt, she was still around, and I had called her, and she said, this is what you do, say the rosary, the rosary. Everybody's probably been to catechism. So he's walking around. Same thing happens about 2:30, 3 o'clock. He hears a screeching noise and something flapping, and his window's down. This is the third day, right? Second day was nothing happened. It was just smooth sailing. Third day, and he's like, I'm eating like a salad. He's trying to eat healthy, whatever. He goes, and I got so freaked out because I saw something go over the top of my vehicle. I look up, something swooped down over my truck, and then it was gone. Like, it went back up real quick. And he goes, and I started choking. He goes, I knew I had to get out of the truck. I got out and I started basically just, beating my chest, whatever. He goes, and I got the tomato out of my throat. He's like, and I'm on my knees, man. He goes, and I had just hit the button on my radio. So Thompson comes driving over there, and he's giving him assistance, helping him, And he said, hey, man, I saw something, and it freaked me out so bad I almost choked. But then Thompson goes, oh, yeah. He goes, yeah, that happens. And he's like, what are you talking about? It happens. What do you mean it happens? He goes, well, that's happened to us. And he starts kind of, acting squirrely. He's like, well, it's happened to other people here, not me, because I'm a big tough guy, even though I'm 70, I'll kick your ass, But it happens. There have been people who claim that they've seen things and something bad will happen to them. He says, I remember when I was trained, you talked about a woman named Annette that claims that those scratches, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Thompson's like, oh, you'd have to talk to Plur about that. He gets in his truck and drives off real quick. Doesn't want to talk about it. So he goes over there to where Plur's at. And he says, hey, man, you're the one in charge over here. You're the one that has the stripes. They have this system or whatever with sergeants and all that. He says, you're the sergeant here. Be honest with me. What did this Annette lady, did she see something? Because Thompson's alluding to something happened to her. And he goes, dude, she twisted her ankle because she thought she saw something. He's like, you're letting the lighting. He said, yeah, I already heard the story about the lighting and all that. I just saw something fly over my freaking truck, man. He's like, I was getting aggravated at this point. I was about to get a little heated with this guy. And I'm thinking, this guy could fire me or get me kicked off this post. And I'm pushing it, And he said, he's a nice guy, but Puller turns and looks at him. He goes, he does this dramatic glass removal. People don't understand how that works.
Yeah.
You know how it goes. He's like, yeah, well, the lighting and the different, the waves of the earth, the way it tilts the sun, moon. You know what? Root beer, get out of here. You know what? I've had about enough of you, Slim Shady. All right. I'm going to tell you this. You're going to be homeless. You're going to be without a job, living in a van down by the river. You understand? You understand, boy? By golly, I'm sick of hearing about this flying creature. All right? Demons be demoning. Get out of here. That's kind of what I'm thinking that it happened. I'm making a joke. Ed, I told you how it was, right? So Ed's like, great. You know what, man? If I didn't need this job, I'm going to eat my salad. And he walks off, doesn't say anything. He's like, I don't want anybody to say this guy. This guy's a hard nose. He's getting angry. He's like, do your job. Quit asking questions. Stop seeing things. And whatever you do, don't put it in your freaking report. That's what he tells him. He ended up in a van down by the river. So he goes back to do his job. Everything's fine that night. The next night he goes, and it was 3:20. I was doing my rounds a little bit later so I could kind of skip the last one. You kind of just take one off, And he said, dude, I saw it. He goes, I saw it. He goes, and I backed up. And when I saw what I saw, he goes, I radioed these guys and they were asleep. They had to be because nobody responded. He's like, and I see this thing. He said, and I see it rocking back and forth, kind of moving its head back and forth. He goes, what I saw was a light gray. He called it a gremlin. And I don't think that's really an accurate. Here at PRT, we've gotten lots of stories from different people from all walks of life. They've come on the show and talked about it. And we've had people tell us some weird stuff, some really weird stuff. And so Ed says this thing was about 4 foot tall on its, crouched down. And he said, I could see it even though it was dark. He goes, and I had my flashlight. And when I shone my flashlight on it, what looked gray kind of became black. And it had like black with like grayish splotches. Or maybe it was gray with black splotches. He goes, but the black on it was weird. He's like, the black was like the spots that were black were like absorbing the light.
Like Vanta Black.
Yeah. And he says, I didn't know what I was staring at. He goes, I'd never seen anything like this before. He goes, but I know that it was this thing. He goes, and it was kind of like moving back and forth. It was hands down, kind of like how an ape sits, And he had its claws, humanoidal shaped, holding on to the rail, and it was kind of moving back and forth like this. He goes, and it had a beak like a bird, a big, like downward beak. And its face looked bird-like, but almost like if you took a gargoyle demon and mixed it with an avian of some kind, bird. And he said this thing was staring at him, and it had ears like a dog, which was really weird. These upward bent ears, kind of like a cat or a dog. He said, I didn't know which one, cat, dog, whatever. He's like, and the ears were twitching, and his head was moving side to side like that, and it was like observing him. He goes, and its eyes, they were big and red. He goes, and then they kind of closed down into like slits, and it was staring at him, and it made this weird noise, like a clicking noise with its tongue. Like you could hear it going. You could see it moving. He goes, and it had muscular shoulders, muscles, arms like a man. And he goes, and the feet, Wolf, he said this, he goes, the feet were hideous. He's like, they looked dog-like, but deformed, and the toes were all crooked and weird looking, and there were black claws. He goes, and I saw this weird, like, something black over its shoulder. And he goes, and I can't remember if it was his right or left, but it looked like it was sliding up its shoulder and going down the back. And he was like, what the heck is that? Almost like a black slime that was moving independently. And he said, and I'm looking at this thing. He goes, and I'm staring at it. He goes, and it says something to me. And he goes, it was just like a guttural word. He goes, but it was like, it said down. And that was it. And he was like, what does that mean? I don't know. I tried looking it up, and it doesn't really, I don't know what that means. I don't know what that could be. Now, there could be some different translations to that.
If you had to spell it, what would you say? SEDNA?
Yeah, and so
Sedna.
when he said it said Seta, I'm like, because that's kind of what I think the translation would be. Because the way he said it was very garbled. I mean, if you look it up online, it just says it's like a stiff bristle on an animal or a plant. Like it doesn't really have like a. I tried looking up different, whatever, and I couldn't really find anything on it. But then I didn't go hard in the paint on it either. I had a lot going on at the time.
Maybe it could have been speaking backwards. Maybe the word.
Yeah, who's telling the story? Me or you? That's the thing. Why are you interrupting me? I don't know. Who are you again?
Quiet, woman. The man just speaking.
I just wandered in here.
These
I don't
silly
know
women
these
folk
people.
over here hassling us.
We brought you here to clean up the area.
So if you said something like, it's kind of sound like Sedna, like the way you said it.
No, he said it sounded definitely like a T.
Setna.
Yeah, Seta.
Okay.
Like Seta, the way he said it.
That's weird.
And he said that when this thing said that, it jumped down. It plopped down. It was like on all fours. And then it stood up. He goes, and then I realized the black, slimy, whatever it was a wing. He's like, and it was like this weird appendage that were coming off the back. And there was these wings, and they came up. He's like, and they looked kind of bat-like, but they also had what looked like a type of feather, but you couldn't really make it out. But he's like, and I back up, and I'm backing up, and this thing starts crawling toward me, and then gets up, and kind of like the wings are flapping, and it's coming at me. He's like, and all I have is an asp and my mag light. And he goes, and I can't even get to the asp to try to do anything. I'm just trying to hit it with my mag light to get it away from me. He goes, and this creature grabbed a hold of my sleeve of my shirt and tore it. And then as I'm trying to run down this gridded stairway, which is only about 15 feet off the ground. Yeah, still, you don't want to fall from it. This thing swoops by and smacks him, and he does just that. He flips and he falls. And luckily, where he landed was this shallow, treated water.
Oh.
But he landed in it, but it was treated, right? It was treated. And he said that was the luckiest thing that could have happened, because he goes, I just stayed down, and it was only about 2 feet, but it broke his fall enough. But he said it messed up his leg, and he's like, dude, he's screaming and freaking out. He's like, and this thing is like flying over the top of him, going around in circles. And he's like, I'm looking up. He goes, and I just go back under the water. And he's like, this water is nasty. It's got chemicals in it, right?
Mm.
And it did mess up his skin. Like he had to go to the doctor and a bunch of other crap. And But then, you know, when he tried to explain to his superiors and to the people to file a claim, he's like, I made the mistake of being honest. You know, he's like, when I told the guys that I worked with what happened, Thompson said, don't say anything. And Pallur says, look, if you need to go to the hospital, go to the hospital. He did. They called an ambulance. They came and got him because that was the protocol. And it flew away. It flew off. This was only like a week into his stay there.
Man.
And he's like, to this day, he goes, I don't know what that was, but I still am convinced that these people that were working there knew something about it. A lot more than they were letting on. He's like, I tried talking to some of the workers there. And they were like, look, we're not here at night, usually. So I don't know, whatever. The one guy that worked overnight sometimes was an engineer that would come in there and do this and that. He had no idea what he was talking about. He never did get to talk to Annette to find out what she knew. And Pallur was very much a company man. He wasn't going to say anything. He was just going to be like, whatever, I don't know. He claims he didn't see anything and had never seen anything weird. And that he must have just fell of his own accord into the water. And that was his final take on it. These people didn't do anything to help him. In that particular neighborhood, he said his daughter's boyfriend, that eventually became her husband, told him something very strange in that neighborhood, like maybe 3 or 4 streets over. He said that he told him that he was walking home with his bike because his bike had gotten a flat tire because he rode his bike everywhere. And he was walking his bike home one night. And this is like, years before all of this, And when this happened to this guy, he was 50, like I said, 56 years old, and he's retired. He was a retiree. He was 1 year he had retired, And he said, dude, I didn't think it was a postal worker, whatever. And he says, I retired, and this is, the second post I have with that company, and I didn't want a bunch of problems. I wanted to keep my job, but I didn't want to work there. And he says that workers' comp was like trying to deny his claim because it was his negligence. But the company that he worked for actually stepped up and helped him get, paid for his medical bills and everything, which is good. That's rare. Yeah. You're not going to get many companies that are going to be cool and try to help you get your medical paid. So that's good. But he said that this guy that was his daughter's boyfriend was walking his bike one time and he saw what he thought was a gargoyle. Didn't get a real good look at it, but get this. It was Halloween. It was the night before Halloween. He was riding his bike and there was decorations, And in one of these yards, there were these like tombstones, like the fake tombstones. And he saw this creature, which he thought was part of the decorations, and it moved and came around from behind the tombstone. This would have been in 2010. This was like 8 years before what happened to Eddie. Well, he doesn't call himself Eddie. He calls himself Edward, whatever. But, yeah. And then he just like takes his bike, walks across the street, keeps his eye on it, and just keeps walking. He's like, what the hell is that thing? It wasn't real big. He said it wasn't very large. But then again, what if that was that thing as a juvenile? Or maybe it was just small before it had sucked up enough energy to become whatever that demon was that attacked him. But yeah. So that's his story. He's got other stuff that he gave me. Everybody does. But that story there really freaked me out. And I thought, that one's got to go to Halloween. Now, the rest of these stories all that happened on Halloween. The rest of them all were on Halloween. This one was the one that was not. Okay. But the connection there, because it happened in July, what happened to, but the connection there, with his daughter, her boyfriend walking his bike because he got a flat tire in that neighborhood. And I thought that was interesting. It was the day before Halloween. It was the night before, late at night. But So, anyways, throw the link out there if anybody wants to jump on, and we can just do like I can tell an encounter, and then y'all can tell an encounter, and we can just go back and forth if anybody wants to tell an encounter. Most of these other encounters, actually all of them that I'm going to talk about tonight, happened on Halloween. Yeah, and my note says that his encounter was Halloween, and then it has July. So, real good job putting notes in. That was me. I can't blame anybody else. That was my wonderful note taking. So, sorry about that. But yeah, Ed, interesting encounter. Thank you for sending us that. Ed had gone through some health problems. He's doing better now, but his daughter has to get something medical. She has a medical issue. So yeah, prayers for her. But anyways, moving on here. Anybody wants to jump on and join the show, jump on, and you're welcome to. Brian Martinez says I could jump on and tell a story. Come on, tell your story. We do it all the time on Mondays. We're doing it tonight. Here we go. We got somebody already. All right. Your name is Joe. Joe, welcome to the show.
How's it going? How's it going?
Oh,
Ooh, a lot of static.
Your feedback and static going on there, Joe.
Yeah, it sounds really staticky, Joe.
Let's see. Is this better?
No.
Not really.
Like a crackling noise there. It might be your microphone. I don't know what it could be.
Yeah, it's going to be the mic. Let me.
You could jump out and come back if you want.
All right, let's do that.
Okay. Marmar says, I am forging my Leviathan killing sword. I shall name her Flame of the West.
Pretty sick name.
Yeah. So, in the meantime, what did you guys think of? Well, the camera's moved from Tony there.
There we go. I feel bad for this guy because, it's all messed up now.
Yeah, it had gotten moved. So,
Way to go, Anthony.
I didn't move it.
crossbow. That's all I can say.
Crossbow.
We are not getting a crossbow. Okay.
That's your opinion. That's your opinion.
No, that's what's gonna not happen.
That's an opinion.
No, that's a fact.
This is the democracy.
If someone in the household buys the crossbow other than me, you can't stop that. That's not fair. You can't stop me either. Technically.
Yeah.
Technically. You can go cry to Nelly. That's
Mhm.
about it. And I don't even care.
I have ways of making things disappear. I mean, like you look. I can't stop you from buying a
See, folks,
crossbow.
this is what we deal with, folks.
But
This is what we deal with.
if it's in the house,
This is what we deal with.
it's fair game.
Here's the thing, though. As soon as we get the crossbow, I have ways of stopping you from taking my stuff now.
Yeah, he's got a crossbow. So
JL, welcome to the show. What's going on, man? Happy Halloween. And Joe, are you back? Oh, Joe, you still got the staticky problem there, man.
I do?
Joe, say something. Yeah, oh, it's real bad. You sound like you're from, I don't know. You sound like a draconian.
Yeah, and it's like kind of like repeating, like
Message in
with
the
a
mothership.
rhythm.
Yeah.
I'm going to restart
Joe.
my phone. I'll just try to rejoin.
Okay, try back. Come back. JL, what do you got going on, sir?
Yeah, in regard to can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
We can hear you.
We can hear you. You sound good.
Yeah, in regard to the story that you just said about the about this flying thing that happened in Houston.
Mhm.
I was wondering about what part of Houston that was. I had an
Southeast.
experience. South Houston? Okay.
Yeah.
I had an experience about a couple of months ago.
Tell us about it. What happened?
Well, I'm getting a lot of feedback from the system here. Well, a couple of months ago, I was woken up by a screech, like a screech owl. Now, I live in some condos that are just down I'm on the west side of Houston. Let me turn this in. And I woke up from a dead sleep from this like screech owl sounding thing. And I just lay there in my bed at first because I said, that's weird because these screech owls don't come into the city and just, hover around. I've been in here in this part of town for a good while, and I've never had one that's barn owls, these screech owls,
You
come
said
near this
West
area.
Houston?
Well lit.
You said West Houston?
Yeah, West Houston.
So are we talking like Tomball or Katy?
No. I'm talking West Chase, just west of the Galleria area. As a matter of fact, you mentioned the club that you worked at that's right down the street from me.
Which one?
One time on West Park and Richmond area.
I never worked at a club in Houston. I've hung out in
Well,
some
no,
clubs.
you visited. You had a friend there.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, because I've hung out all over Houston, man. East, west, everywhere. So go ahead, Jill. We're here.
Okay, well, anyway, so I hear this screech and it wakes me up. And I laid there for a while trying to, think that, wondering if I really heard that or not. So I hear it again, and it's really loud.
Mm-hmm.
And I have a Sweeney dog here that I kind of inherited from my mother after she couldn't take care of it. And he's very alert. Any little noise, he just wakes up and has a fit about. So this screech was loud enough to wake me up, but I looked down at him, and he's dead asleep. He's not even moving.
Typical doctor.
I wait and I think maybe I imagined it, and then I hear it again. And I sit up and I look around, and the light coming in the window, I have a real light shade over my window where I can see the any shadows that would come in. And just at that time, the shadow goes from the ground up, straight up, just like what you see on my screen here.
Mm-hmm.
You see a shadow go straight up, and it was large enough to where it blacked out the whole the whole window. And the whole thing was that it was just weird enough that the dog didn't hear it. No other dogs in the area heard it. And it made me sit up and being that the thing was that large and shot straight up, I've had other weird occurrences, but nothing like that. This recent in the this close to the city.
Yeah. That's crazy. So one of the things people don't realize, like how big Houston is. Like Houston is massive. Houston has a downtown and an uptown. It's the fourth largest city in the United States at this point. I think that I know LA and New York, and I think that it's about to surpass Chicago. It's about to be the third largest city because everybody's moving the hell out of Chicago. But Houston has some really great areas. Then it has some really rough areas, and I've been to both. And so, one of the creepy stories, your story sounds very similar. I got another one, kind of like yours. My Aunt Susan used to live off of Westheimer, and she was a school teacher for years. And then she worked at the college or TC. She was a teacher at Rice, a professor. Mm-hmm. But she lived off Westheimer for a while. And I remember going there one time, and stayed with her for the weekend because you remember, Anthony, we went to the card show.
Yeah,
the baseball card show, and we met Bob Lilly, and it was a pretty cool show. And they had what was his name? Everson Walls was there. They had some with the Dallas Cowboys, and a couple of the old Oilers. But anyway, it was a neat experience. And so we were there in Houston for a couple of days, and I just remember my Aunt Susan used to stay off of Westheimer, and I went to go visit her, and her neighbor. Because I used to collect these stories of this weird stuff, and her neighbor told me a weird story. She didn't hear an owl, but she heard like a scratching at the back door. And when she went out into the back door to let her dog out, the dog wouldn't go out. And so she's just like, come on, and the dog just stood there barking. When the dog finally started to come in, it walked backwards. Now, that's never a good thing. Obviously, if your dog's walking backwards, that's not their natural state. So they're seeing something. And she says, right there by my shed in the backyard, this was my aunt's neighbor. Like she said that this thing was like black. It just rose up and was gone. But it just like it went like that. And she didn't know if that was what was causing the scratching or if it was her cat that was doing it because the animals were perturbed by this entity or whatever. She had a bird too. It was really cool. She had an African gray, and I remember that bird. And every time I go to visit my aunt, that bird was, always making noise and stuff. And you could hear it because she would leave her windows open, and my aunt would have her windows open, and I could hear the bird like over there just making noise. And so that's the first time I went over there was because I wanted to meet the bird. I was like, I want to meet him, and he was really cool. He just jumped right on me and just told me he loved me. He was like, I love you. I thought that was I'm special. She's like, yeah, if she likes people, he says that he loves you. I'm like, does he like a lot of people? She said, yeah. I go, I didn't
Josh,
expect that.
Damn cheater.
Josh, can I bring up one more thing?
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah. When I was a kid, probably about 10 or 12 years old, I started having prophetic dreams. Not always disasters or anything, but usually I would dream about a place, and then a few weeks later, a few days later, I would see this place that I dreamed about. Well, one time I had a prophetic dream. Well, a dream I didn't know it was prophetic, but it really scared the hell out of me. It was apocalyptic, and what it was that these creatures started combing the countryside. And the one that scared the hell out of me the most was this upright hyena. Now, this is when I was 12. This is probably 1976 or 75, around that time. And that dream was so scared me so bad. I mean, I've never forgotten it. And when I first started listening to you and hearing the Dogman stories, it kind of cued me in that maybe that was something that I had dreamt about, something that was prophetic, something that was going to happen. But it was the Dogman who looked like a wolf. Further along, as I was listening to your stories, you talked about the hyena-looking Dogman. And that just sent shivers, down my spine, because that's exactly what I saw in my dream back, damn near 50 years ago. But I still have prophetic dreams, but they aren't that scary. They're not apocalyptic, but there's still, usually it's like I'll have a dream of a house, and then, a month later or so, I'll be at that house. And it's very, they're usually very clear. I can tell that that's I can walk to different rooms and tell exactly what's in that room.
Did you get a chance to watch the episodes of the Botungan?
No.
The Lake Chad hyena. Was that on Patreon?
Yeah, that one was on Patreon.
So only about 2 or 3, maybe 300 people saw that. The Patreon, man, we put the story of the Botungan, which is this hyena creature from Lake Chad, and we're going to do another one. That's going to be the first. I think that's going to be the first episode of November. It'll be on a Thursday. It'll be a members only on a Thursday, and then the next week on Tuesday will be so it'll be like Thursday. It'll be the members only. Then Tuesday it'll be the Patreon. But that one is the Botungan, and it's a guy named Kareem. Not Karam.
I remember seeing the episode. I did see it though.
Yeah,
I remember.
Because that one, the hyena man.
Yeah.
What's weird is if you were to take Africa is like a huge continent, and it's full of huge countries. You could fit like a bunch of Americas into Africa. And that is the most prevalent cryptid, hands down. The hyena man is the most prevalent cryptid in all of Africa. Now, there's another story we got. We haven't done it yet, and it may end up being a Spotify exclusive because we're trying to build our audience on Spotify, even though we have a pretty big audience already on the podcast. A lot of people are on Spotify, so you get better. What's it called? Anthony's working on
Exposure.
Exposure for sponsorships. So we may do it. We talked about it, about putting it on there exclusively on their platform, but it's the Leopard Man of Botswana. I would say the hyena, and then the leopard is number 2. Do what?
When you had mentioned it, when I first heard you mention this hyena Dogman, it was spotted in Texas.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The hyena, there are 2 places. This is weird. Now, what we've uncovered about this hyena man here in the States is that they're in West Texas, like far West Texas, I think is where they're doing the drilling, a lot of that. And then they're in East Texas. And it's kind of weird. We don't really get many of them around here. But we have gotten a couple, not a whole lot. I can think of 2 off the top of my head, which typically, like the panther people, I can think of about a dozen off the top of my head. Those, I can only think of 2 in this area with a hyena off the top of my head. Now, I'm sure there are others if I go and look at the files, and Tony didn't put it under mummy or something.
It's not under mummy. Come on now. I have a little bit of sense. It's under laughing dogs.
Of course.
Yeah. So the point though is that this creature is seen here too. Now, one of my colleagues, Ken Gerhardt, and he's been on the show, and we've talked about this on the show. And we had a witness that was on, and we were talking to them. One of the things that we uncovered is that there was a type of hyena. A lot of people call it the cave hyena that was in North America, but they weren't really hyenas. They were a type of dog that looked and was built like a hyena, which just goes to show you the level of adaptation that takes place. And what is a very good, what would you call it, form that something takes? It tends to be replicated. Like an arachnid, they have 8 legs, but so do cephalopods, or arthrocephalopods. And so that you start to see the reoccurrence of this. They have 8 limbs. It's very, it's very potent form. Octopus.
Yeah, efficient.
Octopus are super duper duper intelligent. I made a real connection with an octopus 2 times in my life. There was one when I was a kid in Portland, and I'll never forget. It was a sweet female octopus. She was in the little container, and in the little they just had her sitting in this little bin, and I didn't like it. And I was like, why is she there? As a kid, I felt this empathy toward animals, And they said, well, we only have her there as an ambassador. They call them ambassadors. Right? As an ambassador, she's only there during the day. I said, she's very stressed out. I was like 9 years old or 8 years old, and I could feel it. And when I got ready to walk away, her tentacle went up and grabbed my arm. And I'll never forget. And I just sat there like, petting her. They let us pet it, But they won't let you do it unless she would put the tentacle out. So if she did, then you could touch her. Otherwise, they couldn't touch her. This is back in the 80s. But I could look at her eyes, and you could just see the sadness of this creature. This creature is a prisoner, And I like zoos for the animal interactions, but I can see that they're sad. Every day is Groundhog Day for these animals. You get to leave and go do whatever. They stay there and get gawked at for the rest of their lives. And then, I understand some of them are endangered and their habitat's been destroyed and whatever, but people suck and they do horrible things to animals and they mistreat them. Another time we were at the one in Corpus Christi. Tony, remember that? We were at Corpus and they told us a story about this octopus that was getting out. And I remember I was standing there by the glass, and this octopus came right up to the glass and put its tentacles on the glass and was putting its head to the glass. And I put my head to the glass, and I just stared into his eyes. And I thought, these creatures are beyond intelligent, and they don't need to be inside of some kind of an aquarium. They need to be free. And as much as I enjoyed the killer whales at SeaWorld, I'm actually very glad that they have stopped having them there because they don't belong there. They need to be out in the open ocean killing great whites.
Yeah, I seen sharing stuff back in the day when I went to Florida, went to SeaWorld and stuff. It was terrible. I didn't like it either.
I got a pop-up message here that you might want to look at here. Hold on one second, guys. I'm going to leave the sound on. We can continue to talk. JL, you got anything else for us, or did you need to?
No, that was it, buddy. Appreciate your time.
Okay. All right. Thanks, JL.
You bet.
All right. So, Law, it's you and I. What do you got going on here?
Oh, not much, man. I was gonna tell a quick story. When I moved when I moved from Randolph, Massachusetts, I lived there for like 27 years. After I was actually born in Texas, I was born in Fort Worth, and I moved up to Randolph when I was like 3. So I lived there till I was like for like 27, 28 years, something like that. Then I moved to Holbrook, which is like the town over, and there's this place called the Grove. It's like a maze kind of, and I was trying to get to learn the area, you know. So I took my bike out. I went riding around the neighborhood. It was getting dark out, and there's this like dirt. There's like one dirt road in the whole place, and there's like this big pond. It's called the Grove Lake or whatever. It's actually pretty contaminated. They dumped a lot of freaking Baird and McGuire. They dumped like what was it, like dioxin in the water that was in freaking Agent Orange. You can't even take a shower there now in Holbrook. The water's so contaminated. You have to go to the thing and get spring water and stuff. It's crazy.
That's what people are good at, is polluting everything.
Yeah.
It's
like the 13th most polluted place in the nation or some shit. But anyway, I was taking my bike through this little dirt path by the water, and the sun was going down, so you couldn't see very well. It was like in the shade, you know. All of a sudden I see this thing come across the path, and I got that feeling where all my hair stood up, you know. I'm like, uh-oh. I spun my bike like to the side. I'm standing like ready to turn around. This thing walks across the pathway. It looked like it was wearing like a burlap sack, like a potato bag. And it was probably like 3 or 4 feet, not even 4 feet tall. It was like 3.5 feet tall. And I didn't really even see the body. It was so small and in the shade, but you could see like the sack around. It was all misshapen, and its head was angular. It had like sharp angles to it, but it was huge, like a watermelon size. And this thing just trotted across the dirt road onto the other side going towards the water. And I was like, nope, I'm out. I turned the bike around and went right the other way. There's no way I'm crossing the road.
Smart move.
Yeah, I don't blame you. It would be some people, you know, what's funny, Lawrence, is some people that they'll tell me the stories and they'll be like, I saw this thing and I just went over there to it.
Oh, hell no.
And you're just like, why? You know, well, I didn't know what I was seeing. I wanted to make sure that was a werewolf.
No.
I've had a couple people tell me that, and I'm just like, you're braver than me, because I just wanted to get the hell away from it. I'm not going to try and go toward it and go and talk to
it. Hair stood up on my body. I was out.
Yeah, just I've heard some people tell, and some of these people you'll talk to them too, and they will. Well, there was this one guy, I know, Anthony, I showed you, I think Tony too, he had like pictures of these shadows in his house.
Mhm.
I mean, it was really happening. I don't think I've told his story yet. He's from California, but he was just like, I'm not going to leave. I'm not scared of this stuff. I'm just going to keep on. He's like, there's one of them right here, right now. It's just like staring at me, and I'm telling you about it. And I'm like, yeah, I don't know. I think I would stop talking, at least for that.
Yeah.
Probably at least enough time to rebuke it in the name of Christ and be like, dude, get out of my house, you know? But he wasn't doing that. He said, well, I don't know how to make that work. I'm like, you just say it, you know? I mean, it just, but I worked on him to try to get him to be, you know, believe in Christ, and maybe he could get rid of these things, but he didn't seem like he was afraid of them, but he seemed like he was kind of an angry person, but you know, but not in a bad way. I think he was tired of their crap.
Yeah, frustrated.
He was frustrated with their being there and causing problems. And I'm like, I would have been full balls to the wall. Saint Benedict would have been like, where is it at, dude?
Probably feeding off of his negative emotions.
It would have been this right here, folks. I would have been in the power of the name of Christ and the Holy Spirit. It would have been on, dude. I mean, it would have been, you know.
The guy before me was talking about how he used to have prophetic dreams. I used to have like the same thing. I would have, I mean, to this day, I still have them. But it was more like I felt like it was like deja vu. I would have a dream, and then it would happen exactly the way it happened in my dream. I actually had a vision once that saved my life. I was going to work on my bike one day up a one-way road. I was walking up, the one way would have been coming towards me. So they would have been, or the opposite way would have been coming against me, and they shouldn't be driving towards me. You know what I mean? But I got this vision that this car was going to be coming down towards me, and I was on the bike and it would hit me and I went flying and my face hit the ground and all my teeth got smashed out, and it was just like horrible. And this happened while I was awake. I saw a white car and a black car fly down the street and in this vision. So I was like, nope, I'm getting on the other side of the street. So I got on the other side of the street. Lo and behold, like not even a minute later, those two cars, exactly the way I saw it, happened in my vision. It was like an angel, like my guardian angel, like gave me a vision to save my life, I think, that day.
Wow. And so you had deja vu with that?
Oh, not that. No, that wasn't like a deja vu feeling because it happened so quickly. But I've had dreams where it's like years. Sometimes it's like years. I'll have the dream ahead of time and it will happen exactly the way I saw it in my dream, like down to what I'm thinking, everything. It's scary.
It's weird because there are two things that happen during these traumatic experiences. Sometimes when people will have dreams, and Anthony and I had a relative she had prophetic dreams. She's passed away now.
Yeah.
But she would have prophetic dreams, and it would scare the crap out of me when she would come to me and she'd grab my arm and be like, Mijo. And I'm like, yeah. And she's like, I want some ice cream. Thank God. I thought you were going to tell me I was going to die or something, because she wouldn't pull no punches. She'd be like, you're going to die. And she would tell my cousins, would be like, what?
Yeah, she had no filter.
Yeah. And she predicted one of my cousins' deaths, and she warned them,
Wow.
and it was, she didn't have a filter. Yeah. But when she would do that thing where she'd grab my arm, I'd be like, whoa, what's going on here? I'm trying to leave the hall, where we have Thanksgiving, She tried to grab my arm, and I'm just like, what's going on? What? She was like, can you give me some more turkey and dressing to take home? Because she's a little lady at that point. I'm like, oh, thank God. You're not going to tell me I'm going to die. Or something.
It happened to me so many times. Those dreams happened to me so many times. It was like, and it was scary. I would try and stop it from happening the way it would happen in my dream. Like I would try and stop it. And it was like no way to stop it. It would just...
What if that's an alternate reality too? But what I was going to say is, like,
honestly, it felt like I already did it. Like I already lived it before.
It could have been. It could have been in an alternate reality. And one of those people from CERN, one of Dick Richards' people, they're messing with CERN and all that goofy
I know.
stuff.
I was going to say it's pure matrix coding, bro.
It is, bro. I'm going to start saying bro. I'm going to start saying that like, or I'm going to start talking like you,
I'm going to have the accent on it.
Law. So what's funny though, because you said you were born in Texas, but then you got that Massachusetts. You started talking like those people.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, are you kidding with me, man? Are you messing with me, man? Yeah, like you're talking like that. That's funny. I've always had an affinity to Boston.
Well, Parker County, yeah.
I really believe that I might have been there in a past life before my maybe 3 past lives ago. That's what and that sounds crazy. Those are the main ones that I remember, those particular past lives. I have I had a recurring dream for years and years of war, being in war. And this morning, me and my wife were getting ready to go to bed, and we started watching a show about this child. It's a very famous case that believed he was a pilot in World War II. And he started talking about it when he was like 2 years old.
Oh, I've seen that.
Yeah. And it's
He
crazy.
named names and stuff of people.
Yeah, he named names of
Yeah,
the people. Yeah, it's happened many times, man. I read a book called Old Souls years ago, and they talked about that, and the Druze people.
And they show like the pictures of them and everything. I think I remember seeing that.
Yeah, there's a lot of validity to that. And so I had this past life experience that was very traumatic, and I, in the images I saw, it was brutal warfare. Like I was on the Eastern Front and I was killing and eventually got killed. I mean, and it was horrible. It was it was like it was a living nightmare.
Yeah.
And I just was like, I remember like going up to this river, like this kind of creek that came off of this river, and just putting water on my face, and my hands were shaking. I couldn't get them to stop shaking. And then for a split second, I remember being out of my body and looking at myself and being like, is that me?
Mm-hmm.
But then the person that I was turned around and was looking around for me, and I was like, oh, and it spooked me, but I was me, and then I was him. It was weird, but it was like I was also like there was a ghost there, which makes you wonder, like how many times, when you're a kid, you look at yourself in the mirror if you become self-aware enough.
Yeah.
But then we realize now that there are all these people that don't have inner dialogue.
That's weird.
Like they just, I guess they sit there, and then when the programming ends or whatever, they go and they, put on women's skins and dance around outside by the moonlight. I don't know what they do.
It's like 85% of people, bro.
Mm-hmm. That's why we're here together here. It's us people that have the inner dialogue, and then the weird people that are trying to, they're over there with the three eyes. What's going on?
It's why you get the same.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say it's why it's the same 400 here over and over and over again. Yeah,
possibly. I mean,
100%.
Brian tried to get in. There he is.
I think I'm in the live already, Josh.
Okay. So if you guys want to, you guys got some stories to tell. If you guys want to hang out now, and if how much time do y'all have? Because I need to tell another encounter. But if you guys, as soon as I'm done with that, you guys can tell another encounter, because we're going to go back and forth, because we got people that want to hear people's encounters and people want me to retell them.
All right. I mean, my story is probably like less than 5 minutes. That's a really
well. Let's go ahead and hear your story then.
Yeah. Okay. So, I mean, it's really short. It's a gargoyle encounter. I saw something on my way to the gym. It was literally, let's say, it was around this time exactly, about like 3 years ago. So around 2022, I was headed to the gym. It was like about maybe 9 or 10 p.m. And I was already like, I took my pre-workout, so I was just rushing to the gym. And then the gym is literally like maybe like 5-10 minutes away from my place. And I remember going down this specific neighborhood, and it was only like one or two of the houses in that neighborhood that actually had like Halloween decorations. And one of them seemed pretty like overboard. Like it had a ton of like lights, statues, a bunch of stuff. And I remember like just looking over at that house and seeing like this like super creepy like gargoyle statue. And I remember telling myself like how like realistic that thing looked. Like the eyes were glowing. It looked super detailed. Like it didn't really look like a statue. And I told myself, I was like, dang, like these people must take Halloween super serious to like buy such a realistic looking statue like that. So the whole workout, I was just thinking about that statue, like how like realistic it looked, like the details and everything. And I remember on my way home, I was like, I couldn't wait to see it again. And it was gone. Like I didn't see the statue anymore.
So then that kind of confirms it. See, that's kind of like what this guy's, what Edward's son-in-law, eventual son-in-law, saw when he was walking his bike several years before. And he didn't tell Edward about it until Edward. And here again, why so much stuff happens on Thanksgiving? Why does everybody tell these stories at the dinner table? I saw the devil. Pass the dinner roll.
Shit. Yeah.
But he was at Thanksgiving, and it was afterwards. I guess the tryptophan was kicking in, and everybody's sleepy.
It's the red wine.
Well, that's you up in Canada. We're not alcoholics down here. But like, so the tryptophan is kicking in. I don't know what it is, the theanine or whatever. But then he starts telling the story because his daughter's like, yeah, there was this, and she's like, well, Eric saw something too, or Aaron, whatever his name is. I don't remember his name exactly, but he told that story about what happened, and he's like, dude, so it made sense to him. He's like, maybe that was the same thing. But you get these weird things. And so Anthony and I and Nellie were driving through this neighborhood. We were cutting through, and we were headed home, but from the ranch, but we had to answer a noise complaint at this one place where cool enough about that place is that noise complaint is all the time. But the manager there, she believes in the paranormal. And we talked about it one day, and I just threw it out there, and she said, maybe that's what it is because there's nobody there. But anyway, we were driving to that noise complaint, and there was a yard full of decorations. And this thing flew over the top of our car so fast, but I only caught a glimpse of it in midair, and it looked like if somebody was squatted down with wings, like flying. That's what I saw. And my wife saw it too. Anthony was there too. We were like, whoa, what was that? And my wife was like, where did that come from? And I said, well, maybe from that yard over there. I saw these 2 gargoyle statues. When we drove back through there on the way back, remember, Anthony?
Mhm.
They were still there, the statues.
Yeah.
But she was like, are you sure there were statues? I was like, yes, I'm sure. And then there were headstones. So this is something that people have talked about. I mean, this is like, I'm not saying that everywhere you go on Halloween is like gargoyles are going to rise up and attack you, because obviously they knocked this guy into the water. But yeah, I think what you're seeing is real. I think these people are seeing these things. It's very interesting. I'm sure it scared the crap out of you, Brianne, but
Yeah, and last thing I would like to add too is another thing I noticed that I remember vividly was the eyes were glowing, but it didn't seem like LEDs. It didn't seem like something that was like powered by like a light source or anything. It was kind
Like
of like a glow.
self-illuminated.
Yeah, yeah.
How
So
like,
like it wasn't significantly bright. It was just like glowing. And I remember I was like, dang, like that added to how creepy it looked, how realistic. And my whole workout was ruined thanks to that. Like I was just thinking about how how scary that looked.
you know what? You're just like me, man.
That's the worst part right there,
that
man.
is something that really I hate when something bothers my workout. Dude.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Like if I initiate talking to somebody, I'm okay with it because maybe I need to slow down or something. But I hate when people just bother me. I hate that. Like you get a phone call and it's something important, you got to answer. They just keep calling and you're like, oh.
Yeah.
I'll tell them straight up too. I'll be like, look, man, I'm going to be working out while you're talking.
Same place.
So, sorry.
Yeah,
I
I'm the
just,
same way.
Something bothers my workout. That's my time, like of that when I'm doing my breathing. I hate when anything bothers me at all during the breathing, whatever. The only thing that I will do is talk to God. That's it. I mean, literally, I'll pray. And sometimes with my workout, I do pray. I'm like, Christ help me, because I feel like I'm going to fall over dead, because it's just, I have a pretty brutal workout. But the workout thing, that would actually bother me, because you're sitting there going like, and I hate when I got something that I left undone and I go to the gym and then it starts coming into my head and I'm like, ugh. Because as soon as you're done with that workout and all that wonderful pain goes away, you're going to have to go and deal with that situation.
Yep.
Yeah, we get it. Sure. So what do you guys think? You guys on the panel here, and welcome to the panel Under Fire. How you doing tonight?
Hey,
Dick
good.
Richards showed up here. We got Thea. Is that Thea? Is that who that is?
Yeah, in the corner under Dia.
Yeah. Thea, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah.
So what we're going to do we're going to do the first giveaway of the night. The first $50 we're going to give away. It's already been 2 hours. We got to get into this.
Yeah.
So let's pick a couple people here. Let's do this. The top 3 panel, that'll be me and Law and Dick Richards. And we will come to a consensus and pick somebody from the chat. Sean, Thea, and Bran. How about you guys pick the other person?
Sure.
I'll come to a consensus.
Okay, sounds good.
Sounds good.
So I don't know.
First girl to shout out my name gets the $50.
Oh, there you go. That's the way to do it. The first one to shout out douchebag wins $50. It's awesome that you've agreed to do that. You're like, douche! I won the $50.
Douchebag Richards.
I don't know why they would talk like a pirate or Sean Connery, but Sean Connery pirate wins. I don't know.
A lot of people spoke up real quick.
Real quick. So Lola says Dick. That just sounds bad. But I guess you win. Lola wins. So Lola, you won. Look at that. He's like fist bumping there, just like a true comic. They do that fist bumping thing, like Che Guevara. Is that what that is? It's a Canadian. It's a Canadian thing, right?
I'm more of a Roman salute kind of guy, but I won't do it on live.
Yeah, because Roman salute's actually a cool thing, but they've turned it into something negative. So Lola, you win. You win. Dick. You win. Dick.
Yeah. Oh man.
Oh my
Oh no, gosh dang it, that came out totally wrong. What I meant was you win by saying his name. Let's call him Richard. Okay, yeah, shut up. Don't try to get me hemmed up over here. And so you win $50, Lola. So the way you're going to win is you're going to send your information. You can if you know us through Messenger, you can send a Messenger to me, Anthony, either one of us. Don't send it to Tony, because even if you send it through carrier pigeon, it won't matter. He'll smoke it.
Well, yeah.
So how many
It's a
people
giveaways
called me a
email.
douche?
How many people called you a douche? Let me see.
Quite a bit.
Quite a bit. That's how they know you.
I can't see the chat, so
Bluestone called you a douche.
Let's see if we go.
John Sablon did too.
John
Sean,
Sablon, he's the most
Here's the first
veteran.
one.
So you know what? The first one was John Sablon. So John, you're going to win $50 too. I'm going to give you that $50 for that because you called him what he really is.
Call him by his true name.
He's over there
Hey,
just
Josh,
eating.
before I get off,
He does the dumpster diving and then he's eating. He's just doing the eating.
I found 5-year-old cheddar in the dumpster, so it's fantastic.
Oh,
Aged.
That Gruyere has aged quite well. So we got you, folks. So we have John Sablon, and then we had the other one, Lolo. So you guys message us through Messenger. I know both of you, I think, have a way to message me or Nelly or any one of us on the panel, and we will pay you forthwith.
Yeah.
All right.
You got to make sure that you send us your name on whatever platform that you can receive the money on your prize on.
Yep.
Cash App, Venmo,
$50,
PayPal, Zelle, whatever.
All right. So so you guys down there at the bottom, Thea, Brianne, and Under Fire,
Yep.
y'all figure out how you're going to pick your people.
let's see.
Let's go ahead and do two. Y'all pick two people. How about that?
Okay, sounds good. Let's see.
How about
Go ahead.
Two shadows is a long time. Like,
How about we do picking a number 1 through 10?
There you go.
Let's go.
But what's the number? I mean, is it?
How do we share it among without them knowing?
Exactly.
Yeah.
How about we'll make it easier, 1 through 5.
How about somebody say something really funny in the chat? I don't know. It's up to you guys. Y'all's rodeo. You do what you want.
They'll get creative with it.
Okay.
David Buckle, 25.
25.
11D6. Here they just came right out and said it. He goes, I'm going to buy some weed. Oh, well, that's we can't condone that.
Okay, let's see. Why don't we do like a quiz based on the most recent live, like what we talked about?
Yeah, that's
elastic.
That's a pretty good one.
He says something really funny. That's pretty clever. I like that one. Oh, look at this. Lawrence got some good ones.
Yeah, I like Lawrence.
There you go.
Okay, so that'll be the first one. Do y'all agree on that one? The first one?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. We got that one then. Okay, so
That one's
Lawrence
good.
will be the first one, and then the second one. You guys make up y'all's mind what you want to do. Got a bunch of funny comments there.
Hey, before I get off of here, Josh, I wanted to ask you, what are your thoughts on like seeing like lechuzas or like owls? Like, do you think there's any significant meaning to that? Since I am like Mexican and in my family, that's like a big thing. Since every time we see one or there's one seen by one of my family members, everyone starts like talking crazy.
Yeah, there is a lot of, the thing is, though, we found a little baby owl the other day, and we brought it on the show. He was a cute little bigger, and he was very sweet. And the people that at the sanctuary told us, they were like, that's weird that he didn't try to claw you or bite you or anything. And his recovery, I actually have an update on that, on his recovery. Let me do it real quick here. Let me see if I can find it. You guys, though, pick a person here, and I'll be looking for this.
Let's see.
Stanfield had a pretty good comment.
There he is.
That's
That's
him.
him. That's the owl right there. That's him at the sanctuary now. He's doing better. They fixed his wing. He had a little minor surgery. And they named him Wolfie. That's a pretty cool thing.
Wolfie.
It was a burrowing owl, Amy.
It's a burrowing owl, yeah. And there he is. He's sleepy, little guy. They've been giving me updates on him.
Well, Tito gave a donation.
So it's called the place we turned it over to. Thank you for that donation. We turned it over to allthingswildrehab.org. We're going to do a little fundraiser for them later in the month, in November, the middle of the month. So we're going to be donating some money to them, allthingswildrehab.org. And that's where Wolfie the Owl now resides.
That's awesome.
Sweet little guy. He was the best. He really liked us. He was cool. He didn't, and they were like, he didn't claw you or bite you. No, he didn't. Yeah. But animals don't. I've had people bring really, really aggressive dogs to me, and then the dog just, when Bentley, Dee's dog that he had. Yeah. Now your dad's got him. Mm-hmm. But he was growling at everybody and acting weird, and Nellie was like, "Whoa!" And he backed up. I just got him, took the leash, and started walking him. Mm-hmm. And he just sat there and looked up at me, and we hit it off. And Bentley's great. I mean, and then your brother had him for about a year.
Yeah. So
he's a good boy. I'm glad that he didn't, because he almost ended up in the kill shelter. And they were going to put him in the kill shelter, Del Valley. They're like, "We're going to take him to Del Valley." We're not taking him there. We're not doing that.
That's horrible.
Yeah. But that's the workers there. They didn't know what to do with them. And they were just like, "We're going to take him to the shelter." And I'm like, "Which one?" But the Austin shelters are full because there are no kill shelters. So if you ever decide to get a pet and you're not looking for a specialty dog, like a cow dog or something that you need, consider adopting. That's what we've done. We've gotten lots of really good animals. We've taken animals like Banjo. It was great. We found him at one of our job sites. Poor little guy was abandoned. Oh. And he's the cutest little dude. He got his little sweater today. I saw him wearing his little sweater. But yeah. So what did you guys? So Brian, Bounce. What did you guys decide? Sean, who did you want to pick? You and Thea.
I'll let the new guest decide because I kind of decided the last guy. So I think that'd be fair.
Okay. All right, Thea. Who do you want?
Let me see. It's something really.
You have the power.
But I don't want to butcher his last name. He was the one with the turkey dressed up as a goblin.
What was his first name?
David.
Oh, David Buchholz. Yeah. Yeah, I think he's earned it with his corny jokes.
Yeah, so we got David Buchholz. He's a paratrooper for sure. So then, David, you just won $50, courtesy of Thea. All right. So who did we all get there? We got
Lolo, John Sablon, Lawrence Cowley, and David Buchholz.
David Buchholz. So we got four people. That's $200 we've given away. Right. Mm-hmm. So Thea, did you have a story you wanted to tell?
Yes, I did. I had a story. Well, I live over here in Houston.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, Houston again.
Yeah, I'm not too far from where I used to live in Cyprus. Mm-hmm. And it was funny because when I was little, I visited that area. And at that time, it wasn't heavy populated like it is now. Cyprus is a monster now. And I remember
Cyprus has gotten huge, man. It is never meant to be that big. But yeah.
But when I went there, it was like pure country. And I remember an old pastor that lived there. And we went to go visit, and, he had his horse, and we got to ride his horse. And I said when I was little, man, when I grow up, I would like to live here. Well, what ended up happening is I ended up moving there without realizing that that's the place that I asked was when I was little. And it used to be a big ranch. And the owner, what he did was he started, selling lots and having people move in, build their houses and stuff. But the homes were not really close to one another. They have like half an acre on it. And I remember we just moved in there and it was 2003. The area that I was at didn't have a street light. And I remember at that time, I used to do a lot of digital art, and I love doing digital art. Mm-hmm. But at the same time, I would keep my husband at the time awake because I had the computer in the room, So he was like, "I can't do this no more." I said, "Okay, I got you." So what I ended up doing was I ended up moving my computer into my closet. Mm-hmm. And my closet connects to, at the time it connected to the garage. And then the laundry room too connected to the garage, and we had chihuahuas, and it was in the winter time, but we would leave them, in the laundry room because they were little turds, but we would have the door cracked open. So if they had to go to the restroom in the middle of the night, they could go over there in the garage and we just pick it up in the morning. Well, it was like 3:00 in the morning, I remember. And I was over there just, just drawing on the computer. And all of a sudden, I'm hearing these dogs just going wild. And I'm like, what the hell is going on? And they were just going, louder and louder. And then I kept on hearing, like in a distance, like somebody crying. And I'm like, what the hell? So then I heard it like in the front part of the garage, walking to the side of the house, because it was my closet, and then my closet was connected to my bathroom, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it was like walking in that perimeter, and then it walked all the way back to my bedroom window. And I I remember walking into the bathroom, and I had one foot in my room and the other one in the bathroom, and I'm listening to this woman crying. And she was crying with such lament. And it was just, how when somebody cries so much, they start to hyperventilate.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I was there for a good minute. Her sound, I kid you not, her sound filled up the whole room. I mean, when I tell you it was loud, and that hyperventilating, And I looked at that man sleeping on the bed, and I'm like, God, dog. I said, you hear all this racket and you not wake up. And then I was looking at the window. I said, you know what? I said, do what you got to do. As long as you don't cross over here, we're all good. I'm not even going to go searching to see what you are. You stay over there, and I stay over here. 2 minutes later, it left. I told my friend I left next door. I told her. And she was like, Cynthia, it was probably a cat. I said, no, it was not cats. Because cats are not going to do that big old, that lament, that hyperventilate, and it was deep. And that place, I tell you, that place that I used to live, it was wicked. It was wicked. You would sleep in the bed and you would feel something ram into the bed and make the whole bed shake. And I used to tell my husband, I said, there's something in this house. He said, no, you crazy. I said, look, I feel something ram into the bed. Nobody's home. And it rams into the bed.
Mm-hmm.
The girls are in the room, or you're sound asleep still, and somebody rams into the bed and makes the whole bed shake. He said, you lying. I said, okay. I remember sitting down outside one day. That man come running. I felt it. I said, of course you felt it. I've been telling you this whole time. And you not believe me. And it's weird because you would think that Cyprus is a chill place. But that area, I'm telling you, there's something wicked in that area.
There are places that are just connected to the darkness.
I think it was mostly connected to the land.
Yeah, it's connected. And what I think happens is that we've had civilizations rise and fall. These were portals at one time, maybe, and the energy's still there, or something dark happened there. Blood and emotions will saturate the environment.
Mm-hmm.
There are even places where cougars or lions or bears or whatever will kill, and they'll have a den. And if you go into that area, and you can feel the energy of those deceased animals. And there's something there that just becomes a darkness. And I think that's also why animals, the predators, they don't really stay in those areas permanently. They'll make a few kills and then they'll move on because it becomes polluted, with that energy, that dark energy, because these demons, these entities, the archons, they feed on that. They gravitate toward it, them and all of their children. They eat that sadness, the fear. It's a whole long thing, but I mean, I get what you're saying. There are places. You remember in Star Wars, it was Empire Strikes Back, when Luke was like, "What's over there?" Like he could feel it, and Yoda just was kind of playing with his stick, and he's like, "That place is strong with the dark side." Yeah. He was in Dagobah, and he went in there, and Vader just kind of steps out in front of him. And as a kid, I'm watching this, and I'm like, "What? How did Vader find him?" And then I get immediately click. Like the first time I saw the movie, I was just a little kid, and I was like, "Oh, that's not Vader. That's." So when he defeated him and then his mask blew off and Luke looked down and saw himself, he was literally confronting the darkness within himself. And that darkness was calling to him because it wants to make you part of the tapestry of the dark side. It really does exist. And, Lucas, and I'm not going to get into a big old thing about it, but he was on the same campus where Timothy Leary was like, drop in. What is it? Drop Drop
Oh,
out, drop in.
drop in, drop out. Yeah.
Yeah, drop acid, basically drop out of school. He had at least one of those things, right? I'm not gonna tell you which, but he was, you know, Lucas. I'm pretty sure that he got that same momentum from that and those ideas, because I remember watching an interview with him years ago. They were kind of pressing him to tell where he got the idea for all of that, and he just says, "Well, you know, I was working on the campus. You know, at the same time, all these people were saying, hey, take acid and discover the real reality.' I think he did. That's my opinion. I mean, you know, but there are places that are strong with the darkness, and that's where a lot of times these satanic cults do. They'll find them and they'll build on them and they'll use them. Carns as they are, you know. But is that your story?
Yeah. Question for you. You know how you were talking about past lives?
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever had a dream like you're dreaming of something and then in the dream you end up getting killed and you see all black? And then my question is, could it be possible that it wasn't us say it wasn't us who saw that death? It was actually one of our ancestors, and for some reason it recorded into the DNA, and then it passes on to us, and then we actually sometimes are able to dream it up and see it, how one of our ancestors have passed away.
That might have been exactly what's happened to me, because I've had one and only one dream where I am not myself. Every time I dream, I'm who I am now. But I've had thanks.
Exactly.
I think you can also resonate, and like if you resonate at the same frequency as what happened to somebody else, you can pick up on it.
Yeah, but
I think it's several things. Yeah, I think. Sorry, go ahead.
But the one dream I've had where I was someone else, I was this Native American guy, this person, and I was in the middle of fighting these. It was me and a band of others like myself, and we were fighting these what looked like cowboys, and it looked like somewhere like way out in West Texas, but we were fighting, and then they got the upper hand, and we had to retreat. We retreated on horses, and we came across this cave, and we got off our horses. It ran into the cave, and I took cover behind this rock, and I thought, like after I was behind it, I poked my head up, like thinking that okay, we're good now, and I see one of them, and he throws a hatchet, and like just slices my throat open in the dream, and I lay on the ground, and I'm bleeding out into the sand, and I see this happening, and as I'm bleeding out and dying, everything is slowly fading to black. It's like the edges of everything just start to go to black, like a vignette. And but the strangest thing about that is that as like the life was leaving me in that dream, I felt very peaceful, and I wasn't afraid, and I just accepted it, and I was like, okay, this is over, but that's okay. Whatever happens, it happens.
Yeah, you feel relieved.
Yeah. That's the sense of relief.
That's how I felt when
like
I was
a burden weight off of your chest, you know.
Yep.
Jeez.
Is that you felt, Josh, when you had that World War II one?
Yeah, I had a dream, and these soldiers came over the top of where I was at, and like I just looked around, and everybody was dead or gone. You know, it was just like I was the last person in that hole. You know, and it wasn't a hole; it was just like I don't know how to describe it.
Dugout.
Yeah, like a dugout, and I just looked, and I was like, "Well, this is it." And I just had like maybe a few more rounds, and I managed to like clip a few people, and then for some reason I didn't even bother firing anymore. I was like, well, what's the point? It's a pointless, you know. There were just swarms, like it's like imagine being just overrun with everybody screaming and yelling, and it was just Russian screams, just screaming and yelling.
Wave attack, pretty much.
Yeah, and there's nothing you can do. And I just remember coming out of my body, and I watched them stabbing me, and then the other corpses were basically there. They were being stabbed too. They had taken their bayonets and just started stabbing, you know. And it was overkill, obviously. And I was just like, this is crazy. This is madness. And when I go up, I could see the T-34s lined up and they were all rolling, and there were soldiers down, hunkered down in between the tanks. And you could still see like the tracers, and you could see the bullets skipping, and you could hear the, So there were people behind us that were coming up and were fighting, them. But I just remember thinking like, this is it's lopsided. It's, we're not going to win this. And I just remember being very sad about that too. Because you would think, when you pass away, like you're done. That's it. You're not connected to that anymore. It's over. But then I remember thinking it was a very sad thing.
Yeah, you care about your people and your homeland. Who have to deal.
And of course, we're starting to figure out now that things weren't as the way that they seemed either. But when I was a kid and I talked about this, I got spanked. I had my mouth washed out with soap. I had my hair pulled, and I had my head thrown into a sink, by teachers that were evangelical. And because I was talking about being a German soldier, they brutalized me, basically was blaming me for sympathizing with the Holocaust. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, I was a little kid. I didn't know anything. I was just repeating what happened to me. And one of the teachers there was this absolute loon, and she grabbed me by my hair. This is a private school, so they got away with a lot of crap. And she drugged me down the hallway and put soap in my mouth. The only time I've ever had zest in my mouth, and made me wash my mouth out with soap. And then they gave us this project to do. And because I had put the German flag, the Japanese flag, and the Italian flag, that was my job. My job was that was me. That was what I was in that project with those kids. That was my job, to put their flags on there. And I kept thinking there was this weird familiarity with it, And I was like, what is this? This is bizarre. But you're taught in that school to hate them big time because they did things to Jewish people. So you're just told these are bad people. They did bad things. And it's just drilled into your head. And they put like this premium on them over Christ even. It's like, it's weird. Like these people, it's like they worship them or something.
Controls the church.
I raised my hand and said some things like, I don't really agree with this. I think this is... The teacher goes and grabs me and takes me before the whole class. And she's like, remember, this is a person that has demons, that has put the idea in his head that he once was one of these people. These are demonic ideas. In front of the whole assembly, the whole school and they sat there, and I was crying. And they were all supposed to be laying hands on me to pray for me and stuff. And then like hardly anybody talked to me for like 2 weeks because I was some sort of outcast because I said these things. So my mother was like, don't talk about this. She goes, you've been talking about this since you were a child. Don't talk about it. So I was told to not talk about it. And I said, okay, fine, I won't talk about it. And then gradually, as I got older, it just kind of faded away. But the memories came back when I was in my 20s. They came back. And it may have been because I had these two German roommates. And one of them was black. Y'all know Jerome. I mean, Jerome's one of my best friends, and he's half black, but he's from Germany, and he had past lives. And so one day, him and Otto, we were sitting there talking about our past lives, and, it was weird. We were all like talking about this weird past life. And Jerome had memories going back in Prussia, not Russia, Prussia.
Yeah.
And so when we started talking, but he was from Bavaria, he wasn't from Prussia, so it was bizarre. And then Otto had these weird dreams, but he was Romanian. And we were all like, wait, because there was this unit that was connected. And then later, your stepdad, Tony, he believed that we had all been there together. And then Roger, my friend Roger, who committed, he unalived himself in 2011, but he believed it too, because we all started having these dreams collectively. And we all were like, maybe we were together, in this.
Wow.
And there's a whole lot of stuff that happened and freaky dreams that we were having. And I don't know, man. It got real for me, And so, yeah, when I open up to somebody about it, they may think I'm crazy or whatever. And you got to be careful who you make friends with, because they'll use it against you. And they definitely have used it against me. But I just came out on the show when Daniel Borzon was here, and I just broke down and I, told what I knew.
I don't think it's crazy. I had I used to have crazy like visions when I used to have night terrors where I was like not in control of my body, but I was having visions at the time.
Mhm.
Like, and the things that I saw were like, I don't know. Maybe I'll tell you about it in private. It was.
Yeah, we could talk about it in private, and then if you want to talk about it, because people will tell me stuff all the time, and then ask me not to repeat it, and then later they'll change their mind or whatever. It's all good. Whatever you want to talk, and I can retell it for you, and anonymously, or you can decide what you want to do with it. It's however you want to do it. You guys already know. I'll retell your encounter correctly. I'm not going to mess it up. So
it's just kind of interesting because it goes along the lines with like the German stuff, the things that I saw. So I'll tell you about it later.
Yeah.
Just real quick, someone's causing feedback. So if you're listening to us and you have speakers on or something, maybe you can turn it down or mute your microphone if you're not speaking, please.
Yeah, so whoever's in right now, if you guys don't mind, I could tell the next encounter that I got.
I just want to add one thing about the past life thing that I found really
No,
weird.
we're not going to do that.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
You just accept it immediately.
Under fire, you're a good guy, man.
You know I'm messing with you, dude.
Say what you got to say.
So I've done a lot of research in some of this stuff. One thing that's really interesting is this guy who did these past regressions. He had someone from like Texas, it's in the States, and this guy began talking about a past life in ancient China. In ancient China, it's like some Chinese peasant working in a field. They had another person from, like they're American, but they had like a past life in Egypt. Because what triggered them to come to this therapist was because they went to Egypt, went to actually one of the pyramids, and began reading the hieroglyphics. And they had a person who was leading the tour come out and freak out. And I'm going, how do you know to do this? I spent 20 years. I can't even read this as well as you do. So, and again, I'm sorry, Richard. I know you got the views and stuff, but the evidence is just so overwhelming at this point.
What the hell do I know, bro? What the hell do I know?
Isn't it? Because it could be, there's a whole thing, again, there's so much speculation about this stuff, but it's just like, there's so much more complexity to reality than what we think. And it really sucks. So much knowledge has been taken away, suppressed. And
it might have something to do with the people having living again after the 1,000-year reign of the Messiah. I don't know.
You know what's weird about that too, and Guy Anderson and me were friends, and he's written several books on this. But he's one of those people that believes we're living in the little season, like that the time of Christ has come, and
that's my view.
The devil has been loosed upon us, and there's a lot of weird stuff. Because when I was a child, and Anthony, you remember we were playing Monopoly, and Armando, our old co-host, he was there at my mom's house because he lived in Tomball at that time. So did my mother, and we were all sitting there, we were talking, and I remember my mother telling Armando that one of the things I said when I was a child, I used to say weird things all the time, and kids will say weird things, and people will just go, "Whoa, that's weird."
I still do.
I still do. But I would say things like, "Well, Christ has come," and my mom would be like, "Okay, Christ has already come, but he's going to come back." And I would say things like, "Well, the devil rules this world." I was a little bitty, and I would run into people at the grocery store. My mom would be talking friendly with them or whatever, and I'd be like, "They're of the devil." And the mom would just be like, "Shut up! Why are you saying that? Why is your 3-year-old or 4-year-old saying these weird things?" And you remember she was telling us, she was like, it would embarrass her sometimes. And there was this one guy who turned out he had done something to his stepdaughter. I was like 4. Like, how did I know anything? And when he tried to smush my head or whatever, like touch my head, and I went like that. You know how in the little grocery carts you had you could put your kid in there and your little legs are dangling out. He tried to touch me, and I was like, and I started freaking out, and I hated him. And so when he tried to touch my head, I reached up and I pushed my finger into his eye, and he backed up, and he's like, "You little soul." He got mad. Well, he went to our church, and my mother was like, when they found out, it was 2 years later, I was a little kid, and she was like, "You knew." I knew. I automatically knew. And there would be animals that would, and I've always been really close with animals. And there was this German Shepherd that bit my sister because Well, my sister's she needs to be bit by a dog. But then, you know, she bit my sister on the face. But that same dog, like they were like, that dog's horrible. You know, they go outside and I'm laying on her asleep, and I'm laying with the puppies out there. I'm sleeping with them, and my dad kind of needled my mom about it. He was like, "See, you know, because." He's this weird. He's got this thing with animals. You know, I've had squirrels, and Anthony, you've seen this. Tony, you too. Squirrels come up to me and just jump on me and like just sit there on my shoulder. And I've had birds do this. I've had squirrels. I've had all kinds of animals come to me. My wife likes this story that I had when I was in California. I was camping. I was by myself, and I was just kind of drifting, you know, and I was headed slowly, making my way up to Washington to work on a cherry farm because my dad did it when he was young and said, this guy's cool, man, whatever. And I said, okay. So I was making my way up there. So I spent 2 days in Northern California, and I was by this creek, and this whole area was just infested with chipmunks. And I had been in Bishop, so I had this cheese bread from the mule days, right? And so all the way up to Northern California, and, you know, and I had this cheese bread, and it was really good. And I had just a little bit of food, and I was sitting at this picnic table, and this couple comes up, and I remember this big burly red-haired guy, and he says, you just got to smack them away, man, because those chipmunks, they'll eat all of your food if you let them. He goes, but if you wave your hand at them, they'll go away. And I was like, okay. And so they were begging, you know. And so I started giving them little pieces of bread. Next thing you know, there was like 20 of them, and they were going up and tugging on my arm and stuff. And when I went to sleep, I had pitched a tent, and I slept in the tent by the creek. I woke up, there was like 10 of them in there sleeping with me. And I didn't have the heart to make them get the heck out or whatever. And there was one of them, I really wanted to take him with me because he wanted to go with me. I could tell he wanted to go with me. He crawled into my rucksack, my sleeping bag. And I was like, I'd shoot him out. I said, I can't take you, man. A few years later, I went back. And I went to that same area, and I swear the same chipmunks came out. They didn't want anything to do with people I was with, but they were skittish of them, but they were coming to me. And my friend's girlfriend was like, she's like, it's like they know you. I said, I think they remember me. I was like, you know, it's 4 years later. And wow. I don't know. Maybe it was their descendants. I don't know. But I was able to feed them. And finally, I was able to pick them up, and she was able to hold one. But he kept trying to get away from her. But I've always had that ability, like that. You saw the owl, like he wasn't running away. He wasn't biting and clawing. And I have picked up wild cats at my cousin's house, literally out at our ranch. They used to live behind us. And they were like, don't touch those cats. They'll claw you. They'll attack you. They're wild. They always attack the kids. And I just picked one up and just started playing with it. And they were in shock that the cat didn't try to claw my eyes out. They just went limp and was like, okay. Because I think animals can pick up on your energy. They know if you're a bastard. They know. And so, you know, it doesn't hold water when people try to sell these bad things. I'm like, really? Because animals are better judge than people are. You can trick a human by being a lying shit, but you can't trick an animal. An animal is not going to believe you. It knows your energy.
Yeah, we give off like a 15-foot electromagnetic aura, 20-foot or something like that from your heart. It's like a toroidal electromagnetic field, just like the Earth.
Mm-hmm. And animals will know if you're harmful. The reason I don't hunt anymore, because I've killed 2 deer, I've shot 2 deer in my life. They walked right up to me, and like they weren't like scared, and I was being pressured. I was 11 the first time, and they were like, this deer was right there, and they were just like, do it. And I cried for like 2 weeks, and my dad was just like, oh, you sissy, you know, whatever. My uncle was kind of like, they thought I was weak because but I was like, it's not fair. Like that animal came up to me because it didn't feel afraid. And so it happened again when I was, later on in my teens. But I made sure that we ate and used every part of it. I just said every year after that, I said, I can't go. I can't do it. I don't want to hunt. Not that I'm, weak or anything like that. I just can't do it. And I'm eating very limited beef, even though my family comes from cattle people. I just have a hard time with the whole beef industry. It's just the way it is, the way they do it. And I don't like kosher or halal butchering at all. I think it is the animal suffers.
Not to eat the meat of tortured animals, but they do anyway.
It's meat sacrificed to the idols, and it's an abomination to the Lord thy God.
It is. And I
They
stand by
sacrifice
that.
the meat to they sacrifice the meat to Satan.
Yep. And people don't want to hear that, but you know,
Straight
BMR,
up.
what's going on? BMR, how you doing? Happy Halloween. So we got to do the other giveaway. We got a couple more people in the chat here. Excalibur, are you in the chat? Yeah, I see you got the German Shepherd. I used to have a German Shepherd look kind of like that. So how are you doing tonight? Are you there?
Who, me?
No, Excalibur. How do you say your name? RK Mangoes? Is that what you're calling yourself?
Yeah. I believe you're the guy that had Speakeasy here the other night, and that's how I found you.
Yeah, welcome.
Yeah, I heard your two dissertation with one another, and the way you talked, you sound like you may have some answers for me. And I'm into cryptids. I think it's really cool. I think that there's some things about the paranormal that should be paid attention to. And when I was hearing your guys' story, I got one to share, and I would like to hear interpretation, because this has been something that I will never forget when I was a little kid. I want to preface this. I do not know which direction this is going to go. I promise you I'm not trolling. I only told this story to one person, and I was dating, and she was a Wiccan, and I told her about this because she was into that stuff too. And she told me it was like a demon and the forces of evil wanted me. And well, it's like when I was like, and I told her that, and this is when I was a kid. Remember, I used to see this figure, and when I mean like a kid, I was 1.5, 2 years old, and I remember I seen this figure, looked like a humanoid creature. It had a body of a man, and it was always on like a canoe-like structure going down the road. And I would see this thing often, even in my dreams, even when I was awake in the broad daylight. And his head was shaped like, like those bull skulls, you know what I mean? Like those skulls that you see and has horns. It had that head. And when I've gotten older, it went away. But there's times that I still pops up in my head now and then, like remembering. Does anybody have a clue what that means or what that is?
Well, Richard, Law, Under Fire, you guys want to take a crack at this before I do?
Well, I saw a similar thing in not sure exactly what year it was. It was when I lived in Barrie, Ontario, when I walked by a one of those cash for money places, and the woman behind the counter had an ox skull, like a rotten ox skull for a head. So yeah, I can sympathize with what you saw there, pal, and it's terrifying.
Did it
do
anything?
I like to, my apologies for being rude. I would just want to make this very clear. It wasn't like I was looking at a person and I saw this figure manifest into it. I'm talking about like out of thin air. Like it just appeared out of nowhere and it was just gliding. You know what I mean? Like, I just want to make that detail very clear.
Was it coming towards you? Was it trying to interact with you at all, or you just see it going by?
It was just going by, like it was running perpendicular from my angle. You know what I mean? If I was looking in front of the, like, there's a street, front yard, I was at the door, I would see this thing go down the street. You know what I mean? Like it'll pass where I was standing on the street, like a car driving, passing by.
You see it multiple times?
Yeah, multiple. A lot when I was a kid.
Yeah, and it never talked to you, never did anything. You just always saw it going by you, and that was it, right?
Yeah.
Well, it seemed to connect it to you somehow because you're having it come in your dreams, but it's not directly like asking for you for anything or trying to lure you into anything. So that is interesting. I don't have a particular clear answer. You never saw red glowing eyes or anything like that?
No. Only thing of red glowing eyes is that when I was also a kid, I was older, like 7 or 8. I saw like these big black cats with red eyes and gnarly teeth jumping up in the air down the street. Like I get weird. I know it, you know, like you keep these things quiet because it sounds weird to people, but it seems like I'm in a circle where, you know, this is where a good place to express these kind of things because
For sure.
I have had a lot of weird dreams when I was a kid, a lot of weird dreams, and I don't have a shaman or a Wiccan priest or a medicine man that I can go to figure out what spirits these things are, because every time that I have some of these weird dreams or I see figures, it like, I understand it's weird, but it's like this
I
feels
don't think you want to go to
familiar.
a shaman or a
Familiar.
ritual anyway, really.
Well, I don't want to go to them because I don't know them, but it feels familiar, like the energy, the vibe of what
Like almost
it
know
just feels familiar.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
almost them from the past, which is I've heard reports about some stuff like that, but pretty much the idea from like James Barley talks about a whole bunch in the show, people will come into the life and it's almost like a welcome committee of hostile entities. Saying, oh, we know exactly who you are, you're just this person in this life, but we remember you from the other lives. We know what you're here for, and we're going to try to stop you. So perhaps that's possibly what they are. They're there to try to stop you or mess around with you, or you could just be in an area where there's that type of activity, and you're just able to see it. It's sensitive, other people can't. But I want to hear what Josh has to say too.
I think what you guys have pointed out is pretty spot on. I mean, seeing these things can mean something, but it can also just mean that you were on that wavelength, you know, and the entity is there. It's just there. There's simply no real rhyme or reason other than the entity came through a portal, or it was just there because that area is bad, you know, or maybe you weren't allowed to get a crossbow because somebody who thinks they're in charge of money tries to not let you have it, you know. I don't know. That's my own take. I'm joking. Kidding.
What's
I
really
could get a crossbow
interesting,
if I wanted to get one. I'm just being nice because we're on a budget. But, you know.
You get the spear, man.
We're not scared
really
of any
interesting-
wet noodles or anything, I promise.
So
What's
here's the
really-
thing.
Go on, sorry.
No. You go ahead.
What's really interesting with the gentleman in the orange shirt was I don't know your name, man.
John.
But what's really interesting that when I was a little kid and I told about like the rotten bullhead skull, it was actually in an area that had a lot of activities. Like, I'm from Ocala, Florida, and if anybody knows about like some of the paranormal, that is a hot spot in Florida, in Ocala, because of a lot of tragedy happened. And I can go into great detail of that local area. I don't live there no more. I live in Nebraska, you know.
I spent a bunch of time in Ormond by the sea, right next to Daytona.
Well, there's a witchcraft town called Casadega, which is like 20-30 miles southeast from Ocala. It's called Casadega. They actually have a thing called Ash Pond where they, you know, dump the ashes of their dead relatives and found by German immigrants in the 19th century. But yeah, I mean, like down there in the area that I'm from, there's a lot of people who are into the occult.
Mm.
And there, in those kind of places too, man, you'll find a ton of different activity of all types. And paranormal, one of the things that, you know, I get some hate and you know, and I've gotten a lot in the early days about, you know, people telling me to stay in my lane, don't talk about ghosts, or the cryptid people telling me to go talk about ghosts, not cryptids, and they're trying to keep it pure, like keep it separate. And I'm like, that is the worst thing you can do. This is all related. It is all related. There are places, tons and tons of places, not just here in the United States, but all over the world, where the activity overlaps, different types of activity, whether it's UFO activity, Bigfoot, Dogman, you know, whatever, ghosts of all types, spirits. This thing that you saw is not, it's really not even that rare. I mean, I don't know how many times we've had people tell us that one guy he's a cop, he's a good friend of ours, he's been on the show, but he hit one of these creatures, a horned creature, and he's going to be on the new show on History Channel. I gave them a bunch of witnesses. I don't know exactly how many people they're going to use, but you know, because I know how many they said they were going to use, but there's a lot more people that were my witnesses. I don't know what's going to happen, but he claims to have been on duty and he hit one of these things. There was another person that hit one of these things while they were driving around on their ranch. I mean, these things they're just there, but then they're there and then they're not there.
Didn't they say it was like foam or something when they hit it? It felt like foam or something weird like that.
Yeah, it's weird because I think that these things they create a pocket reality. And if you listen to the Patreon shows and the other ones on the members only, we've been doing a lot of work with these different episodes. And then, of course, Sean, you've been on, the show with us and telling your encounters, and there's a whole plethora of stuff. And you did a really good job of speaking and breaking it down. So it's been easy to record with you. And we need to finish because you have a couple more things left. But one of the things I've learned over the years is that once you have one of these encounters, it's like you continue having these encounters. And I don't know if that's like the chicken or the egg thing. It's like, did you start having these encounters because you were predisposed to it, because you had some sort of ability, like the eye, like, in my mom's side of the family is Hispanic and they call it the ojo dotado. Like, is that the gift of the eye? And it just awakens, or did one of these encounters awaken it? Now you see it. Are you on that level where you're seeing all of this different phenomena? It's a weird thing. We don't really know exactly, but we know that it continues to happen. Like with you, Richard, you saw the 2 Dogman werewolf looking creatures, which is what I saw when I was young.
Yeah.
That's how I got into all of this. But then you saw that weird ox-headed looking thing. And that could be a spirit manifesting over the vessel, of a person. And that's why so many people have had cryptids and ghosts. They really, they go hand in hand. I was at a conference back in the spring, and the guy was talking, and he says, we're here with the ghost community. He goes, and we have, and I'm not going to say his name, but there was a guy from the cryptid community, and he's a good friend of mine. And they were like, we're kind of like cousins, And I said, we're not cousins. We're brothers, sisters, and we're all having the same experiences, because if a person sees a cryptid, they're going to see something spiritual.
It's the same thing with aliens, too. They have what people think of as aliens.
Yeah, what we think we know of as aliens, exactly. But we don't really know what it is, but we know that these things continue to happen. And there has to be an open dialogue where people can go and be safe and not be made fun of, because you're telling the world, hey, this is what happened to me. And I've talked to so many people, and they always say the same thing. They're going to think I'm crazy, unless they've watched the show. People, not everybody that gets in touch with me, though, watches the show. A lot of times it's listeners that'll tell, somebody that they know, talk to this guy. He'll and they'll tell me, well, you're going to think I'm crazy, and there's a little, trepidation there. But don't have that, because I know. I know. I believe, and I've had so many weird things happen. And, yeah.
I would I was going to say, I would certainly not suggest consulting shamans and witches and Wiccans, though, for advice on these matters, because they are actually, whether they know it or not, they're in cahoots with the dark arts.
Well, they can make it worse, too. They don't understand.
Absolutely, they will. Absolutely, they will. It's basically, Wolf's put it to rest. The amount of times that people have encountered these creatures that run the entire gambit, from everything from dogmen to Bigfoot to ghosts to demons to gargoyles to whatever the heck you could imagine, and they call on the name of Christ, these things will either disappear, or they will scream and run away, or they will vanish. They'll basically get the hell out of Dodge. So that proves beyond a shadow of
I don't think, but at that point, when you see something, it's pretty much you know that what's there is there. You don't really need to just have faith.
Yeah. Now, the one thing I would say about the cultures is definitely, don't go to them and practice anything. But if you study the mythology of these people and the history, you can learn a lot about what could be around your area. Like some of the stuff here in Alberta that we read about the natives and First Nations, it is like you can get understanding this stuff's not just in the forest, it comes out in the plains. And what type of entities, this whole thing about lake and river serpents here in this province. There's one that is described in the late, I think it's 1940 and then 1941, and then it kind of stopped. But it's north of here, where was that town? Rocky Mountain House. And what they describe, real quick, real short one, real quick. But this is famous native guide who lived in that area, who was trusted by everyone in the community. Everyone trusted him, and he described seeing this. Pretty much, it sounds like a dragon, right? This giant lizard that would come out of the lake and take some people's cows and then pull them back into the lake. The last sighting of this thing was these young kids were, playing the field near their house, and they see this thing come out, grab a cow. Some of the kids are freaking out. It looks at them, doesn't harm them, but it shoots flames out of its nose at them just to keep them at a distance, and then drags a cow into the river and disappears. And it's just like this type of mythology. So I think it's really important to study the mythology. And then you get on stuff about the Sasquatch, and there's some weird stuff that goes on. So that's the one thing I say is definitely not doing the practice or anything they do, but there is the mythology and what they tell about their history, that there's some key information that at least could give you a warning of what to look out for if you go to these areas. But sorry, go ahead.
It's a wild man.
Whenever you go back and you watch the episode Croc Killer, the Croc Killer, that guy, he was not big into the paranormal. He had a few little things happen, but he just went overseas and brought back some tadpoles, and these things grew into I don't know, monsters. What would you call them? Komodo dragons?
Giant lizard. Who knows?
Giant lizards. They did some
just expanded like crazy.
Yeah. So when you go back and you listen to that episode, that guy was pretty honest with me about everything. And one of the things he told me too, and I don't expect people to do this to get my trust or whatever, but he told me some things that were pretty personal, and he didn't have to. But, he just said, look, man, I didn't do this on purpose. I didn't want trouble with fish and game. I just, they just kind of ended up, and I just forgot about it. It was in my bag. And I think that what happens with that is that people don't realize, like I was talking about, these different dimensions, these alternate realities, pocket dimensions. These things create pocket realities, like the black-eyed kids phenomena, something that I've talked to with my friend David Weatherly many times. And David, read his books, man. He's written a cryptid book about every state almost. I think he's up to like 30 states now. But he's talked about the black-eyed kids, and it's one thing I posited to him. I said, hey, what if these things are dragging people into this pocket reality? Where it kind of exists between the third and fourth density, which is something that most people don't even fathom. And then you're there.
Sorry. Black-eyed kids, remind me. I think I've heard of this before. I forgot.
It's a weird phenomenon. Yeah, to put it in a nutshell, what do I call you? Arky Manga? What do I call you?
You can call me Rock, Mangoes, whichever, is easier for you.
Okay, I'll just call you Rock. So Rock, here's the thing that's weird about that. Like, to put it in a nutshell, I've covered a bunch of cases of this, and there's tons of material about it. Dave Weather wrote a book about it.
It's supposed to be a bad omen, isn't it?
Well, it can be, and it can make you sick too. But I think it's like a radiation sickness. But these things may appear as children, but their eyes are completely black.
Yeah,
and they're adults, adult-sized ones too, and they try to get you to put yourself in a vulnerable position, like letting them into your house alone with you.
Yeah, it's like they're vampires almost.
Yes, they're very pushy, and when people report this though, they'll look around and there'll be no traffic on a busy street. There'll be no people around. It's like they're in a facsimile of their reality, and these beings are just like, let us come in, let us come in, let us come in, let us come in. You're like, dude, it's like the car warranty people, dude. Like, we need to talk about your car warranty. We need to talk about your car warranty.
Mormons that show up.
They're demons trying to gain your authority.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I think. And when you start going around and around the threshold. What was that, Law? Go ahead, Law. What'd you say?
I think he's having mic issues.
No.
I had a quick.
It's something about stepping over the threshold. I think, of your house, it makes you sick.
Well, the vampire has to ask permission. You guys remember a woman named Rachel Brand that came on the show? We did like a 2 or 3 set with her, and she talked about this vampire that showed up at the doorstep to try to get her when she was a baby.
Oh,
yes.
It confronted her mother, and her mother described it as a vampire. She had trepidation even describing that being, and I could already see it in my mind's eye what the hell it looked like, because the guy from Portugal was another one. He couldn't talk real good English, and luckily we found somebody who spoke enough Spanish to bridge the gap, who was spoken of Portuguese, I mean. But he was talking about the same type of creature that showed up, and the first time when they were in the room doing the electrical work, they were electrical workers. They see this creature. I say it was a vampire. That's what I think it was. It sounded like something from that show Midnight Mass. But then it came back like a couple months later, after I had already told the encounter. There was another part to that encounter. One of their cousins was working there, and this thing was asking him permission to come into the building to retrieve some things. It wasn't dressed up like a vampire. It didn't look like a blah, blah, and it looked like a bald-headed guy, and it looked like a skinny, sickly looking creature that was dressed like a human, but it obviously was not a human. And this guy was like, why do you need permission? He goes, can I come in and get my stuff? And he's like, well, they're right there. And he goes, well, can I come in and get it? And the guy, his cousin, was smart. He knew not to let him across the threshold. So he kept telling him, well, your stuff is right there. If that's your stuff, that's it. But the guy would not go into the building. He was getting pissed. He was getting mad. He was stomping his feet. And then later on that evening, something flew by the window.
Yeah,
what was that?
Crazy.
Weird thing about it too, when he went over there to look into the bag to see what was in there, this is what he found: dead mice and birds. Like a handful of dead mice and 2 dead birds, and a bunch of silver, blocks of silver. So what is that? What was he wanting with that? And a couple of black candles. I mean, it was weird, dude. So
black candles are big. That's a big red flag right there. Black candles. Yeah, someone wielding those things, they're up to something. Even red candles you can go that far with, but black is more prevalent. Someone's fucking around.
Well, when I lived in the house in South Austin that was haunted, when we first moved in, there was a spot that was on the carpet. There was this black candle wax all over the place.
Oh.
And I had to literally take like a blow dryer to get it to warm it up and scrape it off of there. And I told the landlord, I was like, what is that? Why is there black wax on the floor? And I was 21 or 22. I didn't know what the hell. Like, I wasn't totally versed.
Did you
on
feel
all
weird
this.
in that room?
Oh, dude, that place was haunted as hell, dude. Everybody that rented a room for us felt like something was trying to attack them.
It's crazy how prevalent these Satanists are. They're everywhere. They're in houses and in woods. They just spread their crap everywhere.
Join churches, and they pretend to be Christian, and they subvert, and they go door to door, getting everybody on their little, and tricking everybody. That's what they do. I mean, we've had our own issues with them. I mean, I'm telling you. And you just don't know. You really don't know. You got to, like I said, a good judge of people is animals. If you have animals and they're shying away and freaking out from somebody, that person could be a person that just has an attachment, or maybe they came from somewhere there was dark energy. But if it's a consistent thing and the animal's not just a skittish animal, trust their instinct, because they can see things we can't. They can feel things we can't. They know who's a predator. They know they're not going to be calm around somebody. That's the thing. You can trick people, but not animals. People do this thing too, where their first reaction, their first instinct, which is usually correct, they debate it in their mind, and what they do is I'm guilty of it too. You rationalize it away. You're like, well, maybe he's not satanic, just like Slayer.
And Predator.
And you just kind of try to be okay about it, and then you kind of and you put your mind at ease, because anxiety. You're gonna go around with anxiety if everything you see is a lechuza. So you just kind of go, well, maybe this is not as bad as I think it is, but then it is bad. I mean, if you're in the ocean and you feel something just pop into your mind that you're about to be hurt, get the hell out of there, because I can't tell you how many people have. One of my friend Loki was attacked by a tiger shark when he was a teenager.
Oh, wow.
And he said he felt this foreboding. He didn't want to get into the water. His friends kept telling him to get in the water. And eventually, this is what he told me. He said eventually he got in the water, and he said that he got attacked. And Logan's got the big scars on his head and all that. But he told us at the club, just one night, because we like to rag on everybody back then. And we were like, why do you got them scars on your head? My brother's like, what happened to you? Yeah, brain surgery? And he said, no, I was attacked by a tiger shark when I was a kid, when I was a teenager.
Damn.
And we were like, oh, really? And I was like, tell me about it. And he's like, dude, I just had this weird feeling like something was going to happen to me. like there was something there, and they were on one of those out in Port Aransas. We had, and you know, Tony, we've been out pretty far out, like probably going like maybe we shouldn't be out this far. You know,
Yeah,
I don't do it no more, man. But those sandbars, they love to come off of those drifts. We call them drifts, and you'll see them, and then you'll see this big old fin. I've had people tell me because the biggest tiger shark in the Gulf of Mexico was caught right there, and we're out there like dummies out there swimming. I felt weird one time. I said, "I'm going back, dude." I got out of there, and from sandbar to sandbar, it gets kind of deep, up to like your chest. And I'm like, "No, man, I'm good." And you start feeling weird, dude. Like something's gonna happen. You know, people talk about that with Dogman. They'll be in the woods. And
Yeah, I could feel it when I was in the Keys. I had a freaking king barracuda doing circles underneath me, and I could feel it. Nobody told me about it until I saw it. I was like, nope, I'm getting out of here. And I went back up on the boat. But like 3 people saw it before me and didn't tell me about it. I was kind of pissed off.
Wow.
Somebody's there's a reverberation and people are complaining about it in the chat. So if you're not speaking, just mute
your mic.
Yeah, mute the mic or whatever.
Hey Lawrence, why don't you jump out and come back in, man? And maybe it'll reset that reverb on your mic.
All right, sorry.
Yeah, just come back.
Yeah.
Hey Josh, I had a question.
Yeah, go ahead. I was trying to talk to you earlier, but you ignored me. So go ahead.
I wasn't
But I'm being
ignoring
nice.
you. I was.
No, you ignore me, but I'm being nice. I'll talk to you. Go ahead.
Yeah, whatever.
Go ahead, Scott.
This thing you've mentioned, pocket reality, where is it like an entity basically pulls you out of our reality and kind of pulls it into theirs, but
Yeah.
it might still look like our reality, sort of. But because we've heard many stories about people. They're out walking with somebody and somebody like just disappears, and then a bunch of time has passed when they find each other again, and they're like, "I was just there, I didn't see you," that kind of thing. Because I had that story about my sister having a thing like that happen at Big Trees State Park in California.
Yeah.
Just
Okay.
crazy.
So what you're talking about, that for sure, 100%. You ever seen the movie Vivarium?
No.
That movie, when I watched that movie, the only thing I kept thinking about was like they were taken to a pocket reality.
Okay.
It just I just kept thinking that the whole time. I was like, God, that would suck so bad. But don't ever let these beings make you feel like you can't get out of that, because you can.
Oh,
And I sound like a broken record because I tell you, Law, you okay?
Hold on 1 second. I'm sorry.
The gremlins attacking you? But go ahead, Rock.
No, you go ahead, Josh. I'll mute myself because I'm trying to time this, so I'm not trying to cut in. But I do got something to add with it. But I'll mute myself so you can finish. My apologies.
Oh no, go ahead. You're good. Go ahead. Say what you got to say.
When I was 18, I got into the occult and did some witchcraft and messed around with some demonology. And I highly did not recommend that. But what I do recommend is when people get really interested, do a lot of reading on this topic matter, because it does pay dividends. I read Constantino, Sylvia Brown, Barbara Moore. I got into some things. One of the most important elements on it, and this is something I've realized and observed with other people, depending on how well they're in tune with it, people are essentially like antennas. And everything around you is energy wavelengths. And that's just where like attracts like and everything else. When it comes to the paranormal, there's some things I can agree with and not agree with. There's things that stands to reasons, other things is just way out there that is beyond possibility. I observe society and I see where people are going. And it just seems like pocket realities. I never really heard that before, Josh. And it would track knowing that there's a lot of things going on right now of how people are treating each other and how people are behaving that we actually did not even see this 10 years ago, 20 years ago. And I personally think that there's this weird energy is going out now that is really throwing people off their balance, like their spiritual balance. It does appear that way because when I observe people and it seems like people want to do good, but they don't know which direction to go to because their frequency is off tune, if that makes any sense.
It does. It does.
I got CERN and places like that are opening up portals to all sorts of evil planes. So this stuff is flooding into this world. It's making it worse.
You know, remember the Miami Mall that happened like January 6th?
Mm-hmm.
You know, one theory that really, and I'm from Florida. You know, I said I'm born and raised in Florida, right? So I had a friend tell me about this. And when I looked it up, I was getting goosebumps because somebody was saying on the comments on Reddit that if you take the coordinates of where this mall was at, where this creature came out, you reverse the numbers, the coordinates goes traced back to Antarctica. And I traced it, and I'm like, and it does track. So I agree that there's portals to different dimensions, and I think that this is a crazy theory of mine, but I think that whole 2012 thing that you were hearing at the end of the Mayan calendar, it feels like we just warped to a new dimension, something that's really alien and is strange. And I think this is where it all depends on how you look good and evil, because Friedrich Nietzsche really spoke on this, and there's really no such a thing. It's just the construct of nature being nature, so to, you know, and so on. But it just seems that we just warped right into a dimension that people don't have the constitution to adapt to. Like an antenna, there's a frequency, we can adjust to it. But there's other antennas that if you just give it too much of the vibration, it'll break down and it'll melt. There won't be a standing structure left. And I think that's an allegory that I believe that there's some truth with that, because again, you just look around you, people are just losing their minds for no reason, you know, people over spilled milk, so to speak. It's just, I don't know, man. I'm not sure if people would agree with that, but that's what it seems like from my purview.
I can say a couple things there. You're talking about the year read 1 of the Mayan calendar, and what happened was they got to the end there, and that was it. There was nothing beyond that. The day before, and I remember this. I remember on Coast to Coast they were talking about they were talking about with remote viewers and psychics, and George Norrie was talking about how none of them could see past 2012. But then the next day after that 12/12/2012, everything was fine. It was back to normal, business as usual. But I knew it wasn't. And I told a bunch of people that I know. I told them, I said, this isn't normal. Something is wrong here. You can trick some people, but like it says in the Bible, it says, if it were possible, it says, if it were possible, even the elect would be fooled. But it's basically saying, if it were possible, because the illusion is so good. Now, here's what you're talking about with Friedrich Nietzsche. Now, I've read Nietzsche, I've read Voltaire, I've read Kant, I've read every philosopher you could think of. I can tell you this. One of the things about Nietzsche is that I think he was one of these people that we call the others. I'm not talking about the others as in something that is an adaptable demon that attaches itself to you and makes you a blood drinker. I'm talking about the others. They're people that are not born of the divine spark. And what I mean by that, it's something that Edgar Cayce talked about. And what Edgar Cayce spoke of, because he did 14,000 readings, and one of them was very interesting to me. And I think he's talking about the nature of the sociopath. And what I mean by that is someone who is like us, but doesn't have the same faculties. They're not playing with the same deck we are. And I don't just mean your average NPC that doesn't really give a crap or doesn't have an inner monologue. It just sits there, stares at the wall. This one is highly defective to the point where it does real damage to us, to the world, to everything around it.
So more of a villain NPC.
A villain NPC, but it's also very destructive in the way that it has had lots and lots of time, because I believe there's a collective consciousness there that has learned to imitate, and they can imitate the emotions of people. I spoke about this last night on Abe's show, but I can tell you this. They can see a car wreck and they know that everybody's upset and there's something that happened that's deeply troubling to everybody, but they don't know why. Because there's a dead body there. They don't care. They're like, why does it matter that being is now, that's a lifeless corpse? They don't care. It's nothing to them. They don't think of death in the way that we do. They only imitate, and they don't think of any animal suffering when they eat a dinner. They don't even think twice about what this, and most people, they can disassociate. These people are disassociated all the time, not just when they're eating a dinner. You're not thinking about where the meat came from. Yeah, they're literally dead inside, but they have mastered the ability of pretending. They've mastered that ability. And it's not just one. There is a collective consciousness there. When I was young, man, I've talked about this before. I dropped acid and I was laying on my bed. This was when I was real young, early 20s, whatever. I haven't touched anything since 03, but I was sitting there and I looked up and I saw this black goop, whatever, come down out of my ceiling fan light fixture. And it went up into my nose and into my eyes, and I started to suffocate. I couldn't breathe. And it began to speak to me, and this thing was talking, and it was to me the life's blood of the other collective. It is basically the dead. It is nothing but dead, and it wants everything else to be a part of it. And for me, that is the antithesis of God. Lucifer, Asmodeus, Azazel, all these other demons, and I'm saying their names because that's what they are. That just so you know, if you ever hear of these entities, they have all set themselves up as a god, but they are not gods. They're just fallen. They are evil. And the true one living God is the actual source. He is the true light. People call Lucifer the light bearer because he bared the light, but he was given that light by God. He didn't earn it, other than God said you can have it. It wasn't his to produce. What I meant was he earned it from God. It wasn't his to produce. So he is not, that is a false light. That's the light that he stole from heaven. The true one living God is the source, and he doesn't have human characteristics that we put on him. He is the collective of all that is good. He is the righteous. There is no impurity. And for us to get back to him, it says in the Bible that he's smithing us like silver. You have to become pure. And once you're purified, you go back.
Refined.
Refined. The Zoroastrians say that to go to Ahura Mazda, and not be a part of Engamanyu, which is the shadow self, that you had to be purified in the fire. However long and how bad you were, that's how long you were in the fire. And eventually you were taken out. See, the shadow self, Engamanyu, he is part of that collective consciousness of the darkness. He's just one of many, many, many trophies that darkness has claimed, and it tried to claim me. I'm convinced of that. But it will claim anybody. And my brother at the time, who was Satanist, he tells me, well, I feel like I was chosen. And I said, brother, we're all chosen. Everybody is chosen. The darkness isn't picky. If you cast off the Holy Spirit and go to war with God, it takes you immediately. But God doesn't take quantity over quality. The enemy will take quantity any day over quality. But you can have 5 NPCs that don't even make a little bit of a spark together. They can't even make one fractal of a soul. Then you have people who actually bear the true light of God, and you can see it in them and in their eyes. You can pick up an animal and you can see what dwells inside of that animal. You can see the soul. You can see that animal is a good being. It doesn't want to die. It wants to live. And it doesn't want to do anything but please you. And when you take that animal and you torture it and be cruel to it and just do horrible, horrible things to it, and these people, they get this pleasure from it. And then they say, well, that's not enough. I want to go and snuff out the spark of those other beings. And then when they get caught, they're like, why did you do this, Mr. Shawcross? Why did you do this, Mr. Bundy? Why did you do this, Mr. Gacy, Mr. Dahmer, and all these other collective soul munchers? Why did you do this? I don't really know. It was like something was controlling me. Absolutely, it was controlling you, but you let it in. And the reason you let it in and you were pretty much wide open is because you were born that way. But you were not born of the spark of the divine creation. You were born something else, a schism that Casey talks about. There are these beings that have warped our reality in ways that we can't even imagine or fathom. And they're in collective groups and in religions. And they have infiltrated every facet of our society. And they have put themselves up in high places. But they didn't put themselves there. The archons did. Because, as Jesus said, Jerusalem is an evil city. He said to his brother James, flee, for it is full of archons. He didn't say, stay here, it's a holy city. No, because Jesus is, when he comes back, he will make it a holy city. Saladin himself, who was fighting Richard the Lionheart in the Crusades, he said that this city's not worth fighting for. It means nothing to me, but it means everything to everyone else. He was a pure soldier. He just fought and did what he had to do. but he didn't believe in it. That's sad. Because he knew in his heart that even as a Muslim, because Muslims actually believe that Christ will return. That's the problem I have with them, though. They believe that, but they don't believe that he was crucified on the cross and died, and they don't believe he's the Son of God. Why would God just randomly pick Jesus to come back? And I've asked Muslims this. And Jewish people don't even believe he was the Messiah. They're still waiting for theirs. Boy, it's going to be a long wait if you want the divine creator to come back and be the Messiah, because it's never going to happen. He already is the Messiah. He's not going to come back. He's going to come back this time angry. He's going to be a different being because he's got to do what he's got to do.
So he comes back with flames of fire in his eyes, and he stacks the bodies to the ceiling.
There's swords, and he's going to kill with his words because he has to, because the collective has infiltrated every facet of our society. So those people, they can wait until the cows come home. And they actually believe in that. They believe it's a red heifer.
Yeah.
It's their whatever.
Okay, yeah. Go ahead and question. Yeah.
Hold
What's
on,
that
hold
Bible
on.
verse?
Before you guys start talking again, we really need to do this giveaway again.
Oh.
So
let's do this. Whoever's on the panel right now, why don't you guys pick somebody, and they win $50.
Do not pick me.
Don't pick you.
Not it.
I picked Dick Richards.
Yeah, Dick Richards is. Dick it's impossible to send you money because of your communistic society you're up there living in. But let's pick somebody. Under fire, you pick somebody. How about you, Jake? You want to pick the next winner? Pick somebody.
Sure. Why not Bluestone 60?
Bluestone. Okay, Bluestones. You heard them? And then we got people saying me. Tell me you want to win. If you want to win, tell me you want to win. Just say it, and we'll get somebody there. Tony Mendez says, "Pick me, please." There's a lot of paratroopers here. Okay, so who wants to pick now? I guess why don't you, Maddie, and Tony pick somebody? There's a bunch of people saying they want to win $50, guys. We're giving away $50.
Okay, I'll go with August is in the chat. August Bradshaw.
Who?
August Bradshaw says I want to win.
Okay. I'm trying to find these people so I can post their deal here.
Name's in green, so he's already knows what's up.
I'll choose Ken Christensen.
Ken Christensen. I don't see these people in the chat. Where are these people at? I see Bluestone. Bluestone said thank you.
What about Amy Creel? Is Amy Creel there? She deserves $50.
Yeah, Amy's definitely a paratrooper.
Is that your pick, Dick?
I don't see August.
Yes.
So get in touch with us. You can get in touch with any of us. Just let us know, and we can give it to you through Venmo, Cash App, Zelle, or PayPal. So how many people is that? We got, 3 now? Jake picked one, and then you guys picked each picked one. So that's 3.
Amy.
Well, where is Amy at? I don't see her in here. Joanne Hartnett says, I'm broke. I want to win. You win, Joanne. I'll pick you myself. How about that? I'll give you that.
Can I pick someone?
Sure.
Can I get Plymouth Puckwudgie?
Ah, Plymouth. Yeah, there you go. Plymouth, you win. Tom Fox says, I want to win. You know what? You win. How about that? You win too. How about that? So how many people is that? What do we got? We got Plymouth. We got Tom Fox. We got August. Who else do we got?
Bluestone.
Ken. That's 5, right? That's 5
Sailor
people.
Nemesis.
Hold on. We got 5 people. And then earlier we picked, how many people did we pick earlier? 4?
Yeah, 4.
So that's 9 people. 9. Okay. So let's just do one more.
So we got Bluestone, August, Ken Christian, Joanne Hartnett, Plymouth, and Tom Fox. That's 6.
That's 6, and we had 3 earlier. That's 9 altogether.
We had 4 earlier.
4 earlier, so that's 6. We have 10. So we're up to 10. Keep track of that. Write it down, or however you could do it. Message it to me, or whatever. Can you do that?
No, already done it.
Oh, you've already done it? You're ahead of me, huh? Good job. All right. So what were you saying now, Rock? You were saying something.
Yeah. To the point that you're saying, what's that Bible? I forgot what Bible verse it was. So it's talking about like to the whoremongers, the sinners, like the people who serve no purpose, God will need you no more. What Bible verse was that?
What was it again? Repeat it. Maybe Richard, you can be looking it up because
Oh.
I'm trying to do something here real quick.
God, I'm butchering it up though. Like I know I'm not sure if it's in Romans or Revelations, but it's talking about like the no do-gooders and good grief.
Oh. Yeah,
I know what you're
it's
talking
towards
about. I just don't know the
the
exact
end of
verse.
Revelation. Hold on.
Yeah, because when Josh, I believe, was talking about it, it just reminded me of that Bible verse.
All
It's
right,
about them
let's-
not inheriting the kingdom of God. I'm not sure what scripture it is. I can't look because I'm on my cell phone right now. Or if I do, I'll
Okay,
drop.
so
off.
let me
Yeah, same here.
say it again. Let me make sure that I get it correct.
Revelations 22, 15, 16, and I think 17.
And I'm going to say this. Go ahead. Excalibur was on here a minute ago. Excalibur, you win. I'm going to pick you. You're one of my picks. Excalibur, you're a really good person. And I
Excalibur Knight. I was gonna pick him too.
Yeah. So Excalibur, you win. That's a female. It's actually it's a she.
My fault. Sorry.
Yeah. Be sorry, man. Come on now. I'm joking, dude. Okay. Just messing with you. So that's 11 people. So we still got 9 more people to go.
12.
12 people. Well,
Amy's in
Amy.
the,
Well, where is Amy
she's in the
at?
chat.
Okay, Amy, say you're here. Let us know that you're there.
What the hell, Amy? Come on. So what the Rock was saying about 2012 being the end of time, it's just coincidental that the D-Wave quantum computer came online and was connected up to CERN in 2012. And that's when all the Mandela effect nonsense started. So I think it was the end of the age.
The Mayans chose correctly to say when it was going to end because they saw it.
Yeah.
That was going to happen. Okay, so Nellie wants to pick somebody too. Nellie, she's at the house there. She's got you, Randy. She wants to pick Randy. Randy has been a moderator for a long time. He's a very good guy. So there you go, Randy. So that's 13, right? 13 people.
Mm-hmm.
And we need 20.
Anthony has a pick.
Well, who does he pick?
Vulcan Death Grip.
Nice name.
Congrats, Vulcan. You won.
So Vulcan won?
Why do I remember that? Is that a Star Trek reference?
Yeah.
Yeah. Leonard Nimoy,
He grabs your
and
neck.
Spaceballs. No, it's like, what are you doing? I'm doing the Vulcan death grip thing. It's like, no. You got to go up there. It's like, here, yeah. And he passes out. Spaceballs. No. Okay, cool.
Yeah, I definitely like that movie.
I
I like when they're combing the desert with the pick. We ain't found shit.
We ain't found shit. Yeah, I love it.
Mimi P says, congrats to all the winners. Mimi, I saw you. I saw Holly Ruff on there wanting to win. How about Mimi and Holly Ruff? Y'all two win. You can be winners too. So we got those two. So how many is that now? How many is that?
Holly Ruff.
We're up to 16?
Oh, that's roughed.
Yeah, rough. So Stanfield just keeps spamming here. He says he wants to win. Pick Stanfield. Stanfield, you win too. And then we have Sonia Keys. You win too. How about that? There we go. We got Sonia. We got Stanfield. How many people is that?
That'll be 18.
That's 18. We got 2 more.
Sailor
So we got
Nemesis.
2 more, but we'll wait for those 2 until the end of the show. So we didn't really get into the other stories I had from the people that a couple people are messaging me saying that they wanted me to tell their encounter. Sorry, I didn't I didn't expect for it to go this way. It kind of became a Monday on steroids. So,
do I have time to say something?
Jake, yeah, go ahead. Of course.
Okay. A little while ago, you were talking about dreams and how sometimes demons use those. There have been 2 times when I can guarantee a demon tried to recruit me.
Oh.
One of them, I just woke up. I was in this beautiful place, and this gorgeous young lady comes up and tells me, I can give you everything, all the money you want, everything you want, but you will only live 3 months.
What?
That's a sucker's deal.
That's a
Nah,
crappy
hell no.
deal. And then you go to hell.
I was like,
that's one of those budget demons. They're on a budget there. They're gonna time sensitive there. They're like, they don't know how to play the long game. They're like a crackhead landlord. They're going to you every day for the rent. I need it.
And then the final one, you've seen those women with the big beehive haircuts.
Mm-hmm.
The hottest haircut ever.
This thing made this place look like my college, like UTRGV. And I thought I was, this was while I was, going to physical classes. So I thought, oh, I'm in school, great. Until a little kid comes up to me and is like, hey, come here, professor. I don't remember which professor wants to talk to you. I'm like, I didn't know she had kids. Okay. I come up to this woman, doesn't look anything like her. Takes me into this room and shows me this big library I know for a fact is not in that location on campus and is not that big. And she told me, I can give you all the knowledge you want. I can give you all the knowledge that the Nazis had on the occult, if you want. And I love knowledge. I really do. And she actually stopped me and like, no, don't say anything. You have to hear all the details. And this is what tipped me off. I was like, wait, if this were just a dream, I would get, what I want. This woman is slowly taking me detail by detail on the kind of knowledge she's going to give me. Towards the end, I was like, okay, will this corrupt me? She just looks at me and says, yes. No. And she just looks at me, taps her glasses and is like, okay. And then everything starts to just dissolve around me like, oh, what the hell?
So it was like a pocket reality type thing we were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
Huh.
And
I mean, King Solomon loved wisdom and poontang, and look at where that got him.
You can't just say like, yeah, you love
dude.
Wisdom and women. He had to be like, he loved the poot. Come on.
Jake, that I've done some research and definitely I've heard some reports from some other channels and groups about people being approached by such a thing. There's one channel I watch where this guy just talks about stuff that's out in the woods, but he gets some odd reports every once in a while. And he had one about this guy who's a businessman. He said a black shadowy entity appeared in front of him and 2 of his co-workers, and it offered them a bunch of wealth and complete advancement in the career field. So they just did what it said. He denied it. Both his friends did, and they became very successful multimillionaires very quickly. I haven't talked to Josh yet about the rest of my experiences, but there's one attempted /temptation/intimidation threat and then two other things that were happening that would pretty much attacking me, trying to threaten me a whole bunch. So this happens. You're not alone in this. This happens, and some of these entities want certain things out of people. Each individual has unique traits and abilities in a spiritual sense, and some of these things want something out of you for for their own gains, their own power. As much as I have some disagreements with the confessionals at times, he has several really good shows where he talked about several different people who were offered stuff, and it's really wacky, right? 'Cause they go into this what's like a dreamland, separate reality. They learn stuff, and eventually, from what they've said, they can bring some of those abilities back into this reality. But they're working with an evil entity. So you're not alone in that. There's a lot of people coming out talking about stuff that you've gone through.
And this has been going on through my whole life.
Whoa.
There was one when I was 16. This was more of a torture event. And you have all seen the old cartoon Maleficent, right?
No.
Okay.
No.
No.
If
Is that a Disney cartoon? 'Cause I don't
yeah,
watch Disney.
sleep.
Yeah.
The
I
old
did see the movie with Angelina Jolie.
no, the old cartoon Sleeping Beauty from
Oh, okay. But I
way
haven't
back
seen that
when.
either, but I know what you're talking about.
Well, I decided, this was before a party, and my parents were going to go to a party nearby with a church group type thing going on. I was tired after school. I decided just to hit the hay and wake up to go to the party with them. So I fall asleep, and this thing that looks like Maleficent shows up and starts using me like a puppet and puts me in like a city and forces me to start killing people.
So I had a similar dream like that.
And towards the end, I look back to try and find where she is. I see where she is, and behind her, there are other beings, and behind all of them is one that's
What's wrong? What's the matter?
It still scares me. There was one much bigger than her behind her. Towards the end, finally, it was like I'm trying to fight it, and I'm being sent after someone, and this person says no. I finally managed to pull back and hold, and this woman gets up, cuts almost like whatever cords this being had on me, and pulled me out and said, "Time for you to go home," and threw me out of the city walls. I could see the city, and then the thing is, in between all of this, I'm trying to wake up. I open my eyes. I roll off the bed. I hurt myself. I'm as this is going on, I'm trying to make my way to the restroom to dunk my head in the tub to, wake myself up. When she finally says, "Time for you to go," gates close. Finally, I'm able to see. Takes a little while because my eyes get readjusted to view, it was like black and then a whole mess of color. And like I'm in the middle of the hallway, just on my hands and knees, making my way to the restroom. That was, I think, my first experience with that kind of stuff. And dear God, I do my best to stay away from anything Disney because of that, because I don't want to see that thing again.
Don't blame yourself for what you did in that dream. I don't know you. Don't do it. You were not in control of yourself. When you're in your dream, your subconscious is in charge. There's a lot of time, especially if you have an entity influencing, controlling you. That's the best thing I can say to you. First off, is do not blame yourself. I hope you don't blame yourself for what you did in that dream.
It took me a lot of time to stop.
Hold on.
Disney straight up spellcasting on its audience. They do it in every single movie, every single episode.
So, guys, I want to say something. Slim Jimmy, welcome to the show, Slim. How you doing? I haven't talked to you in a while.
Yeah, it's been a minute. Can you
It's
hear
been
me?
a minute. You want to talk about a guy that had some weird stuff happen, and he's like Solomon. But he chose the woman. He's that was an interesting story. Remember that, Richard, when Jimmy came on and was talking about the woman?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Casting spells, but he was like, "Hey man, she was really hot," you know.
Oh man.
What are you gonna do, man?
Oh, dude, because that's what happens, man. People get seduced or whatever.
Yeah.
So, real quick here, I got to click over the camera here. You're not going to be able to see it, so I'm going to have to let a couple of you go.
I'll shoot off.
But you know, it doesn't have to be. We can come back, but I got some guests here that drove a long ways to come to be here, and so I'm going to interview them because this is serious business. They're here, and they look very serious, and I want to get this over with. I agreed to let them come on my platform, and this is what's happening. So,
all right.
I can
but
hop
Jimmy,
off, no
We need
problem.
to head off for bed anyways.
you and Jake and Law, if you guys hop off and you guys are staying in the chat and you come back, definitely have you come back on after we're done with this. What is this going to be? It's not going to be a confrontation, is it? We're going to be able to talk like normal people here?
It's
Okay.
up to you.
Absolutely not, dude.
Is it the chick with the tumbler?
No, but
boy.
it's
Thank God.
yeah. Here we go. So I'm gonna click you guys off, but hope you guys come back. All right. So I have some guests here in the studio, and they want to talk to me. We were on the phone all day today talking about how this was going to go down, and I agreed that I would talk to them on any platform. I said that, and now I'm here on my platform, and you were here in the studio. Let me click over to you guys, and you guys can take the floor. Just 1 second. I want to make sure we go over the rules here, folks, because this could turn ugly. I hope not. I'm hoping this goes well. But give me 1 second here. All right, guys. So without further ado, let me go ahead and click over here. So obviously you came a long ways. I'll start with you, Mr. Crumley. You came all the way from.
Yes, I did. Yes, I did, brother. I came a long way.
So we're brothers now? Is that what we're calling ourselves?
That's what I call everybody. Hey, that's up to you, brother. Brother, apostate, heretic, whatever.
Oh,
It's whatever you want it to be.
Right. Yeah, no, see, that's what I'm trying to avoid. We're here to talk this out. Okay. You're on my
You
show.
sound like real men's.
Like real men. Yeah.
That's right.
Mhm. Okay. All right. And so we got Fluffy here. How you doing, Fluffy?
I'm doing horrible, dude. I had to be here in front of you. I don't want to be here, but you invited me, and I still love you so
No,
much.
I didn't invite you. You're persistent stalking online, and you're.
I was already in the area, and it wasn't fair that Barton could come and I couldn't.
Well, okay. All right. And then obviously this is Dana. Dana, how are you doing?
Surprised to see me, Josh Turner. How's your plan to murder me, huh? Huh? Is it going good?
Yeah, it was going great. The show was going great. We're trying to get you can get your words out. We're going to let everybody take their turn. In the email, you guys said that I was a chicken shit B word and that I was not worth your time, but yet here you are in my studio. So obviously the persistent stalking has paid off. So let's start, ladies first. So let's start with you, Barton. We'll go ahead.
Okay, I see. It's like that now, isn't it? You're going to sit here and antagonize me?
I'm not trying to antagonize you, sir. I'm trying to. We're going to set the record.
You know what? You lucky. You lucky that.
Okay,
you lucky that
I'm
I've
being
had.
threatened, folks.
I'm just saying. You're going to sit here and antagonize me. I come here in good faith, brother.
Good faith to whom?
And you lucky that I've had enough time to have my weed. Because I'm chill.
No,
I'm chill right now.
Now, wait a minute. Hold on.
Right
Back up.
now.
Now, you said publicly that you didn't smoke the devil's herb.
I may or may not partake in the devil's herb. That ain't. It is what it is. All right. Don't be questioning me.
Well, you have a sword.
You're gonna face Dame. This here is Daymare.
Daymare.
And I use this to kill the Dogmans.
Did you?
As you can see.
Did it work?
As I have slayed many a Dogmans with this here. I out in the LBL, the land between the legs. Me and my brothers go out there, and we kill them Dogmans. Now, as you can see, this is the black sword, and everyone knows the Dogmans. They don't like the black ones because they racist as hell. Now,
the Dogman are racist.
Now, this one here.
I think that's your opinion. I don't think that's a fact.
How many Dogmans have you killed?
None.
Well, then you just shut your plump mouth now.
He's
boy.
always doing this.
Just be
dude.
quiet.
I can't believe it. He's always making up lies.
Okay, can one person talk at a time here? I'm trying to. Fluffy, you.
And this here is the blue one. This is to kill the Bigfoots out there in the LBL.
Well, okay, so that's like Power Rangers. I kind of thought that's what you were, like a Pokemon guy. Let me ask you a question. The blue, why is it the blue for the Dogman or the red and the green? Why is it a different color? Why?
Because the Bigfoots don't like blue. The Bigfoots don't support our greatest ally Israel. Everybody knows that, so they hate that.
So they hate the Jewish flag.
The Bigfoot support the Hamas.
Bigfoot supports Hamas. Well, you've said publicly many times that you're afraid of Bigfoot, but you're not afraid of Dogman. Why is that? Because you haven't seen a Dogman? Oh no, wait, you did.
I ain't afraid of nothing.
But okay,
least of all you, boy.
All right, but you did say that you've seen 2 or 3 Dogmen now, right?
I've seen about 11 to 5, and I kill every single one of them.
Well, okay, because I'm going by what you said online that you had seen 2 or 3.
Now you twist my words, boy.
Okay, so you can stop.
Do that one more again. Do that one more again, and you go find out.
Calm down. Put the sword down. You're going to stab Miss Dana.
Standing in the presence of a kidnapping a 10-year-old boy. That's what you doing. I'm over here killing the Bigfoot.
Why do you believe that?
I'm over here killing the Bigfoots.
Why do you believe in this conspiracy?
And the Dogman.
I get it. Why do you believe in the conspiracy of a kidnapping when that child is with his mother and he's very happy?
Because my Lord and Savior, my Dirty Ike, that man don't never lie.
See, you just called him Dirty Ike. That shows you right there that you're on my side. So we're on the same side. We agree that
he never lied to me.
You agree that he's a
No, he likes to be called Dirty Ike in the bedroom. That's just his play name. So it's not really an insult.
Okay. Yeah, wow. You guys are really, this is gross, man. I thought we were going to talk and be cordial, but you guys just want to, you just okay. All right. I can see the anger in your eyes there. So
I'm ready to go to war, brother.
Okay. So let me move on to Miss Dana. Miss Dana, you said some very horrible things about me and my family and my wife and you've said a lot of mean things about Maddie and Anthony and Tony. What is your problem with everybody? I don't understand. Why did you get involved in all of this anyway?
Well, first of all, maybe you shouldn't be conspiring to murder me and curse me, you Josh
That's
Turner,
right.
you Leviathan worshipping of the Lord. And just for the record, I look just like I did 40 years ago.
You notice he ain't got
Look at
the.
this.
You notice
see
he,
the difference? I don't.
he ain't got his Leviathan necklace on tonight because then he's scared.
I never actually owned a Leviathan necklace. I didn't even know what that was when you guys started.
Yeah, you did.
I saw it.
Yeah, you do. I seen
Okay.
it. I seen
And
it.
then I guess I deleted the videos now, right? That's what I did.
That's what you do.
Wow.
That's what Mike says. So that's what it is, ain't it?
Because Mike says it, that's what it is.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
That man ain't never done. That man ain't never done nothing wrong to you, or Bettina Moss, or Abe Sears, or Krista, or Blones and Booze, or anybody. No, all them people's lying. Them's lies, boy.
Yeah, like all 500 people that he's attacked.
Yes, exactly. All them people is apostate liars like yourself.
So how do you justify, because he's been caught hoaxing multiple times, Mr. Nunley, how do you justify being
lies?
What do you mean they're lies? We have video proof of it.
That's nonsense.
That's
and you know it.
All right.
You're gonna see, but you're gonna sit here and defame my boy. You're gonna defame my leader, Mike.
I understand that he's your leader, but do you think maybe there's even a slim chance that he could be lying about a lot?
Hell no. But you, I know your type.
Okay. All right. I get it. And Dana, you inserted yourself into all of this. I don't really know where you fit into this other than to blaspheme, curse, and say all kinds of horrible
Hey,
things.
Go and get him.
Okay,
we
Go and
need
get
to
him.
stop that right now,
That's
dude.
right.
We need to protect women, and you are not doing that. Okay, you better stop it.
But what about the lying that you did toward Ike's wife and what you said about Nellie and not having a tumor and all this you've been doing with Jessipotamus? And where is she at? She was supposed to be here. Why is she not here?
You're being rude to women again. Okay, Adam said to Eve that we need to protect you. Okay, and you're just not doing that at all. Okay,
John Sablon has a good point. He says Dana's actually looking better than usual.
I protected
we
many
all are.
women with this sword right
I
here.
promise you. Look at me. I worked out, and now my arms are bigger and stronger than ever.
You tell him, Clough.
This is my
Go and get him.
chest, and it's-
I'm sorry for laughing, but
Ain't nothing funny about this
okay,
here.
yeah, I get it. You got a sword.
Ain't
there.
nothing
That's-
funny about kidnapping a 10-year-old child, Austin Hammer.
How do you consider kidnapping when the state of Oklahoma did that?
Nah. Them lies.
Those are lies. So
Hell
we
yeah.
conspired with the state of Oklahoma to kidnap a child.
Yes, that's exactly what happened.
Wow.
And you know it. And you gonna go to jail for it.
Yeah, they've been saying that
You
for 2
gonna
years
you
now.
gonna go to prison just like Larry said.
Just like the Leviathan.
Yeah.
I look forward to your mugshot, Josh Turner.
Wow. So I just got a text here from y'all's leader. Let me get back the camera on me here. Jessipotamus. So she's about 5 minutes out. Wow, that's crazy. So when she comes here, the deal is that she's going to interview you guys, and I'm going to go into the other room with Tony, Anthony, Maddie, so that you guys can have the floor. So do you have any other questions for me, or just more accusations and persecutions?
Ain't no accusations. That's what happened.
We have never lied about you, dude. Okay, when I did hundreds and hundreds of hours of research on Mike, I swear it was all fake. Okay, even though I found it myself and posted it, it was all a lie.
Well, you did say a lot of
He has
bad things
repented
about
of his sins.
Yeah. Okay. So how does this work? Explain to me your group here, because I'm trying to give you some. I'm trying to be impartial here. Fluffy, how does that work? You were really down on Mike. I mean, you're really hard on him, saying that he did all of this horrible stuff to his ex-wife, and now you've done an about face, you've done a 180 at least, and now you're turned on everybody and saying that everything was the other people's fault, everybody, and you've defended Mike now and saying that he's a victim.
Well, first off, dude, okay, you're going to make me cry because that was a very dark time in my life where I was forced to have to deal with all of you, okay? When you let me stay in your home and bought me all that jewelry, it was horrible.
Tell him. You tell him.
I bought you all the jewelry.
And then you went onto the internet and made up all these court documentations and found out all this evidence, and you made it up, and then you led me to find it on my own, purely. So when Mike finally freed me from the light and saved me,
he freed you from the light.
I beat the darkness.
Okay,
That's right.
Wow. Okay, well, I'll be right back, folks. I guess I'm gonna have to go let Jessipotamus in here. I guess I better not call her that. She doesn't like being called that. Let me see what she has to say. I'll be right back, folks.
Good evening, folks. Jessipotamus here, as they like to call me. I have been horribly slandered by Mr. Josh Turner and his pack of sycophants and all of the paraturds out there who have said horrible things about me and my weight, saying that I am obese and that I breathe hard. Obviously, you can see that this is all a lie. And I am so glad that I am amongst my friends, my sister in arms, Dana, and of course, Fluffy, and of course, the wonderful Mr. Nunley. We are going to tell you how it really is, okay? There have been a lot of horrible things to say about me, but I'm going to show you right now that I don't give a shit. There has been a conspiracy against my love interest, Ike. They call him Ike. He has a name. I call him Rough Draft. I call him my shit kicker, my little racist homeboy, my baby, my sweetheart, my passion. Okay? And you can call me all the names you want. I own that shit. I totally own it on my channel. I own it. Arcane, para, turd. I own it completely. They call me Fiona. They call me Oprah. They call me Ginny Sack, from The Sopranos. Elvira, Mistress of the Lard. They call me Jabba the Slut. Marshmallow Maiden. Puddin' Pleasure. Lard from Heaven. Snack back and some for later. They call me Hypocrite. Walrus Queen. Thunder Thighs. Grease Trap, Jigglypuff. They call me Queen Hagrid. They call me Princess Hagrid. I don't even care. They call me Jiggly Tush, Jigglypuff. They call me Goonie Chunk. They call me Hershey Stain. They call me Countess Blobula. I own it all. I am a beautiful woman, a beautiful plus size woman. And I have made a series of documentaries that have exposed the lies and the absolute slander of paranormal rat turds. And I, along with my esteemed colleagues, are here to show you the truth of paranoid rat turds.
You tell them, girl.
Mr. Turner has said some very horrible things. The one honorable thing he has done in all of this mess is allow us to come into his disgusting, ugly, grotesque studio that smells like, I don't know what it smells like, mildew and I don't know, uh, aerosol spray, polluting the environment with aerosol spray. That's what it smells like.
I'm sorry, just
He keeps spraying it, and he sprayed it on me when I first walked in and said that I smelled like cat piss. He is a very vile, horrible, horrible man. And I'm here to tell you the truth about this man. He is going to prison, federal prison, for conspiracy, for making fun, for twisting the truth about us, for talking bad and saying things about just calling us names and the bad things. He's done a lot of very, very bad things. Now I'm going to give my friend Barton the floor to point out some of these things. I'm going to question you, Barton, and you're just going to have to tell me the truth because, you know,
I don't speak nothing but the truth, girl. You know that.
That's right. We all tell the truth. At Parkane Paraturd, I'm going to tell you, we get deep, hard, deep thrusting into the paint. And we're going to talk about this. Barton, we're going to start with you. Now, unfortunately, you've been horribly, horribly slandered by this man.
I have.
Yes, and he is very fat. We all have seen him. He's very fat. He pretends like he has muscles, and even the pictures he has, we know that those are AI. That's not real. His muscles are all fake. Barton, they said that you went to the gym with them. You want to tell us about that?
I went to the gym and I outworked Josh Turner. That man is a damn liar. If I can't keep up with him in the gym, then how do you explain these guns right here, sister? How do you explain that? Go on, get you some, girl. Go on, get you some more. Go on, it's all good. Go on, get you some more. Hell yeah, that you know as well as I do. I did that workout and then some, and I was most definitely not about to die, and my wife was most definitely not thinking that I was going to die, and she was most definitely not worried about me, and I knocked the hell out that workout.
I believe you 100%.
Hell yeah.
Fluffy,
I ain't never failed at nothing in my life.
They have said horrible things about you, saying that you couldn't even do one simple tricep pull down. Is this true?
Okay, what they don't seem to understand is that I am really good at lifting weights, and tricep is like pulling down weights, and it was just harder than I could handle. I mean, it was not my fault. 5 pounds is much more than what people are supposed to be lifting at the gym. And when I spoke to Mr. Turner about this, he said I was weak and I was a baby man. But you can tell by my physique that I am no baby. Okay, look at this. Look at this. I do work out a lot. There are many of Crackden and lot lizards that know that this body is 100% natural lard. I mean, muscle.
Wow. And Dana, obviously, when you were younger, you were in beauty pageants, right? And before your husband forced you to bash his head in, you were in many beauty pageants. You won many beauty pageants. Is that correct?
Yes, it's all true. That's why that frog-faced Maddie's so jealous of me. And I apologize for my behavior, Mr. Bumley. The last time I was this close to a man, he was reading me my Miranda rights.
That man deserved it.
Yes, that's why the angels held him down.
Obviously, as you can see, there are some very sick individuals in this community, and they are saying and doing very horrible things. If you guys could just donate to the chat, we're trying to raise at least $28,000 to bring Hunter home. If you could just give generously, the Lord wants you to do this, okay? I was talking to him the other day, and he said, the Lord needs this, and we need it to give to our Lord and Savior, Ike. Ike has been horribly kicked around. He's been mistreated, and he's been lied on by so many people. So many people have lied on this man and turned on him, his own family. His ex-wife is a very evil, vile woman. Josh Turner is a very horrible, despicable man who has conspired with the rest of the community to lie and bring him down. If it wasn't for the jealousy of PRT, I can only imagine where we could all be. This face needs to be on CNN. I need to be newscasting on CNN. That is where I belong. But instead, here I am at this para-rat turd shithole talking about these things. Now, Clef, tell us about the conspiracy. The other day when we were talking on the 50th episode that we did of the month on Josh Turner, we were talking about the conspiracy that he had against poor Ike, that to take his child. Now, you were on the inside with these maniacs. What did you, and of course, Mr. Nunley, did y'all see when it came to Mr. Turner's horrible, horrible mental instability that would cause him to go and try to kidnap a child?
I could do one better. As you can tell from these texts I have from 1977, it says, "You are bad. Wow, a meanie." He called me a meanie. Okay, this just shows the bizarre nature of this man. He has no commendation for people's mental stability. He will say anything if it means that it will hurt them. He called me a meanie, Josh.
Yeah.
Just.
I think that what he's doing is going door to door and trying to recruit people to hurt all of us for no reason. He attacked all of us for no reason at all. Him calling you a meanie, I think he deserves the death penalty, in my opinion. I believe this is the case. And Mr. Nunley, you had said that you'd be willing to give it to him with your sword daymare.
Hell yeah. I do whatever it takes to get the brothers and sisters, sharpen your swords. I'm gonna show you how. You put on the full armor of Yaldabaoth, and you take one sword and you sharpen your swords. You sharpen your swords and you sharpen your spears, because we have apostates and heretics among us here in the paranormal community. And we ain't gonna let them prevail, is we? No, we ain't. We're gonna destroy them.
Martin, you're kind of blind, so let me help you. I have to hear a little bit here.
I can see just fine. Look, damn it now. My hair is glorious. Never mind. I have beautiful hair, beautiful long hair for a 97-year-old man.
Beautiful hair like mine. Mine is wonderful, beautiful. Yes.
And that's another thing. That skinny Mexican. I'm talking to you right here, right now, boy. You skinny, scrawny, little greasy brown boy. You gonna tell me that I'm scrawny? You're gonna tell me that I'm weak?
Anthony.
And you gonna tell me that I need to get a haircut? Ain't nothing wrong with my hair. Ain't nothing wrong with a grown man having long, stringy, white witch hair. Ain't nothing wrong with that. You just jealous. You just jealous of these guns.
They're definitely jealous.
You jealous of these guns, and you jealous.
So I have another question, because I am a serious journalist here. I am a serious journalist, and I'm going to say, let me ask a question here, Mr. Fluffy. We'll start with you. What is the situation behind the jealousy that he has towards you and your relationship with? Well, it didn't happen, but your relationship with Madeline. Why was he so jealous that he had to turn it into a big old fiasco and the whole community had to get involved?
It's a very interesting question, Jess. And if I had to say, it was because he was so jealous that I kept showing him so much love. And then when he kept rejecting me, I was just like, I had to direct that somewhere else. So I directed it to Maddie, someone who's much younger than me. And I was like, oh, I look like this. This body is 100%. So she must love me. And when she said no to me, I was like, she is also jealous. That is the only reason. Why else would they want to not be with this?
I love that little kinky-haired Puerto Rican girl like a daughter, and she was brainwashed by Josh Turner. She's on the dark side. That poor little kinky-haired Puerto Rican duende girl. I feel sorry for her, because she's gonna go to hell. She's gonna go to hell with Josh Turner and all them Catholics.
And Dana,
all them people.
You would actually celebrate her going to hell because of all the horribleness that she's pushed towards you for no reason.
She is absolutely evil. She attacked me on Mother's Day of 2024 after I said all kinds of horrible things to Nellie and told her that she was a witch because she is. And we know she was in a biker gang. And she thought it was okay to attack me because I attacked Nellie.
It sounds like Nellie needs to fight her own fights. And another thing, too, what is the deal with Nellie? Why did they allow her to just defend them like this? I mean, the way that she defends them is just sickening. It's so disgusting.
It's because they ain't real mans, and they can't fight their own battles. That's the problem. See, they ain't real mans. I'm a real man's. Clough is a real man's. We defend women's.
Dana is never mind.
Clough, for the record, if you were married, I'd snatch you up.
I'm not married.
Oh, sorry.
I
Too
know
bad.
more, and that's Josh Turner's fault too.
Everything is Josh Turner's fault. He started all of this whole thing. Oh boy, it's so bad. Oh man, I really wish that Josh Turner would just turn himself into the authorities and admit that he has committed these horrible, horrible sins against everybody, because everyone would be better for it if he would just deny Jesus Christ and just, deny his Leviathan and then turn himself in.
He's trying to destroy the paranormal community by spreading the New Testament. I mean, not the New Testament. He's trying to spread evil. He's trying to spread evil and deny the Old Testament and spread the New Testament. I mean, the evil, the darkness.
Yes, and so we have another visitor here. Who are you? Who are you supposed to be, sir?
Good evening, everyone. How's everyone doing tonight?
Well, I can barely hear you. I don't know you. Who are you?
I am the Count.
Let me see if I can get the volume turned up for you, Count. Folks, we'll be right back.
Good evening. How's everyone doing tonight? To all the paratroopers, I've been watching Mr. Turner very closely. I heard he's having some problems with some peoples from the hills. This skinny man named Borton Nunley. I hear
So,
he's having
Count.
problems.
So,
Yes.
Count, how are you doing tonight? Yeah, this is me, Josh Turner. So I just let the Jessopotamus do a little bit of co-hosting here, I guess. And once you said a lot of mean, slanderous things about me, but I got some people here in the studio that don't like me. They're just they're chomping at the bit to.
We don't like evil.
We don't like you either, Abe.
Okay.
Oh,
So
wow.
we're evil, huh?
Yes, you is.
And so this man here, he's evil to you.
Well, I don't know who this man is. This is a Count, obviously. I was talking about Abe.
That's a damn vampire.
Yeah, I could see that you guys don't have a high enough IQ.
Can't tell Abe CS that ICE is coming to deport him. I already called them. I talked to them on the way here. They should be there any second.
But we hear it. You can hear the sirens. They're coming for the Count. I mean,
TikTok, Abe CS.
Is that Victory Cloppington over there in the corner?
That man don't have no boobies. That's a damn lie.
That's muscle.
This is all muscle, okay? Hey, don't press too hard. It
That's
looks
just
soft.
another lie made up by that half-breed Josh Turner and that old Mexican.
Hey! I thought you weren't racist. I thought I was the bigot.
You is.
Well,
I ain't racist.
Okay. You sound pretty bigoted to me.
Is the other little one there? Who is Dana Ortega? Is that you?
Surprised to see me?
Oh, I remember you from a very long time ago, you old witch.
You lucky she ain't brought her chicken bones here this time. She forgot.
You want to talk about witchcraft? What about Josh Turner's astral projecting? Just like you astral projected into Nutshell Dion's bushes. And you tried astral projecting into my bushes, Josh Turner.
Astral project your fat ass onto this sword, boy. Hell yeah.
And Bush,
You lost your hat there, cowboy. So
Farton over here knows all about burning bush, so he's an expert.
Yeah, he does. According to him, though, he never imbibed of any marijuana when he was here in Texas. Apparently, it doesn't. It was only brought by Tony and Anthony, who had huge sacks of it, and I was apparently taking a big old bag of drugs that I'm addicted to. But remember, Barton, you've never lied about me or my family, so there is that.
I ain't never done told no lies about nothing or nobody.
Well, by just saying that, you just lied.
What the hell is you talking about?
That's a lie. What you just said, it's a lie.
I done said you. I never told no lies about nothing or nobody.
Yeah, it sounds like it because the whole time you were here, I remember you were on Sailor Jerry and you were imbibing of the devil's lettuce.
Nope.
Yes,
I don't know what the hell you talking about.
Also, a bottle of pills right here went missing.
I would expect no less from a follower of Leviathan.
And who gave you this idea that I follow the sea creature?
Never you mind.
Is it the same people that accused you of being a worshiper of Baphomet? Because, in the group with Ike, your Lord and Savior, they accused you of being a follower of Baphomet and me being a follower of Leviathan. Was that missed on you? And then after you were accused of this, Brother Larry didn't defend
me.
He didn't defend you at all. All I'm saying, Barton, is he
tested my patience.
Barton, he didn't defend you at all.
Testing me, boy.
You left the group and then you returned. Why is that?
Them some good old boys, and I ain't just gonna stand here. I ain't gonna just sit here while you slander the good old boys from the land between the legs. Go on now. One more word, boy. One more again.
Okay.
I slice you open.
I believe you.
Just like I did with 500 Bigfoots and Dogmans.
Hold on, Farton. Okay, what had happened there? Because I had spoken to the roofer, and what had happened was that Barton was blinded and almost came to see the light. Darkness. I mean, again, my bad. And
Is that a little hand?
Fighting, and we could not allow that.
Little hand that I see.
How come you guys are always attacking Abe? What is your obsession with this man? Why do you always want to attack Abe Seas?
Because he doing the same thing you were spreading the New Testament. I mean the evil.
He decided to be a good friend.
Oh, really?
And defend you, and we just could not allow that.
And because he's an illegal alien.
That's right.
Well, it sounds like you guys got some really serious issues, and I don't think we're going to be able to work them out tonight. I'm going to say this. I wish you all the best.
Can't make peace with devils.
Okay.
I have one more thing to say. Since Maddie thinks she's my competition, I want you to take a good look at the men that I've dated in my youth. See that?
Go on, tell him, girl.
Let me see that. Who is this here? You're claiming that you dated Brad Pitt, folks. That's Brad Pitt there. Look at that.
Oh.
That's absolute. That is absolute proof that you did. Wow. So how long were you?
Talk that, Maddie.
I don't think she can. How long were you and Brad intimate?
A very long time. We kept it under wraps.
I could imagine you would have to be under wraps if he was with you, and you're very ancient too, so I could see that. Yeah.
Before we leave, it's coming up to 12:50, and I just have to say good night, Ike. I have to tell you that every night, so I'll see you later to tuck you in.
Yeah, hold on. Before you go with that, I just because you're tucking a man, you do all these things. Why are you blowing kisses to one another on your emojis with the? Why are we all blowing kisses to each other?
Those are private messages, okay?
No, that was very public. It showed up in everybody's chat. Like, what is that? Okay, so Clough has now left. He's gone. I guess that's it. Barton, do you have any closing words to say?
Only words I got for you is a warning. I'm coming for you.
Well, you're right here. I mean, you've been in front of me multiple times. Why don't you
test me?
Why you're right here? Why don't you just do what you got to do?
We's on camera.
Oh, because we're on camera. How about I just do this? Like, I'll just take the camera off. Now, why don't you do what you got to do?
Because we's in person.
Because so that's what it is. So you're really just a coward, and you're in person.
No, hell no.
Because I don't think you're going to do anything with that sword.
I ain't scared of. I ain't never been scared of nothing.
Yeah, I don't think so.
You just a bully.
I don't think you can whip my ass.
Every single
really
bully,
don't.
I defeated all of them.
Really, all of them.
Every single one.
Yeah, that's amazing. Yeah, so I think you're just a bunch of shit talk, and I think that you had a thing for my wife, and I think you are pretty much like that with anybody's wife.
Just because I put my arm around Nelly and made her visibly uncomfortable, that
sure did. And
that woman is a temptress, seductress. She is a succubus, and she is a lying person.
Can I ask another question? Now, this is from me because you guys all have a very bad odor. Now, Dana, I don't know. When you walked in, I smelled embalming fluid and death. I don't know if you're smoking it or if you just halfway gone, but Barton, you have a very distinct smell of like garlic underarms. What's going on with that? You don't wear sleeves.
I never wear sleeves. Sleeves is for sissies.
For sissies?
Hell yeah.
Because I don't have your smell.
Because unlike you and unlike you and your kind, well, me and my kind, we go boots on the ground.
Yeah.
You're gonna smell like a real man, boy, if you ever go get the gumption and go boots on the ground.
Sounds terrifying. But what if I just took that sword and shoved it up your ass? What are you gonna do about that?
That ain't gonna happen, is it?
It would. It definitely would.
I don't believe that for one second.
I do. How about we do it right now?
No. Hell no.
Yeah, because I'll take these tiny hands and I'll smack your sword.
Go on. I got me another one in.
Here we go.
Go now.
You want to fight?
Go.
Oh my goodness.
Here we go.
You're gonna be the first fat ass big cryptid boy I done killed. Go. I rebuke you in the name of Yaldabaoth. I rebuke you and all your New Testament bullshit, boy, in the name of Yaldabaoth. Go. Yeah.
Oh my God, they're clashing swords. Me, I do this all the time.
Do you yield?
I never yield, boy.
Do you yield?
I never yield, no damn Mexican fat damn son of a bitch.
Yeah, you're lucky. That's it. I got it. So now what?
Dana, God damn it, Dana, why'd you forget your damn chicken bones?
I think Clough ate them.
We need to put some more curses on this man.
You were beaten.
You see what he just did to me? That's on you.
It is
that's on you, woman.
It is useless to resist. I had to use this to get Jessipotamus out of here, and I'm going to use it on you guys now. In the name of Jesus, I rebuke you. Get out of here. Get out of here. You too, cosplayer of the LBL. Get out of here. It's over for you. You've lost. You've lost.
Oh, give me that. That is mine.
Leave my headphones. Get out of here. Be gone. Cast you into the pit with the Leviathan. Sorry you had to witness that, Count. Had to take care of business here at the studios, so folks. Sorry, I tried to be nice and bring them on and let them talk, and what did they do? They tried to attack me with these swords. But they belong to me now.
My nickname was the Impaler back in the day. So
burning at the
I understand about the swords and the spears.
That's so crazy.
You guys okay? You guys, yeah. Did y'all go next door and get something to drink? Good, that's awesome.
Yeah, what did we miss?
Yeah, you missed a whole lot. Look, they did so much. You look like Anthony's beard is gray from the terror. Wow.
Oh, I mean,
they stressed me out, dude.
They cursed me.
I couldn't watch
pulling
it.
hair out of my mouth. It's like I almost had a beard on or something.
I got 30 years of stress in like the past 10 minutes.
Wow.
Oof, man.
Because I'm scared of them.
Yeah, me too. I was terrified.
I tell you what, we got some. Now that Count Cius is here, I'm going to let Count, the guest, pick the next two winners on the $50 giveaway. So, Count, we got some people in the audience. Anunnaki Bros. Hopefully, they didn't steal your meds too. No, they didn't take them this time. I knew I had to bring them so they could take them. They're just out there pooping in cups. We gave them some tumblers so that they could use the restroom. Yeah.
Yeah, I showed them where the bathroom was, but they said that's not really where they do
Yeah,
it.
they do it outside in the land between the lakes.
Where they put their tumblers.
That's where they put their tumblers. So we're going to let our esteemed colleague and guest here, Mr. Count Cius here, go ahead and pick whoever you want. He came all the way from Transylvania to be with us tonight. So somebody tell Mr. Cius you want to win. Let him know that you're down. Paula King, she says, pick me, please. We got Tony Mendez.
Patty.
Patty.
Yeah, we got Ashley.
So what do you think, Abe? Who do you want to pick?
Ashley Aparicio.
Ashley Aparicio, I think. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
And Paula King.
Paula King? All right, guys, you heard him. You win. So let's go ahead and give you the banner at the bottom here. This is the best way we can do it. Just go and give it to giveaways at PurityPodcast.com. Do it tonight, and you'll get your money tonight, right now. $1,000, folks, we gave away tonight on Paranormal Roundtable. $1,000 giveaway. God is good. And it's weird that I got that check that came in, and it was just right. We had just already made the decision to do it. I go home, and we got one from a Gap Insurance I didn't even know I had. You see how it works? That's good. You do the right thing, God rewards you. I can't tell you every time you go to do something, God's going to give it to you like that, but it worked for us. OG West says, yeah, that's how Paranormal Roundtable does it. If you guys want to jump back on, you can. We got about another 20 minutes, and then I'm going to have to roll out. But for sure. Abe, so are you going to be on tonight? Count, are you going to be on Abe Cius' show tonight?
Abe Cius, he's a little bit tired tonight.
Oh, okay.
And the Sergeant Cius is taking a nap with him too.
Okay.
He's also very weak right now.
They always miss you on Halloween. It's so weird.
Yes, everybody misses me. I did the 2-hour show. I don't want to go too early because the sun is still out. But I did a 2-hour. And they'll be all right. He might wake up with a headache tomorrow, but he'll be okay.
Okay. All right. So, Slim Jimmy, what's going on? You back, brother?
Yes, sir. I'm back, man. I'm back.
A lot of chaos going on in there.
Man, that was wild, man. I almost called the police for you. I was kind of scared for a little bit, man.
We were scared for our lives.
Yeah, it was pretty scary. They had the roofer wasn't here because he was holding them hostage in the back.
Oh, okay. Man.
Yes.
Make sure you check your sippy cups because they might have a surprise for you in there.
They might be pooping in them right there.
Yeah, I want no hot chocolate, man.
Oh shoot. So let's see. We got Jake here. Jake, what's going on, man?
Not much. Just enjoyed that.
Terrifying, wasn't it?
Yes, absolutely.
When hillbillies attack, their leader couldn't be here either because he's visiting the devil in hell for a little while. He goes there regularly. I hear every Friday he's down there hanging out with them. So
I wonder.
He's just trying to get his permanent home ready. So he can,
yeah.
So Jimmy, what do you got for us, man? You came in. Did you want to say something, or are you just saying hi, or what's going on?
Oh man, I'm gonna make it real quick. I ain't gonna say too much, but I don't know if you remember, man, on Jason's Bland show when I asked you something about the black cats in East Texas.
Mm-hmm.
So man, I've been sitting on this for a while. Got back home, went through my aunt's stuff. You remember I told you about my aunt and her craziness. And so I went to her journal, and man, I have it with me, both of them.
Wow.
Right. Now, I also have a journal from an ex, which I'm not going to read that because there's a lot to that, going on. But it all kind of connects a little bit. So Oh man, I want to get your opinion on something.
Sure.
So remember how I told you about my dad said that he seen I don't think he ever seen the whole cat. He just seen the whole tail of the cat going through the woods. Man, and it was black, right? So I thought about it for a little bit. Got home, looked at my aunt's stuff, because of that journal, the person whose journal that belongs to died. So I went to her stuff, and it made me think about this, man. And so this is one of the creatures that my aunt had drew. And so this is one of the creatures, man. So I wanted to I don't know if you can really see it that good.
Hang on, let me make your camera bigger.
Let me take Jake off just for a second. Jake, you in law. I'll put you right back.
Hey.
Oh, there it goes.
All right.
Push the button. It didn't work.
So you see there, right?
That is such a weird thing. There's so many people who've seen these things that say they look kind of like cats in the face because I think of the whiskers.
Right. And here's the weird part about this, right? And I'm going to try to connect it to her other journal. So
he's wearing a hat.
What's that?
Was it wearing a hat in that picture?
Yeah. Well, here's the weird thing about this hat, man. And I'm gonna connect it to you right now. So I covered. It was weird. She put dates on these drawings, right? Like there was like she was in real time journaling, and I kind of put these sticky notes. You ain't gonna be able to see the dates because she had a name right on top of it. So I put these sticky notes on top of it to block her name out. But here's another drawing.
What is
that she drew? This is what she drew. And while she was squatting in this house in East Texas in a town not too far from where I live at. And the crazy thing about that, she was staying all by herself in this old abandoned house. I know it had furniture in there because I seen the inside I didn't go inside. I seen the inside, right? From outside when I used to bring her food and stuff before she got arrested. But the crazy thing about it, none of my family know where she's at right now. They just know that she's been arrested by the police. So, and here's what I'm gonna connect to that hat part, right? This is the crazy part. Let me see if I can find the other one right quick. Let's see.
Yeah, it looks like a Phrygian cat.
Right, looks like a cat.
It does.
Here goes the other drawing with the same hat on. Let me see. She put a name on. I'm trying to block the name out. Man, look at that.
Whoa.
So I don't know if this is some type of shapeshifter or. Now remember I was on Jason Bland's show and I told you that she kept saying that she was going to see her friend in the middle of the night, right? She would leave my parents' house at the middle of the night and walk down the highway, walk down 59, and we don't know where she would go. I wouldn't go. I thought, man, she crazy on some type of drugs or something, so I let her do whatever she wanted to do. But the crazy thing about it, my dog would follow her through the woods, right? And so, I figured, all right, she kind of safe with him because he's kind of a big dog. And man, I'm gonna show you something else that's crazy. And there's been a lot of talks of spiders on your you can bring it up lately. Also, let me see if I can find it. Here you go. These don't look like no regular spiders.
Yeah, no, absolutely not.
And she even gave it a name. She called it Missy the Spider. Right? And a spider has 8 eyes, man. They got 2 eyes and a mouth full of teeth.
Yeah.
And this is from, let me see the date. October 12th, 2019.
Wow.
And so I want to kind of, I haven't got a chance to go on Jason's show, and because I told him I was going to tell him about it, but he's Sunday nights, and I'm a truck driver, so I'm sleeping right this time. This happened to be the only one of those nights where I'm up driving, right? So and the crazy thing about this story were these drawings. I started connecting the dots. My aunt, so my aunt and her youngest sister, they got into it because she used to stay before she moved in with my parents. She moved in with her, and my aunt is like real high Christian. She go to church every Sunday. She plays the piano there, musician, watches the kids and everything. And so they got into it, and they got into like an actual fight. And my aunt showed up to my dad's house with let's say, I'm gonna say Aunt T, right? I'm not gonna say her whole name. I'm gonna say Aunt T. Aunt T is the youngest one. They let us stay with her. So Aunt T called my dad and said, "Hey, me and your sister got into a fight. She knocked me upside my head with a mug, and she had this big knot inside her head, right?" And so she was always scared of her, and I never knew why she was scared of her. And my dad didn't know either. He was like, "Man," he was like, "T, you like." She's a big woman. She's like, you like 400 pounds, about 5'9", 5'8", something like that. She pretty big for her size. And my aunt, the one that went crazy, man, she lost a lot of weight. She probably about 130, 140, right? And so I never got to why she was scared of her. And so I was talking to my dad. This is like months later, right after all this happened, and then nobody knew where my aunt went to. They just know she got arrested for prowling into somebody's house, spraying something inside the air conditioning unit. I don't know why, but so I was talking to my dad one day. He was like, "Man," he was like, "Your aunt, she going crazy. She don't want to. She went and bought a gun. She don't even want to. She used to make a lot of food, and the food she didn't eat, she would throw it out to the stray cats back of her yard." She was like, one day, she told me, she caught some on her camera coming out of the woods where she would go feed the cats. She said it ran the cats off, and I was like, all right, what was it? A coon, a possum, another cat. He was like, she said she don't know what it was. All she knew that it came out of all fours. It was black. It had some big old ears, and it was very hairy, very furry. And she said it was about as big as a horse.
Wow.
And I was like, man, you sure she's not just exaggerating? He was like, man, she said she caught it on camera, and but she said the camera didn't save it. She said she seen it on her security camera, but for some reason it didn't save it. And so I was like, man, I'm gonna call her and ask her. But I didn't call her that day. I called her like maybe like a couple months ago. I thought about it again. I called her and asked her. I said, "Hey, Auntie, my dad said you seen something, coming in your backyard one day, and it was big as black and as big as a horse." And you know what she told me, man? She said, "Is that what he said?" And then she started laughing. And she was like, "Nah." She was like, "I can't believe you would lie on me like that." And I was like, "Well, what was it?" And she didn't never tell me. So I don't know if he's scared of that bad, man, that she didn't want to say anything about it or what. But the fact that, and here's another thing too. Around that same area, well, it ain't the same town. It's about like 20, around that same radius, about 25-mile radius. There was a story this past summer. An old lady was in our house by herself on her couch sleep in the living room, and she had her front door wide open, but the screen door was locked. And she said she was sleeping one day, and then she heard boom, 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 boom. She woke up, got up real fast, and she looked outside, and she was like, there was a man.
Hey guys, can you mute your deals if you're not talking? Just mute it real quick, just so he can finish.
Yeah, because we're getting feedback again.
Jimmy, where was this? This was in East Texas?
Yes, sir. I don't know if you remember where I told you where I'm from, though.
You're not from Illinois, are you?
No, sir. Nah, I'm in No, I'm not from Illinois. I'm from Texas, East Texas.
Texas.
I'm
That's
from
what I meant. I'm sorry, Texas.
yeah. I'm from let's say J Town.
Yeah.
J Texas, right? And you remember how I told you I never knew they had conferences down there until I came to your conference, your last conference, and I found out. So I never knew this stuff was really talked about like that. And so back to the story, the woman said that when she got up, she said it was a man in front of her screen door telling her, "You better let me in." And so she was like, "I ain't finna let you in. You better get the heck away from my house." And she said, "Nah, you better let me in, or something gonna happen to you, or I'm gonna break in, right?" And so my mom told me this story this past summer, and I asked, I said, "Well, I don't know what's going on, but what did she say he looked like?" And she was like, she said that he had she couldn't see his face because it was nothing but hair all around his head.
Whoa.
She said it was just shaggy hair, and it was like he didn't have no face. It was just shaggy hair, and it was a big man, and easily could have, if he wanted to do something to her, and he was threatening to hurt her real bad. And I was like, man, it's a screen door, a dude that big, and it's an old woman in her house by herself. All he had to do was just kick the door down. It's a screen door, and it got the little, the latch ain't that strong for a screen door, right?
Yeah.
And the fact that he wanted her to let him in lets me know that he might have been something else other than just a person that really wanted to go in and do something to her. Because why does he need her to let him in? From what she said, he was big, he was strong, he wore clothes, and man, it kind of creeped me out thinking about it, and everything going on. And so, and this why I'm into that right here. I was on the phone with my dad yesterday, and he was, working on my car because I'm not home. So I bought the car parts for my car. He put it on, and I was on the phone with him. He was like, "Man, your dog was up causing a ruckus last night, all night, right? Just running around the property all night." And I was like, "Yeah." And he was like, "Yeah, it must be like a cougar or somebody, right?" And so I said, "Man, it could be, but like, did you go out there and look? Because we got it's in Texas. We got guns with lights and stuff, weapon lights and all that." And he said, "Yeah, I went out there, but I didn't see nothing." And so, and he was like, and he out there doing the same thing right now in broad daylight, standing by my dad, one leaves his side, just barking out towards the wood line.
Yeah.
And I was like, "You outside with the, you got that thing on you, don't you?" And he was like, "Man, every time I come out here, I have it on me." And I was like, "What do you see?" And he was like, "To be honest, I don't see nothing." Wait, when my dog was barking, at was towards our mailbox out in front, and it's woods out there, but it's not like so dense where you can't see nothing. And in that same area he was barking at, my dad told me he was barking at was the same area I seen that me and my girlfriend seen that ball of light in the front yard. I mean, in the wood line, and man, and he said he was just sitting there causing hell, just barking. And I said, "All right, well,
Same thing coming up again. The balls of light.
man." And I was like, "Man," I said, and so I didn't tell him about what was going through my mind because that dog, his mother, the mother of that dog, we called it Mama Dog, and she showed up to my girlfriend's house one day, had puppies with her dog, and that dog did the same thing at her house. And that's why I brought this up also, because this belongs to somebody that she's related to that recently passed away. It's a journal written with stuff, by an ex-witch who she supposedly changed her life around, but she had all these type of stuff inside that journal, right? And so from what I was told by my girlfriend, that there's a lot of portals open around her house, And when that dog showed up, it was like clockwork. Every night, the dog would run around they fence line and bark. The only dog in the neighborhood that run around their fence line and bark. And so I was like, man, we used to say, man, that dog, I think she like a guardian angel or something, 'cause she'd be up all night barking. Her dad used to get mad, tell him, you need to tell that dog to, shut the hell up, or I'm gonna drop it off somewhere. And she was like, man, something's out there that we don't see, but she sees. And so he was like, I don't care. You need to shut it up, whatever. And it was like clockwork. Well, one day she ran over the dog by accident, right? And when she ran over the dog, my girlfriend was upset. She was crying. She called me and was like, hey, could you help me find Mama Dog? That would be called a Mama Dog. Could you help me find Mama Dog? I ran over. And so I went down to the spot where she was at. And she was like, only thing was when we got there, when she got out, she was like, I can't find her. I don't see nobody. I hit her twice, boom, boom, front and back tires. There was nobody, no blood, no liquid on the ground, nothing. And the next day, she told her dad, she was like, I ran over Mama Dog last night. He was like, what? And he was like, yeah, I killed her. I couldn't find her. And he was like, well, I guess she all right, because she's out there hanging out with Nightmare, laying out beside him. I seen him this morning. And so I was like, she was like, huh? And he was like, yeah, she was out there in his whole land beside him. And so we got up, went out there, we didn't see her. And here's the funny thing about this. Not too long ago, I was in this truck by myself, and I was having some sort of like sleep paralysis. I couldn't move, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then like I felt something come up beside me, and I started praying and everything. And then all of a sudden it went away, but I was still in like this dream state. And when I looked up towards the front, I seen Mama Dog sitting in this passenger seat looking back towards me.
Wow.
So I remember you were saying something about your dog and how she was like, spiritual and all that crap. I mean, it's not crap, but spiritual.
He's like, spiritual and all that crap.
I mean, but like,
I get what you're saying, like all that stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, all that stuff. And like, I was like, man, really, maybe this dog really was something, some type of guardian angel or something, right? Because now, and here's the crazy part, all the females from her litter died, but all the males survived. And the male that I have in my house, he's barking at stuff that nobody else sees. Even my neighbor's dog is just sitting there looking at him like he's crazy, but he's up all night barking. And my dad told me, he was like, last night, man, he was howling. And I was like, he was howling? I ain't never heard that dog howl in my life. And so, man, it's just some crazy stuff going on around there. I seen all type of stuff. So I wanted to get your insight on what you thought, what you think. Am I on the right track or what? What do you think?
Well, it depends on what you're trying to find or what you're trying to figure out. Because if your aunt had, and a lot of times it's diagnosed as like some sort of psychosis or like schizophrenia. Right. But I think these people are actually tuning in to another wavelength where they're catching glimpses of this other reality, which is the real reality. Right. Because we're kind of like lulled to sleep in this simulation matrix, whatever you want to call it. But Jimmy, do me a favor, get in touch with me. You got my information. You know how to text me or message me. Do you know how to message me on email? So we can get together and talk, and I can, when I have more time, and I can actually go over some of your stuff, because it sounds like you might need to be on a recording or something where we can break down all of this.
Right. Oh, I think I don't know if I might have lost your email. I got a different phone now, so that's probably why the camera.
At the bottom here, guys. I'm going to give you my email. You guys can send it to me.
It's
JoshTurner@PRTpodcast.com. JoshTurner@PRTpodcast.com. So also I want to say, hey, what is that? Death Seraph LC. Yeah. So welcome to the show. Have you been on before?
I think that's Lawrence Cowley.
Yeah. So welcome to the show.
No, it's me, Lawrence.
Oh, what's up,
What's
man?
up, Josh?
How's it going? So I got to run, guys. I really got to go, man. So
I don't have feedback going on, do I?
Yeah, you
no,
do.
it was a little
Yeah.
bit, yeah, but not as bad as it was. But I got to run. But guys, if you want to check back in on Monday when we go back, I'll be on Sunday. But Sunday we have a show to do. But if you guys want to come back on Monday, I'd love to have you back on and we could talk about all this stuff. A lot of crazy stuff we're talking about tonight. I didn't even get to the stories. I only told one, and then everybody got in and started telling stories, and I had a great time. We got visited by some weird people.
Yeah,
that was fun.
But we have fun here, and so besides the evil hillbillies that showed up, the Hills
It's
Have Eyes
definitely one of the best shows I've seen.
Hey, ask the Tumblr girl to come in on Monday.
Oh man, she was at the conference. I don't want to be around that person.
Yeah.
That's and that's a sad thing because if that's who I think it is or who they're saying it is, she's got a mental illness, dude, and that's really messed up that they would recruit her to do that. They don't have any.
So crazy.
They have no line that they won't cross.
Apparently.
Yeah.
Instead of the song "Attack of the Killer Tomatoes," it's "Attack of the Killer Hillbillies."
She was just making her breakfast, man.
Well, they'd be Attack of the Killer Potatoes.
Yeah, potatoes. Jimmy, you got some interesting stuff there, man. Like that's crazy that you got a hold of her journals and those pictures are wild, dude. Like I really want to talk to you. We'll talk about it, off camera. And Lawrence, Callie, you too. You get in touch with me, and we can do some recording. We just had so much to do with Sean. There was so much recording. But Mondays are always open too. We always get good stories and people come on and retell their encounters and stuff. And thank you for the donation earlier, Jimmy. I appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
That was a good donation, and we just gave it away, But that was nice to help out. Everybody that helped out in the donating, that's awesome. It helps the show continue to grow and go. And if you guys would just keep in mind, these are people that are attacking us or whatever. Just keep praying. Just praying that we can get away from these people, that they will stop. And here's my thing too. Everybody's like, well, block and delete. Yeah, but they're attacking people who aren't really able to defend themselves. They did a whole series of videos attacking Mike's ex-wife, and she didn't deserve that. No. She's been a good mother to the son that Mike says got kidnapped. Mike, you're a freaking liar. You're a liar.
And she's literally said nothing about any of them.
I don't want to get into it on the show, on a Halloween show, but that's what you are. You're a liar, and you've convinced these people. I don't know if you've convinced them or they just willingly go along with it. They want to go along with it, but it's demonic in my opinion. And in my opinion, you're not a good person. And I don't even want to joke and play around with this guy and have him even in character here because him and the other guy are so unstable. They're diabolical, and they will do or say anything to convince people, which is why this person's doing what they're doing. But it's not going to stop PRT. In the words of Chris Kramer, is a good friend of mine, he said, PRT is a juggernaut. It's a train, and it's running right over their ass. And so there's nothing that's going to stop it. We're here. We're doing this, okay? Everybody that's here in the chat, you see the what's real. You see the real. We gave away $1,000 tonight. Let's see them do that. Let's see them do that with their dumpster fire Hills Have Eyes channels. They're not going to.
I don't think they have $1,000 in between all of them.
All of them. Yeah, that's right.
They would if they would work.
It's not the Hills Have Eyes. Don't give them that much credit. Hills
not insulting Hills Have Eyes people.
My bad. Jessica only had one eye there, so.
Let's not insult the Hills Have Eyes. My bad. My bad for the people out there that are,
It's the ant hills have eyes with those guys.
Yeah.
So
So Abe, are you doing a show or are you not doing a show? Are you just going to go home and you just call it a night?
Yeah, I already did a show.
Oh, you already did it. Okay, all right.
2 hours. They don't want to stay on the makeup all night,
Yeah, it's hot, man. That's tell you right now.
Yeah,
it gets warm, man. Well, Jimmy, you're out there burning the midnight oil in your truck, man, and thank you for keeping the country going. And Jake, you're down there. You're in the Rio Grande Valley, right? Down there in Rio Grande.
Yep.
Yeah, down there where it's always hot. What is the weather like down there right now?
it's actually starting to get a little cooler.
That's good.
Yeah, so I think right now it's supposed to be in the 50s and 60s out there tonight.
That's where Count Cius is originally from. He's from the Rio
Okay.
Grande Valley. Used to spend a lot of time down there. I did. And Lawrence, Law Morgan, thank you for showing up and coming on. And always a pleasure. And of course,
Yeah,
my Monday co-host Dick Richards.
Love you, buddy.
Yeah. So we will see you guys. We love you all. We'll see you guys. Thank you for making another Halloween. This was a blast. I had a blast. This was great, right?
Yeah, this was cool.
And my friend has agreed to keep his restaurant open for me to go eat. That's an awesome thing. It's a good thing to have friends like that. Because I've known the guy for 20 years or whatever. So, but I'm a piece of shit. People don't like me. They're like, oh, everybody's his friend. He's a future enemy. Yet I have friends that I've had for decades that do things like that for us. So, yeah, people talk a lot of shit, but who cares? Anunnaki bro, you came down one time and you ate dinner with us. He knows. He's a good guy. We went to one of my favorite Italian places. It's a very haunted place. Me and Tony saw an apparition there. We think we know who it was too.
Yeah.
But
watching over the restaurant.
Yep.
Like she always did when she was alive.
So, anyways, guys, I'm going to run. I'll see us. We'll see you over the weekend. Are you doing a show
Thank
tomorrow?
you.
Are you going to be up?
No, I'm going to a dance.
Okay. You're going to dance the devil's dance with that blind woman? Are you going to dance like the devil? I see it.
You're going to a monster mash.
It was a graveyard smash.
I'm mistaken. It's not a blonde woman. It's
All right. Good night, y'all.
señorita.
Señorita.
Sergeant Cias is up for the count all night.
All right, guys.
Tonight and tomorrow.
I'll see you guys.
I'm taking this old lady
All
out.
right.
See you later, everybody. God bless. Love you.
Later.
All right, Dick, what'd you think? What'd you think for Halloween? Was it good? We had a good time.
It was
right?
awesome, man. It was awesome.
We have a good time here. We always do. Congratulations to all the people that won. Everybody that's donated and helped out and to help with the show. Join the Patreon because you'll get that show on Tuesdays, and then you'll get the Thursday show by joining the members only. And I know that there's going to be some really good stuff coming up. We got some more work to do with the hyena men thing, the Boltingen, whatever. They're weird creatures.
Yeah,
all right, guys. Happy Halloween. We're out.
Love
What
you guys.
song you want to hear, Richard? Don't say Alzman. I know you always choose that same one. What do you want to hear?
Yeah, let's see how well you know Nellie's music.
Yeah, the newest one.
The Frankenstein.
Yes, that's the one.
Okay, we got it.
That's a great one. Happy Halloween.
This pain of coming back to life, I feel everything, everything. When I open my eyes, your face, I'll never forget. Your horror, my pain, I'm alive, living again. I feel every stitch and every scar. Father, what's my purpose? Abandoned, left for dead, a monster. Why have you forsaken me? Accept me as I am. God, do you feel like a god, creating without thinking, no pros, no cons? You let me walk, you let me see, you let me feel. I found her, but she did not know me. I reached for her, but she recoiled in horror. I wanted to beg anything for her love. The look on her face, I want out of this place. what's my purpose? Abandoned, left for dead, a monster. Why have you forsaken me? Accept me as I am. It doesn't matter, it can't matter no more. I'm incomplete, I'm missing me. The world is darker than I remember. I wanna love her, but this heart is not mine. I wanna touch her, but these hands are not mine. I wanna tell her I love her, but this voice is not mine. Looking into her eyes, I saw how love died. Now that's where her body lies. Father, what's my purpose? Abandoned, left for dead, a monster. Why have you forsaken me? Accept me as I am. Revenge shall be mine, I'll catch you in time. You gave me the pain of coming back to life. I want you to see me, look what you've done, what you've done. A man no more from a madman's hands. I walk alone, no part of me is home. Place me back under the stone. Father, what's my purpose? Abandoned, left for dead, a monster. Why have you forsaken me? Accept me as I am. As I am.